Good morning, everybody. Welcome to Tim and Emma's Shed. Thank you for coming to Carbon Calling Day 1, 2025. My name's Liz.
And I'm Nick.
So this is our 4th Carbon Calling. So if you've been here before, well done. If you haven't been here before, good luck.
Hold tight.
It'll be good. So today it's called a focus day. So we're really going to look at the question which is on the programme, which is how to stimulate more collaboration within supply chains to get better access to regenerative products. It's not the snappiest of titles for that, I do apologise. We've got a great day today, but the main focus of this morning is to get everybody chatting and sharing ideas and really coming up with some solutions to the problem. But I've just got to go through some housekeeping first, if that's okay. So you may be familiar with the toilet, where the toilets are. They're out there. They're the posh ones, so that's good. Tea and coffee is always available there, or Bean and Done are there for your posh coffees. And if you want any water, it's on the end of the bar, so please help yourself. There is no fire, what did you say? No fire...
A fire alarm
planned.
Scheduled.
So that's good, but obviously they just go ahead for an exit, is the plan for that. I am the first aider, so I would suggest don't injure yourself. And if you're unsure of what the programme is, it's written on the big whiteboard right by the door, so just to have a check-in with that. Obviously, most people have got name badges. We've identified the pen isn't very rain-safe, so if you need a new one, please help yourself. And massive thanks to loads of the volunteers who already helped this morning, and they will continue to help. And we'll come back, and on the screen you would have seen the rolling series of sponsors. So again, massive thanks to all the people who've supported us in various ways.
So, I just want to say a few words, and I'm going to pass on to Liz again. But the whole point of Carbon Calling is it's a very relaxed kind of environment that everyone's got a name badge on. Please mingle. If you see someone who you want to talk to, don't hold back, don't dither, go and talk to them, introduce yourselves. This room is full of interesting people with lots of things going on, loads of ideas in their head. So just make the most of the day and, don't dither about being forward.
Got Rona.
And we're going to say one special thank you to Rona over there. So we had some funding from Esme Fair, I will say this wrong, Esme Fair Burn. And it has paid for Rona to help us with admin. Because Liz and I have lots of ideas. Liz is much better at admin than me. I am awful. But Rona has kept us this year on track. She's really good at all the kind of pizzazz. So thank you, Rona, and thank you, Esme. And
at that point, we will hand you over to Sheila and Patrick.
So these two are my heroes. They are. Sheila, BBC Food Programme, amazing journalist. Patrick, Sustainable Food Trust, just does lots of amazing things. And we're going to ask these two to open it, and they're going to be chairing some sessions later on this afternoon. But thank you very much for coming.
Well, I'm a bit thrilled to be here. How heroic we are, we'll see. Why do we, what was the title? Why do we need to care? Why should we care? Why do we need to care, Patrick?
Good morning, everyone. There's such a lot to say. I don't know where to start. I think because farming and our food systems, which have been going through no fault of anyone, maybe lots of faults of all of us, in a kind of wrong direction for quite a long time, are right at the heart of our relationship with our planet, with climate, with nature, with ourselves, with health, and with rural culture. And if we don't care about that, what are we here for? And as an example, we stayed in an Airbnb last night, and this morning I went to the shop just down the road. What's the village? Nearby.
Thornton.
And it's a lovely shop, and they had Irish butter. And I said to the guy who was running the shop, really nice guy, and he was from North Wales actually, why haven't you got local butter? And he said, well, we did have some at some point, but he said basically all the farming around here is pretty, it's all supplying very large commodity markets, and it's very hard to get local food. And I thought, well, we should care about that.
Well, as Patrick said, it's a very big question. Why should we care? And even before I saw that 6 inches of soil was here, I was thinking about this 6 inches of soil is all we've got on this revolving planet, this revolving bit of rock. And if we don't care about that, we are doomed. We may be doomed already. But for me, why I care, one of the many reasons I care, but I think the food and agricultural system, including supply chains, the focus of this morning, is because it's my way of getting a hold on the way that our society, in particular since the Reaganite Thatcher, neoliberal economics, greed is good, private is good, public is bad. The way that in the West we have monetized almost everything. It's a way, if we look at food and agriculture, food and farming, it's a way of getting hold and making changes in that in a way that we can't get to the big players, that we can't make a difference to policies about mergers and acquisitions and the City of London. But farming and teaching children about growing, and it's a way of making a difference here on the 6 inches of soil and showing that change is possible, that we don't have to live in a world where money is the only measure.
I would like to explore that question of money as measure, because I know lots of people, and I'm sure we all do, who are very radical and think we should abolish capitalism. But the thing I feel is that before we abolish capitalism, if we ever do, we should at least make capitalism honest. And I think that the problem with our current monetary system in relation to food and farming is that it is not valuing the capitals of nature and humanity. So the reason why it still pays better to farm extractively, through no fault of the farmers who are following that, and I know lots of people who are good friends of mine who are following what I would call relatively extractive systems, is because if you farm in ways which cause damage to climate or which deplete natural capital, biodiversity and everything, or which take jobs out of the local culture, it will pay better than if you farm in a more regenerative, nature-friendly, organic, choose your term way. And that is because the polluter doesn't pay, and farmers who are extractive are not financially responsible for the damage done. And that would be something that the government could do, but it doesn't do because it's following the altar of cheap food policy. And if you farm in ways which are delivering public goods, and maybe we should talk about this as well, meaning better for carbon in soil, better for biodiversity in the field, better for rural employment, better for nutrient density, better for food safety, better for public health, you are not rewarded for those benefits. And it seems to me that if we monetize the negatives, and only governments could do that through regulation, make the polluter pay, that sort of thing. And then if you also rewarded the public goods, not just in the way that DEFRA had done it at the moment before they cut it out altogether, sort of greening the edges, but on a systemic way, then you would shift the balance of financial advantage, because I think it is about the money. I mean, Sheila's right, it's about the money, but we have a system which doesn't reward the right thing. And until we change that, I think one of the questions is, why is the transition that probably everybody in this room wants to see not happening? And I think one of the main reasons is financial. So we've got a kind of dishonest financial system.
Yeah, no, I don't think we will wipe out capitalism. I'm talking about the kind of capitalism we live amongst now, which I think a lot of younger people think it's like the air we breathe, that it's not possible to change it, that's what economics means. And I'm working at this minute on a non-food program project with an economist that some of you will know about called Ha-Joon Chang, who wrote a book called Edible Economics, where he dismantles the neoliberal greed is good system through food. And it is, the difficulty, you told a story on the train about talking to Ed Miliband, and we have this cadre of politicians who think they know everything already. So they don't want to hear about things like real cost accounting. They don't want to make the links between the chronic sickness, which is how many, I can't remember the figures, but I was talking at a conference in Blackburn, at Blackburn Rovers football ground, of all excitements. But what I saw there was a society, that was one of the two nearest towns to me growing up, that is a sick town. The people were not even really capable of reliably volunteering because there was so much chronic sickness. But anyway, back to Ed Miliband, that politicians aren't connecting. They aren't connecting farming, the fact that we have now this ultra-processed food system, and sickness, and all the things around us. Anyway, tell us the story about Ed Miliband.
Well, I was at a dinner. It's London Climate Week this week, whatever that means. Apparently, London Climate Week, London has more, Ed Miliband said this, must be true. He said there are more people in London that are working on the climate agenda than any other city in the world. And apparently London Climate Week is going to be double the scale that it was last year. And this was a dinner for, people that of influence, and Ed Miliband was the sort of star guest. So, of course, as you do, I went straight up to him. And I think he just about remembers me because I've lobbied him a few times at COP in Baku and places like that. So I said, I think, Ed, you're missing a trick, which is that you're going on about carbon capture and storage, which is, taking CO2 out of the atmosphere and somehow burying it and doing magical things which may work and may not. But you've got another opportunity staring you in the face which you're not using, which is why don't you just take the CO2 out of the atmosphere and put it back in the soils of this country? And if you practice regenerative farming, regenerative grazing, mob grazing, all that sort of thing, and you have proper rotations, you could rebuild the lost carbon stocks which have come out of the soil during the extractive period of farming at such a scale that some people think it could represent 25% of total UK emissions. And the thing about Ed Miliband, he's a very bright guy, but he's almost so bright, he kind of, I'm not saying he doesn't listen, but I could feel I was losing.
He didn't listen.
Okay, but there were lots of other people, obviously, who wanted to talk to him, and I said to him, I really think this is important. I could take you to a farm in Wiltshire, which is sequestering 10 times, run by a data geek who, is measuring it. A farm called Yatesbury Farm in Wiltshire, which is run by Richard Ganlett. It's a biodynamic farm. He thinks he's sequestering 10 times more carbon than he's emitting. And I could feel I was losing his attention. I said, I really think this is important. He said, yes, I can see you think it is. I think I need to escape now. And he said, I'll talk to my SPAD, political advisor, Eleanor, and we'll follow this up. He just felt, crikey, this is a man who wants to deal with climate change, who's got an opportunity to help farmers. I said, look, farmers don't like you very much at the moment because, various reasons. You could make yourself popular, because if you paid us to be carbon stewards, what would be wrong with that? And it's so frustrating. And, I'm more left than right, but I just think it's not really a right-left thing, this. No. It's the government doesn't get it. How we should care, because we are so important to public health, to cultural health, to nature, to everything, really, and the government just doesn't get it. What are we going to do, Sheila? And I think I would just want to say about Sheila and Dan and the food programme, I think the way we're going to swing this is inform public opinion. I think that's the only way we're going to change it, because politicians just want to get re-elected. And if we could somehow put the wind in the sails of public opinion, and I think the food programme have done that better than anyone, we can still change this. I do feel optimistic. Do you feel optimistic?
Well, that's the wonderful thing about Patrick. He's optimistic. I sometimes think I ought to have gone into floristry. I'd have done as much good. It's very difficult to teach this business of making connections, which Ed Miliband and most politicians that I've ever met don't make. And I think we have to start, it seems like we're a long way from supply chains, but we're not. Because one of the reasons why we have now, why supply chains, opaque supply chains, God knows where anything comes from, supply chains, why they thrive is because we have an ignorant consumer. We have ignorant consumers who walk into, I'm not blaming people, because I can remember when I was a student walking into a supermarket in the United States for the first time and thinking, Aladdin's cave, everything. Cream in a spray and a frozen orange juice and just marvelous, how wonderful. This notion of choice. So, but we have two generations at least who can't cook, mostly, and who every week make this journey to this Aladdin's cave, where, what are you going on about, Patrick? What are you going on about the food program? It's fine, right? It's fine. Except the sickness is making it not so fine, and the effect on the NHS is making it not so fine. But they still don't seem to join the dots. So I think we have to start on many, many, many fronts, and that we're going to talk about today. But one of the fronts we have to start on is teaching children to cook from the age of 5 and teaching them to grow things. And the trouble is that we live in a society, Britain, where cooking is seen as uninteresting, just woman stuff. It's not, who cares really? And it's not seen as a life skill. And it is a life skill, and it's a life skill that will save our lives and that will save the planet. I think it's unbearably cynical of Ed Miliband, well, perhaps it isn't cynical, perhaps that's not the right word, but Ed Miliband saying there are more twice as many climate activists. Honestly, what the hell are they talking about?
Well, it is interesting that farming, and there was talks, you can imagine, at this dinner, and food and farming didn't get a mention, which is quite odd when you think about it. So, yeah, but I think in relation to mobilising public opinion, I think you're right, we have to start with children. I'm a Londoner, and I got back to the land in the early 70s, and I'm still on the same farm 52 years later. But what brought me to the farm was because I had no exposure to farming for most of my urban childhood, was a visit with my mum when I was 5 to a very small dairy farm just outside Epping in Essex in about 1955, and it was a traditional cowshed with Jersey cows, and we're only in there for 5 minutes, but I loved the smell and the atmosphere, and I think it was that experience which then, less than 20 years later, took me back to the land. And I think children, if you give them an impression of nature, especially related to food, not just like going to a wildlife place, but going to a farm where it's nature friendly, I think that could just touch them. So last year at our farm in West Wales, which is now, it's a dairy farm, we make cheese, and we're growing carrots for schools in Wales. We launched a project called Beacon Farms, and actually its genesis was back when I was running the Soil Association in 1999, when there was a thing called the Millennium Commission, where the government offered big grants. I think it was probably lottery raised, I don't know where it came from. Anyways, big money for projects which were sort of millennium significant. We put in a bid for Millennium Farms, and it was basically farms as educational stages. And we lost out to Eden, a great friend of mine, Tim Schmidt, who's coming to our farm actually in July. He got 37 million or something for the Eden project. But I think now, even more than then, we need to develop a network of farms as educational stages and get children onto them and give every child a seeing is believing experience. And so there are some farms here who are part of this network, and I think we just need to grow it so that farms who combine nature-friendly practice right at the heart of their farm have facilities to host visitors and also practice the art of storytelling. We work together, because I think if we can get children, but also not just children, people who are influencers, because, you know, Ed Miliband, I mean, he doesn't know about farming, and hardly any of the current government know anything about farming. So we need to get those people on farms, and then we can create a caring environment. And I think, in a way, it is about mobilizing public opinion. I think everybody has an embryo of care in them, and we need to, you know, to nurture that. What do you think?
I think, yes. I mean, we were saying earlier that in a sense, reform and the right-wing populism spreading around comes from some sort of longing for a different life. I mean, I think my view is that it's a perverted longing, it's a misunderstanding, but it is a nostalgia from when everything wasn't monetized, when things had some meaning to them. And when you strip out our relationship to nature, we do lose meaning. And so I've kind of lost my thread of thought there.
Yeah, I think
Your microphone.
there's a Welsh word, hiraeth, which I think there's Welsh speakers here. It means kind of longing for something which is lost, longing for an evocative memory for something which you've lost. And I think in everybody there is a feeling, even if we're not farming, we somehow have a longing to reconnect with nature. And I think the best way to do that is through our food. And just to Sheila's point about relating the renaissance of local food chains and regional food chains to this event, I think that's the best way it can find expression, back to the Irish butter in the local shop. You know, we need to develop a new infrastructure which we've lost in my farming time, which used to have local abattoirs, local processing. We make cheese on our farm within sight of the cows. Carrots, we're growing carrots for local schools. We need to co-develop this new infrastructure which progressively can replace the highly centralized, industrialized, anonymous food systems which predominate everywhere today. And I think we can do this. And I think, to the point of this gathering, it's unstoppable. We have to believe in this, and we have to do it together. And I think the collaborative thing about this whole gathering is the most important thing, actually. We mustn't see ourselves as competing with each other. And I think it's very difficult within the farming community, because everybody's sort of like that, aren't they? We all think, you know, have we got a higher price? We need to find some sort of new collaborative spirit.
We definitely do. I mean, we're facing Westmoreland Family, T-Bay, and the other place on the M5. And I was thinking of a food program I made some years ago, where I came up to Cumbria with, I don't know, some of you will know him, Peter Gott, one of the people who helped start Borough Market, wild boar and pigs, and Farmer Sharp, Andrew Sharp, mutton, Herdwick. And one of the things we did before we started recording at some farms was we went around some restaurants and cafes that had lamb on the menu, and we said, where's your lamb from? And of course the answer was 100% New Zealand. And at one restaurant when we went for lunch, we asked the question, and the waitress just thought we were bonkers, and we could see some Herdwicks, not outside the farm. And we said, have you ever thought of eating Herdwick? And she went, no. So that program was it was about disconnection, and it came out of an idea I had, where I rang up all the tourist boards around Britain and said, what are you doing about promoting the food of your area? And the answer at the time was bugger all. But anyway, after this program, which illuminated what I've just said, although Farmer Sharp was selling Herdwigs by that point because Borough Market had got going. I went with the same crew, Andrew and Peter Gott. We went to the Pyrenees because they were facing some of the same issues. But the profound difference, I mean, you all know this, and I hate to give more confirmation to the cliches and, you know, the ideas you have, but we went to see the farmers. They, who were farming rare breed sheep in the same difficult circumstances as in the Lake District, but they had the support of their local councils who had lent, you know, supported their, they got their EU grant for an abattoir and a cutting plant, and they had lent the money because they saw these sheep and the meat as part of the culture of the area. And also, they liked to eat it. And so after we'd done lots of this recordings, we had lunch in a field. It was a sunny day. And we ate the lamb and the mutton. And they were enormously proud of it and the taste. And I thought, I mean, it's the big divide, but how do we bring pleasure back into the food system and pride back into the food system? I mean, are we doing that? I mean, the reason supply chains are important is because right now they reflect some pretty bad values, and we want them to reflect the values of the people in this room. I mean, I don't know enough about supply chains, but...
Well, I think Carbon Calling, this gathering, is right at the epicenter of the renaissance that we all need to be part of. And I think, is it right, Nick, we have to stop?
We need to stop.
Yes.
Yes. We could go on all day, but you might not get anything done. Anyway, there we are. Thank you very much, Patrick.
But this is what's happening here today is the change we need to see, isn't it? This is it. What we do together, collaborating to develop new ideas for relocalizing food systems, that's the whole thing, because it's rebuilding culture.
Thank you all very much.
Hello everyone, so it's lovely to be here. My name's Nicola MacPhail. I work as a regenerative business consultant. Many of you will be like, what the hell is that? It's the best description I've come up for what I actually do. So I work across multiple different sectors, looking for things from a kind of systemic point of view. So I work from policy to advocacy to local economies to regenerative economics to looking at regenerative finance, farm transition, micro-infrastructure, some of the stuff we're talking about, housing, multitude of different things. I play in lots of playgrounds, basically. And the session that we're going to do today, a little bit about the background of where the idea came from. So I'd done some work with an amazing organisation called Food Futures, based in Lancashire, and they're a Sustainable Food Places initiative, and they were doing some work on resilient food systems. And what we wanted to do was do a bit of a scoping of the strategy landscape and see what all these different strategies that were coming out from different areas, from climate and environment. We were looking at health and well-being, local economy, sustainable farming, and kind of compare them all and see if there were some common themes that were coming through from all these different perspectives. And so when we looked through, it was really interesting to see that some of the themes that were there, and that's kind of basically formed the basis of this discussion that we're going to be doing today, which is a World Cafe discussion. So some of the themes that dropped out from that strategy conversation was looking at food security and equity seemed a very common thing. Looking at sustainability and environment, sort of looking at sustainable practices, reducing food miles, looking at reducing food waste, circularity. Community engagement education came very highly on all these different perspectives, which was really, really interesting to see. Intergenerational, from small children all the way up to people of any age in society, educating them about food, how to cook, where their food comes from, and farming was a really big theme. The health and well-being implications, Sheila and Patrick attested to it just in their chat there. It's super important and it's connected. The way that we farm, the way that we produce food, and the healthy kind of food that we produce has a massive impact on public health. And so it was talking about that piece as well. And then the cross-sector collaboration in terms of the activities that we're talking about that would be really good to implement. these were coming through very strongly. So lots of different sectors working together simultaneously on these highly integrated, highly collaborative projects was a really interesting theme that came through. And finally, this economic development piece of really seeing the rural economy as an opportunity for investment and looking at ways that actually, if we could bring people together, we can actually stimulate the rural economy and get better livelihoods for small people, small business support as well, and the supply chain efficiency piece and local procurement was a really key theme that came through. So from analysing about 60 different strategies and all the activities that they were saying happened, these were the kind of themes that were kind of dropping out. And that's kind of formed the basis of the session today. So I'm not going to speak loads because it's all about you guys chatting to each other and sharing ideas and having great conversations. So the World Cafe discussion, has anyone done a World Cafe discussion? Quick show of hands if anyone's done it before. Okay, great. A room full of beginners, oh my goodness. Okay, so the World Cafe discussion is really a way to facilitate conversations, informal conversations with groups of people. So what we've come up with, chatting to Nick and Liz, was let's have a series of topics that we're going to have on each of the tables, and then we're going to do 3 rounds of discussions, so you have the opportunity to sit at 3 different tables. And these 6 topics, on each table, that particular topic is what you're going to be talking about for about 20 minutes with everyone else that's there. Highly collaborative, super engaged, give everybody opportunity to chat, share ideas, to sit on a table about a particular topic. You don't need to be an expert. Bring your ideas, bring things that you've seen, bring your life experiences, and engage in the conversation with other people. So we've got 6 topics that we're going to do. We've actually got, because of numbers, because it's quite nice to have low numbers on each of the tables, what we're going to do is have 2 tables for each topic, so the same topic but on 2 tables. So there's 12 in total that you can see here. So I'm just going to wander around and explain each of the topic discussions on each table. Hopefully the mic stays connected. Okay, so on table 1, these are these 2 tables here. We have what support is needed so more farms can offer direct sales. So if you feel like that's something you would like to discuss with other people, these are the 2 tables to sit on. We've got pieces of paper and pens. Somebody can nominate to jot ideas down. And what we've got some great people who are helping me. So we've got Lynn, Jannike and Rupert are going to be on these tables sort of facilitating conversations, by no means speakers, but just really helping the conversation because they've got lived experience in these areas. So Lynn, would you like to introduce yourself briefly and what you've been doing?
Hello, I'm Lynn Barnes and I'm part of a small veg growers cooperative based here in the Eden Valley. We run a veg box scheme and have been doing that since 2010. So originally it was a collaboration with myself and 2 farmers who set that up. And we've developed that over the last 15 years or so. We started off with just 20 veg boxes that we sent out, and now we send about 230, 250 veg boxes a week. Do you need to know more?
Okay. And then we've also got Jannike, who's helping us as well on this table. Did you say?
Hi, I'm Jannike Taylor. I farm just near Penrith. We have an arable and sheep farm there, and for the last 3 years we've started a cold-pressed rapeseed oil company. So we make cold-pressed rapeseed oil on farm. I think we're the only ones in the county doing that, and that's led to other products as well. So now we're looking at our wheat supply and milling that within the county as well, to be able to offer local flour and bread.
Amazing. And we've got Rupert as well. Do you want to see her yet? That's all right, don't worry. If you'd like to please introduce yourself.
Hello. So yes, my name is Rupert Titchmarsh. I am head of retail at the Westmoreland family, and hopefully we'll be able to offer some sort of commercial perspective to what it is that we're talking about today.
Thank you very much. So that's table 1, that's these 2 over here, and that's what support is needed for more farms to offer direct sales. On tables 2, which is this one and that one there, we've got how can we establish regional regenerative wholesalers. I've got a couple of helpers helping me with that as well. So we've got Scott Donaldson.
Hi, I'm Scott Donaldson, Group Director with H&H Group PLC based in Carlisle. I'm a lifelong auctioneer, so my business has all been about marketing and relationships. My family were family butchers, and my wife and I own a pub on Hadrian's Wall, so we cover a number of bases. I'm looking forward to working with you.
Wonderful. And do we have Joe Scott here? Hello.
Hello, I'm Joe Scott. I grew up on a beef and sheep farm near Windermere, and I've recently taken on a new role with Westman Family, looking particularly at their meat sourcing, both up here at T-Bay and down in Gloucester as well.
Thank you very much. So that's table 2. So that is looking at how can we establish a regional regenerative wholesaler. And then table 3, we have these 2 tables here. So we've got where are the opportunities for possible pilots in the north of England. So anyone's got some crazy ideas and interesting ideas for pilots, these are the tables for you. We've got Laura Blake. I saw you somewhere. Yeah, I've got to run around. Should have put my trainers on.
Thank you. Oh, hi, everyone. Yeah, my name's Laura. I work for Future Proof Cumbria. So part of that is working on zero carbon Cumbria, but also we're working on a project called Place to Plate. And it was lovely to hear everything you said, because we're actually sort of trying to start a pilot on basically getting local foods. We're starting with carrots into schools in the local area. So, but yeah, we were basically trying to sort of answer that question of sort of how to make the food system more sustainable. So because it's such a huge question, I sort of went away and looked at lots of different case studies and things like that. So it's about that, yeah, generating maybe pilots and how to sort of get those small changes to make those big ripples.
Thank you very much. And we've got LMPS as well.
Hi everyone, I'm Ellen. 2 hats. One is coordinating the Northern Food and Farming Network, which is kind of like a network of networks. So we're working across the north of England, and we have a strategy around kind of collaborating for resilient systems. And one of the things we've been working on recently is working with Hodmedods to think about pulses and whether we could grow and consume more locally grown pulses in the north of England through the arable rotations. And the other hat I'm part of, I work with Nick on Food Futures, so based in North Lancashire. So we've been looking at food economy and how can we build some of the infrastructure needed to help with direct sales. So we've set up a food hub, which is a collaboration of local producers, kind of like an online farmers market, and a market garden, and some other things. Thanks very much.
Thank you very much. And then table 4, so people on table 4, put your hands up. And the one there as well. Yeah, perfect. So that's looking at what would facilitate local public procurement and where are the opportunities. So we have Hermina. I'm going to shoot through here. There you go. If you'd like to introduce your group.
Hi, I'm Hermina Ely. I work for the Rural Design Centre. We've been working on a project with Northumberland County Council, which Hannah will talk about in a moment. Rural Design Centre works across any rural issues, a bit like yourself, actually, looking at that co-design, community-led sort of innovation across energy, skills, business, health, you name it. Personally, background as an architect, but I really don't want to talk about planning today, hopefully, so I don't do that anymore. And I also spent a couple of years working in digital transformation in health and social care tech in the northeast region, so really interested as well in that cross-sectoral piece. And we also have Teresa here from Northumberland County Council, but I'll let Hannah explain.
Yeah, Hannah Davison, Northumberland County Council's climate change team. We came to this last year as part of our Farming and a Change in Climate project, which has just finished up this month. Really excited to kind of do this session. Teresa's from our procurement team, and we've been looking at all the barriers to decarbonising agriculture in Northumberland, and then what are the opportunities in terms of sort of stimulating that transition, and part of that would be more local procurement of food, aligning with our work on inequalities and public health.
Thank you very much, that's great. And then we've got how can we increase good food education and increase consumer awareness, which Sheila and Patrick both talked about, and I know it's a really real element to it. So it's this one here, yep. So these 2 tables here. And on this table, we've got Patrick's going to be facilitating. I don't think you need to introduce yourself. But we've also got Mike Dunn, Alex Evans, and Rachel McGee. So we've got Mike here. Is he over? Just be careful. You've got to be in the zone. Stop.
Hi, I'm Mike. I've been serving your coffee this morning. So, been and done. It's only a year old, sourcing kind of top grade specialty coffee. And the aim is to kind of make it more accessible, really. So, people are buying more into specialty coffee, which then the money is feeding back to the smallholder farms, which many of live below the international poverty line. So, instead of buying maybe mass-produced stuff and big brands, try and help educate people to be buying smaller, and therefore seeing some money go down to those farms.
Thank you very much. And then we've got Alex and Rachel. What do you want to speak? I've got Rachel. I'll go to you first and then I'll run back.
Hi, I'm Rachel. So I'm the brand director with Westmoreland Family. So really interested to hear as much as possible today. So I look after the customer communications for Westmoreland. So a big part of it for me is how we talked about connection in the intro, is how you connect customers who have little to no background in any of this with where their food comes from, how it's produced, and therefore how they should, or where they should spend that and what they should buy, really. So coming at it from a customer, a consumer comms point of view.
Thank you very much. And Alex, quickly.
Hello, I'm Alexander Evans, so I'm buyer for Westmoreland Family, so it's the farm shops at T-Bay, Gloucester and Cairn Lodge. And what makes us, I think, special is that we do try and buy local for each of those shops. And that's very important for us, that we keep that local connection with local producers. But it is very hard because the supply chain is very complicated. And I know quite a lot of people in this room, and sort of those difficulties, even though we're in the same area, it's very, very hard to break those connections. So these meetings are very, very important. Thank you.
Thank you very much. And finally, table 6, which are these two over here. We've got what is needed to stimulate and support a thriving rural economy. And I've got a couple of great helpers here. So I've got Maria. Oh, they are right in front of me.
Hi there. So I'm on a small farm in the South Lakes, and I run the farm diversification side of the business. And I guess it's really about making the most of what the farm produces, and also thinking about what scale works best for your farm, and then going beyond that, what you can do within your local community, either of farmers or just community in general, to actually add value to not just your farm, but to the local community as well.
Wonderful, thank you. And finally, we have Nabil as well, helping on that table.
Hello, I'm Nabil Suba. I lead the team at Westmoreland Family. It's obviously a family business. One of the family members are here today, and we've also got Sean, who runs our beef and lamb farm. And really, from a sustainable community point of view, I'm also a member of the Cumbria Economic Growth Board, with which David Beebe and Isabel runs. But I think the team will cover a lot of what we've covered today. But I think, you know, the subjects that were already mentioned earlier will keep coming up, and I think there'll be a recurring theme there. And I think all credit to Alex and the team that have helped build the farm shop long before my time at Westmoreland and its legacy. I'll pass back to you.
Thank you. So some great, interesting topics across all those different diverse sectors. So I'm really interested to hear how these conversations go. Very much thinking positive, forward thinking. We're very aware of what is at the moment, the status quo, the realities of the situation we're in, but very much try and transition your thinking from what is to possibly what if. What if we could do this? What creative ideas can we come up with? What innovative solutions can we find in a local setting? Kind of imagining the future and thinking in that positive light of ideas, solutions, inspirational stories you've heard from other parts of the world or different parts of the country, and let's see what we can come up with. So very much just going to give a couple of minutes for everyone to reorganize. The sheets of paper on the tables as well with the questions on. So we've got table 1 is this one. This is what support is needed to offer direct sales. We've got table 2, which is looking at how can we establish a regional regenerative wholesalers. Table 3 is over there, table 4, 5, and 6. Okay. So yeah, we're just going to go around the tables because I think a lot of you obviously will only have sat on 3 of the tables, but it's always interesting to hear some of the things that have come out from all the interesting discussions. So I'll hand over to Lynn if you want to share some of the key insights you've heard.
So our question was, what support is needed so more farms can offer direct sales? So we've covered a few things. We talked about infrastructure on farms, or the way that we can collaborate locally with each other and maybe join up and share hubs for freezers and that kind of support that we might need. We talked about better availability of abattoirs, mobile ones possibly, and ones that are organic certified. And butchery skills so that we can maximise the beast, and what do you do with the bits of the animal that people don't tend to want to buy. We talked about marketing, individual marketing and collectively. Having friendly planners or environmental health officers or council officers that have kind of got your backs. We mentioned Ubi and Shopify and online hubs for selling, and how they may work nationally or locally. We talked about startup business support and maybe having taster support and access to little bits of infrastructure or places where we can try out whether our business idea works, and maybe grants associated with that as well. We talked about vending machines, tourism and national parks, and the way we can possibly sell our crops and meat and milks and cheeses through on-site vending, which then led us on to things like honesty shops and the way that actually vending machines don't need to be money. Obviously we do need money, but money in the slot and card payments, but they could just be an open door with a jam jar or something that people could buy from in that way. And then kind of at the end, just innovation and trying to think outside the box for our direct sales, do things that are simple, and what seeds are we sowing for future contemporary and future generations to be direct selling.
Excellent, thank you ever so much. And then we have table 2. Now I know we're split into 2, so if I can have like maybe 2 key highlights from you and 2 from you, would that be okay? Excellent. So how can we establish a regional regenerative wholesaler?
Quite a lot of debate around whether we wanted to scale up or maintain the sort of niche product status. But the one big thing that was mentioned in all 3 discussions was education of the consumer to understand exactly what regenerative means before we start creating wholesaler establishments. I'll mention one more thing. Consumer awareness of seasonality, that we all believe we can have strawberries 12 months of the year. And if we're going to be regenerative, there has to be a change of mindset that you can only get what you can get when you can grow it.
Thank you. And 2 from me.
We had some very similar points, but otherwise we also had logistically for smaller farmers, regen farmers, and collaboration between them and abattoirs to be able to supply a wholesaler. And also on the standards we discussed again how you define regen and who is regen in certain regions, etc. And we thought being as less prescriptive as possible and more bespoke would be better.
Fantastic, thank you. And then over here on table 3, so where are the opportunities for possible pilots in the north of England?
So I think in all the groups we had a discussion about kind of what a pilot would be. And so we're talking about it being like, real farms, real conditions, real people, and trying to demonstrate and storytell about what's actually possible and what's actually happening. So, but like building awareness in that way. And then we also were touching on the challenges of like some of the best things that are happening are very grassroots or very small scale or on one farm. So how do you kind of bridge the gap between large scale funding and particularly from corporates and kind of that, you know, localism and how do you make that work? And we started talking about some schemes that seem to have done that well, like the FIPL funding. There was also a theme around sort of pilots around proving things, like can you prove that your method or your farming approach provides healthier food, and how can we kind of get value from that, and is there a large scale kind of campaign around that? And then we're also talking about using established processes and supply chains to kind of, if there was enough demand, can you fit your kind of local regenerative food into that system? And a bit around dynamic procurement and whether there's opportunities for collaboration and cooperation to supply into the larger supply chains.
Thank you very much. And number 4, ready there? Yep. Here, number 3, yeah. So what would facilitate local public procurement and where are the opportunities? Hambling, you.
Yeah, I think we had some really interesting discussions. One was around establishing a regional wholesaler, so we'll have that sort of guarantee of supply around and sort of reducing the burden of procurement and the administration along with it on the individual supplier. And then something around, we kept coming back to sort of school meals, menu choice drives procurement. And the education of the purchasing managers, of the catering staff in terms of what they're preparing and what they're putting on the menu, and what good local procurement should look like, and just that guidance that's needed across sort of all of the stakeholders within it, to ensure everyone understands what sort of the overall goal and aim is of the procurement exercise.
Brilliant, thank you. And then we've got around the kind of consumer awareness and increasing good food education.
So I'll just cover a few points, we've got some very full sheets. We talked a lot about schools with every group. That actually, the appetite might be there, it often falls down on logistics and funding. Talked a little bit about the idea about large companies coming together to support food education. And then it's about actually getting kids on the farm and in the food process as much as it is people going into schools and talking to them. We talked about who's doing the communicating now, and actually the people who have the big budgets in our eyes and ears are supermarkets. And it's whether we can start to subvert that, and how we started to talk about how we might do that. Local councils and getting them on board. A really good few good examples of what some places in Scotland are doing, but maybe don't have the structure of that in England. We talked about the media, so social media and connection, and if people are interested in recipes, could you then kind of feed in kind of connection to how that's produced and where it's from. But we also said actually there's really good food producers talking about what they're doing, but it's the collective and almost having a bigger figure or voice to be able to talk about that, to cut through a bit of the noise in the media. And then we also talked about food labelling. If it's kind of about consumer awareness, putting so much on a label and people don't read it. So whether that's in a visual way through colouring or scoring or something, just a really easy way of kind of letting people know kind of how sustainable, how their food's produced on a label.
Wonderful, thank you. And final table, well, 2 tables regarding stimulating the rural economy. We've got a spokesperson for this table. From Chief.
Thank you. So what is needed to stimulate and support a thriving rural economy? It is the people within the whole rural area, not just obviously the farmers, but it's how they are connecting or sit within it as such an important part of it. And actually often it can feel like they're outside of it, because if they, I was just thinking about so many farms, like if they're doing milk, the milk's picked up and sent away rather than that milk supplying their local economy. And same with the meat, it's going outside, and then those same farmers are buying from the supermarket, and none of that supports a local economy. So, but changing that is really difficult. And it's not just educating school kids, it's also educating farmers to think about how they can work a bit differently. And of course, there's so many challenges with that. And we need more sort of funding, fairy godmothers that to support or give funding. I mean, FIPL funding was really, really amazing, but getting bits of funding which aren't so outcomes focused, which is, you know, then that fear of failure is just exacerbated. But, you know, almost just funding to help try things and have that creativity is really important. So many farmers are creative, but that's squashed when, you know, you're living quite hand to mouth. So looking at, you know, I've done some regen business courses which have been amazing, that different way of thinking about business as being part of a local ecosystem rather than it being sort of somehow separate and outside of that. What else do we talked so much, I didn't really pay attention to the outcomes, but yeah, no, cooking in schools obviously is really important. And maybe so we've got two people here who are farmers and chefs, and maybe even if you don't supply the school, maybe you supply your time to teach kids and talk about your farm, and use a little bit of your food that you grow within the school, almost like as you know, you being generous. So really trying to think about what you can offer beyond the skills that you think you have, because actually there's so many farmers with great skills but also interests that can be shared a bit more. I'll leave it at that. There's loads.
There always is. It feels very short of time. Yeah, and I'll just pass over to Seb.
Sorry. I'll add a few points. The bits we came up with, children and educating children to make sure there's an appreciation of food and understanding the value, sort of started there. Common theme with some other tables was rural infrastructure. More abattoirs came up in more than one group. The feeling it had to be business-led and that local and larger government were inadequate to deal with the issue, which then led on to policy change. There was a bit on access to markets throughout. There was also a bit on, well, what connects people locally, so institutions. We had a conversation about two different forms of institution, one being the church, the other being the pub. Both good for finding employment, for networking, and actually building markets and knowledge, which was just that whole thing about how do you get reactivate those, which led us on to green spaces and the fact that there's quite a fearful approach to letting children out in green spaces, and how do you get people to enjoy rural life again without that being a sort of odd threat. And then there was a bit of a discussion about the whole model being broken, which we went to on rural economies, which was common enemy or crisis would drive change. And it was about how do we set a sort of huge goal to change it rather than nibbling around the edges. So there was two approaches to that. And then on the last one, sorry I'm taking so long, was enterprise stacking, which was about diversifying, really. There was some examples of that. The fact that farmers were disconnected, which chimed with the table that was talking about communication and getting the culture. And then the last one was really about being able to communicate local produce, where I think, again, it came up that the bigger businesses have all the voice. There are quite a lot of barriers to actually trying to get your local message out there.
Thank you. So lots of great ideas and insights. I'm sure the conversations will carry on. We're going to take all of the pieces of paper. I'm going to stick them over on the wall over there so everyone can have a read of them and have a look through. But just want to say thank you so much, because this session I've just facilitated a lot of people to have a lot of interesting conversations. So thanks all of you for your contributions, your generosity and your ideas. And hopefully it'll continue through the rest of the day. So thank you very much. And now it's time for lunch. Thank you.
Well, this session is asking a very simple question. I mean, big answers, but building regenerative systems at scale, what are we learning? Well, we're going to do it in sort of two halves before we have a discussion. And to begin with, we're going to have Dominie Fearn, who is the founder of the Wild Hare Group, and they make ready meals, which I've just watched a TV, part of you talking in a TV show, and you were not kind about the ready meal industry and where they source their ingredients. When you look at the Wild Hare website, it says the food is, that all of it comes from regen or organic farms, that it's always organic veg, it's always nutritionally dense, and it's always whole foods, and it's always British protein. So the question for you, Dominie, is, before we come to Johannes, is how do you get the data for that sourcing? I mean, just describe what wild hare is and why. How and why? And what have you learned?
So Wild Hare is a ready meal business that's been on a journey. So we started back sort of 7-8 years ago, where we used to put our farms through Regen Agri, which was a certificate held by the Control Union and also the PFL. And we had those meals out in Whole Foods, Ocado, Selfridges and such. And we realised we were putting quite an onus on the farmer, because the farmer had to pay for the certificates and had to do it in their own time with all that amount of time that they have on their hands. So we realised that we needed to change that system and change the supply chain to be more resilient for larger retail setups, but also for the farmer. So we were lucky enough to win the accelerator program with Tesco, which meant obviously straight away our supply chain was going to grow. So we needed to look at the resilience in the supply chain. So we turned all our protein organic. We're not organic in all veg and some ingredients currently, because at the scale that we are, the organic supply chain isn't resilient enough itself, but we're learning to know what we can work with. And then we have a sister business called Wild Chain, which takes raw data from the farm level, where we're sitting next to my companion here, Rumi, and satellite data. We then put it through an LCA 16 impact EU compliant database.
LAC, what does that mean? What does that mean?
Life cycle analysis. So it's basically just a measurement of lots of different data sets coming out to give something that means something, so something impactful up against acidification, climate change. So it draws down factors through algorithms, and it then gives data that is relevant to the retailer or the food service business that requires data on their scope 3 emissions, because we're part of their supply chain. So we're trying to help retailers do the right thing, but give a product to consumers that is led by British farming.
Right. Why did you do this?
I don't know. I wish I hadn't. I just kept getting in too deep, I think. I come from a sustainability background, so I've worked for 20 years in construction sustainability on resilient supply chain, so across land and infrastructure. So working on HS2, very contentious program. So I was the director of sustainability across that supply chain, and also things like smart motorways. I then went over to the National Trust to work on land management, because I kept hearing about this soil and how we need to protect this soil. So worked on their regenerative sort of supply chains. I should say we're the only business that's allowed, a food business that's allowed to use the brand National Trust, which is pretty good accolade. So I did that, and for some silly reason I decided that I wanted to put all this knowledge into a food-based system, because I don't think the food system's broken, but it doesn't do what's right for us. You know, we mix and match ingredients chemically and make things do what they shouldn't do. And I don't think we need to do any of that. We need to go back to basics, use our British farmers in the right way, pay the right money to those British farmers, and assess better foods. And why I chose convenience is because it's getting better, but it's some really bad offenders in there, and people buying from all over the world and doing not very good things.
So how, before we move on, how would you sum up what you have learned, or what you are learning from doing what you do?
Regenerative system through the algorithms isn't really very much known. That's something that it's good that some of the big companies are getting involved. whether they're doing it correct or not, but the McCains and the McDonald's, because they're helping to raise that soil health issue. So we need to try and profile regenerative. Gaining data throughout that supply chain through the processes is very difficult. The only way that a collaborative supply chain works is every single part of it working together and being open with their data. So that's something that we're working towards with all of our partners. And nobody get into a food business, or probably don't farm either. It's all very hard.
Okay, let's move to you, Johannes. Johannes Scheibe, is that Scheibe? Now do you say
Scheibe.
Scheibe. You're the founder of the Rumi, the satellite app, and that began as a grazing app, but now it's much more. So tell us what it's much more, and how does that apply to the question we're asking?
Yeah, I can do that. So yeah, we started out as a grazing app. My background is in math and in computer science, so I know a lot about like how to connect image data and radar data together and work with maps. As an example, we can take the wild hair product or product line. And so Dominie worked at a relatively small scale, right, where you can have direct relationships with the farmers, but most people in the country, they don't live in a rural area, and if you want to really scale up these kind of products to a national level, right, then the problem that Dominie and also retailers stand in front of is that they don't know where the produce comes from, right? There's a black box essentially for them. And so the first kind of black box is maybe the processor, right? So there could be a meat processor who don't know exactly which practices a farmer is implementing on farm, and whether something is actually positive for the ecosystem or not. And the farmer knows what they're doing, but to keep records of what they're doing takes a lot of effort, right? And since farmers are using our app for managing their land, they have these records that they can then share with the processor, so that Dominie can offer these kind of ready meals that are regenerative and that are organic at scale. That's the idea, where the data gets shared through the supply chain, so you actually know where the food comes from and how it was produced, most importantly. And that's what we do. Basically, it's a platform to connect the farmer with the retailers, at a bigger scale.
The farmer has to sign up to the app?
Yeah, so the farmer, at the minimum, basically the farmer tells us what their field boundaries are and what kind of animals they have. And then from satellite, for example, we can detect how much dry matter the farmer has produced on farm, and how animals have been grazed, like how much recovery time there was between animal movements, how much time animals spend on a given field, and that gives you a good indication as an example into how well was this farm managed, right? And that we can see from satellite, and then there's additional information that the farmer might give us, like fertilizer that was applied or other things that then kind of complete the picture for the whole farm.
You said when I spoke to you on the phone a few days ago that there were other apps and many of them weren't trustworthy. What makes yours trustworthy?
Yeah, so I think a lot of apps or platforms, they start from the retailer side, right? So it's a tool that the retailers use, and the contracts that these apps have is also with the retailers, and then oftentimes they try to force basically upwards or backwards in the supply chain to use these kind of tools, right? That are not
they twist the data.
I wouldn't go that far, but so they need to, like, if you don't know where your food comes from, then you're going to start with like a national average or industry averages, right? And then you try to kind of refine the data, and then if you want to get a more complete picture, then you have one tool that you're trying to implement through your supply chain, but that tool might not be very useful for farmers, so it becomes like an extractive kind of you're forcing the farmer to give you some data, which doesn't work, right? So and why would the farmer cooperate? It's very kind of what's the word, like where where you have two Yeah, and where you have two opposing parties, right?
Yeah.
And that's not how it should be. You should work together, right? But then the farmer needs to be part of the equation. That's where 70% of or 80% of the emissions come from, and that's where the food is actually produced, right? So that's why, yeah, it needs to be farmer first, in our opinion. That's why we are different.
So farmers use your app because it is valuable to them in finding customers like you. So what made you use this?
So I've looked at just about most of the systems out there and worked with the supermarkets on looking, because they're all looking for sort of one system that works for all, but from the farmer level up. Nothing's perfect because they want so many things within one place. But the thing about Rumi's app that we use and white label it sometimes to go out is how user-friendly it is. But the best thing is that the farmer doesn't have to do anything. All that information data is coming in there and being extrapolated out without the farmer having to do anything. But if the farmer wants to utilize it and wants to actually get some benefit out of it, one, it can hold all their data on, so if they get funding coming back through, then they've got all that information in one place, so they can use it, and they can use it as their mob grazing, and their rotational grazing. They'll know when to move the animals, and of course the carbon erosion levels will be less, but of course it should then, in theory, have a better yield. So it's a tool that is useful to them, and if we get the processors involved, I'm sure you'll come to Phil in a bit, then we can put that cost of that into the processor and out through the meat instead of it coming from the price to the farmer. So it really is just it's an added benefit to a farmer rather than anything else that's on the market.
Okay, let's go to you, Phil. We have two Phils who they seem to think they shared the same surname, or perhaps it was you. That was you. Okay. Phil Hambling is the Director of Agriculture and Sustainable Sourcing. Is that correct, Phil? And as probably you all know here, that they work with roughly 45,000 farmers and supplying roughly 70 retailers and wholesalers and food service companies. And you're part of this, a big part of the chain that we've just heard about. So
token black box, I think.
What are you doing? What?
Token black box, I think was described.
Yeah. So what are you, why is ABP even in the business of sustainability? Why don't you just get it from Brazil? And what are you doing, and how is your supply chain now, and how is it changing?
Well, first things first, we are a privately owned meat processing business. Is reasonably rare in international context. As you say,
because you work in 9 countries, is that right?
Yes, we do. A footprint across Europe. So the group of businesses includes pet food, renewable energy, as well as pharmaceuticals and fresh and frozen meat into. Principally in the UK market, which the ABP UK business does. So we were interested because we're in it for the long haul. We want sustainable supply because we still want to be in business in the future from a really basic level. But more importantly, you can't really be in agri-food nowadays without having a weather eye on exactly how the impacts of the environment, either in mitigating impacts of the future or adapting to environmental impacts and how they can affect your business. If you don't have a weather eye on that, then you're really nowhere in the food business right now. And whether we like it or not, whether we were in the spirit of future sustainability, not as a business, we would definitely have to be aligned to where our customer aspirations are for sustainability as well. And I guess our focus has been dominated by carbon and the sort of burning platform that's prescribed around livestock agriculture. We source from the UK because that's where our business is, but we have ruminant agriculture in the UK because it's a good place to produce it at a really basic level. That's why they're here in the first place. If they weren't, we would have had to have worked a lot harder over the last few millennia to have them here. And so naturally we have a good fit for livestock production because of the environment, the climate, the soils, and everything else that we know in this room. I think for us, we have been pretty frustrated about the the level of national action to understand our carbon numbers. It's fair to say that other countries around the world have been better at it in quantifying what a lot of us would call Scope 3. Ireland in particular has a really strong national programme to understand the carbon performance on farm, a lot of joined up national infrastructure for farmers to be able to supply information, but also really good national inventory as well to help inform policy, to guide farmers in the right direction. In the UK, we've just had a massive hole. The industry just hasn't been organised and joined up enough with government to be able to get there for all sorts of reasons. So a few years ago, we embarked on our PRISM programme. Now, I do have to enunciate that really clearly, which isn't very easy for someone from the northeast. But PRISM, as in the sort of light splitting PRISM, as opposed to some sort of PRISM reform programme from rehabilitating offenders or anything. But we carbon footprinted 350 farmers, about 20% worth of our volume going into our abattoirs. So the farmers to understand their carbon baseline really well. We used Anderson's Consulting to help them put the good information into an AgriCalc model, and so they could track and understand to a higher level of accuracy what their emissions profile was for the farm. And then on the back of that, working really closely with Harper Adams to be able to interpret that report and think about what business improvements there could be. And so our pitch has been, how can we support farmers to understand this stuff better, but more importantly, turn it into something that's actually useful for their business, and maybe take a slightly different look at how the farmer's performing and what opportunities there would be to improve their business resilience and also their carbon performance at the same time. And so that's been our approach from a national point of view. We haven't done it from a branded point of view in the way that perhaps Dominie and Rumney have done, but we've done it to help inform the discussion that's happening in the supply chain about what can we do about emissions, and more importantly, how we can help farmers who are in the driving seat of this. I wouldn't be doing the job that I'm doing very long if I told farmers how to farm. It's more important that they're better informed to understand what opportunities there are for themselves to make their own decisions. And so that's the approach that we've invested in to help drive that national change, and also to think about what opportunities there might be to help encourage and incentivize farmers along the way.
The point that you two were making about other apps and sources of information. Oh, sorry, I got him, and you think I wasn't a broadcaster, sorry. What you two were saying about, that other sources of information can be rather twisted, maybe that's my word, by retailers who want information that would suit, perhaps we're talking about greenwashing. Have you seen that? That there's a pressure to give a sustainability label to what is perhaps not so sustainable?
I think there is a real palpable thirst for information and data. I think the trick that we have to pull is to try and make sure that data delivers insight, but where it matters, which is, for me, is on farm, those people who are in charge of their farming enterprise and how it works best for them. I wouldn't, in my personal experience, I've never once seen a brand or a business make any kind of claim without justification. But what I do see is a massive challenge of trying to bring to life just how bloody complicated this stuff is. And they're rarely very, would there ever be any simple solutions? The complexity of running a farm and understanding how different enterprises work on that farm and how interdependent they are, and is something that only the farmer can properly understand and trade off. It's very difficult to do from further up the supply chain, but there is a palpable thirst to want to have silver bullets, but there are very few of them. And that's not to say that brands and businesses can't do good things, but I do see a lot of pressure to try and move quicker than maybe the practicalities of driving sustainability on farm allow them to do.
Okay,
that
well,
might be a slightly diplomatic way of saying that it's bloody complicated, and people do want to run quicker, but sometimes struggle to get cut through because they're not necessarily deeply wedded enough in supply chains.
Well, I think at the end of each of your presentations, I think there'll be questions from the others on the panel, so perhaps that will illuminate some things. The other Phil Scott, from Lake District Farmers, you're the head of purpose and sustainability, is that right?
Yes.
What does that mean?
Good question. So I think it means a lot of things to different people. When my MD sat down with me maybe 7 years ago and said, look, we need to start looking at our company from a sustainable perspective, which is something we hadn't really discussed before. And we fleshed out a few ideas about what the role would be, what it would entail, and what the title would be. And it was basically one of our customers runs a really big not investment bank. It's an accountancy firm in London, and really everyone knows who it is, but I won't mention names. But basically,
go on.
PwC, and so they basically, because we spoke to them and said, we really want to take it seriously. You guys seem to know what you're doing. What do you think? And they went, well, we have a purpose and sustainability director, and this is basically because everything needs a purpose in order to do something. I think in sustainability, particularly in the farming sector, I don't know how you feel about this, Phil, but a lot of farmers feel like a lot of the weight's on their shoulders, but they don't necessarily understand it. So I totally get where you're coming from, Johannes, with the trying to get farmers to fill in forms and things. I have what I call the carbon footprint first aid kit, which sits in my car, which is generally compromises of biscuits to a bottle of whiskey, depending on the farmer, and we'll sit there and fill in the forms, and then I'll take the whiskey afterwards. We'll do that after, otherwise the information will be skewed. But yeah, it's difficult at the moment. So I think when we started talking about the purpose of why we're doing it, the back of my shirt says, this is why. And that's a big part of our company statement is, we need to understand what the why is. Why are we doing what we're doing in order to get our farmers to get their heads around it and make changes that might be needed. Can't force anybody to do anything, but I think you can have what we call like a soft but certain approach. And I think you might have this, Phil, where you've got your customers, like the big boys, where they'll have a certain agenda of what they want to achieve. The farmer might be removed from that, so we kind of join up the gaps and say, right, look, PwC might say, we need to work on this and this and this, and then we'll give that back to the farmer and say, look, I know you feel this is too much for you to bear, but we do have to take it seriously because this is what our customers are asking for, and we need to provide it for them. And how do we do that?
Having been in this business a long time, I remember the precursor company to Lake District Farmers, which looked very much at the native breeds of the Lake District and how that could be brought to market. And I found it very interesting over these years to see how little the big retailers have shifted in trying to educate consumers. You were saying, you're both talking about how, consumers want this. Well, I'm not sure they do. I think they mostly don't know much about it. But the standards for sheep, for example, and let's look at Herdwick's, they're still the same old stuff, and people have not been educated into understanding what advantages there would be to eating smaller native breeds with more taste. I mean, what is going on there?
Herdwick's a good one because I think there is a genuine understanding of Herdwick. I think they're one of the most recognisable sheep breeds because of the way they look. So I think that's helped us. I think the fact that they come from the Lake District has that Beatrix Potter romantic view of them, which helps. But you're right, because they're smaller animals and because they have a much longer lifespan than a normal lamb. We call them lamb. It's actually hogget that we're selling, really. Yeah. And we will take cull yows or ewes. They're older animals, there's better flavour, and it seems to work for us. We prefer smaller animals. I think our cattle.
But do this Tesco and Sainsbury's, and do they prefer? I mean,
I've no idea because it's not really our bag is wholesale to restaurants and hospitality sectors, so it's a bit different to selling into retail. We're a bit more removed from that. Phil would have a much better understanding of that.
Question for the other film.
Yeah.
So anyway, what would you say that you're learning? I mean, what was it, 7 years ago you said? Okay, what have you learned? What are you learning now?
So I think the main thing is to, you hear this so often, but it is true, surround yourself with good people. And we went about trying to find people that were interested in what we were interested in, to see if there was a knowledge base there that could help us to understand what we're trying to achieve. And that came in the form of Lancaster University. So we're in what's called a knowledge transfer partnership at the moment. It's a 2-year-long project. It's part funded by the government, part funded by us, where we take essentially, she sat there at the back of the room. That's Dr. Laura Giles. So Dr. Laura Giles is the KTP associate. She sits between us and the university. We have a team of academics who specialise in soil science, sustainability, and business models, mostly around environmental accounting. So we've done a huge amount of soil sampling because we thought we needed to find a way to get our first rung on the ladder of sustainability, like a common language that we all understood, particularly the accountants, and that was carbon. So we wanted to understand what the carbon cycle was on the farms, what the carbon stocks were like on the farms, and that's where our initial conversations with Lancaster went, because it was a language that I could speak, the managing director of LDF could speak, the finance director of LDF could speak, and the academics could speak, and the farmers to a certain extent. So that's our kind of first rung on the ladder. Yeah, but I think that having academics looking completely from the outside in has been really beneficial. But then we've got farmers in our network, some of them in this room here, that might have come from a farming background, gone away and done something else, and then come back into it, and they come back in with a different mindset. That gentleman behind me there is, I was told to organise some slides. There's 52 slides there. We won't go through them. but that's Dave Daly. Dave is a bit of a hero of mine. Those are his Belty Galloway there. And Dave is a man after my own heart. I'm not from a farming background. Most of my family are either Foreign Office or the forces. And so's Dave. Dave was on the front line in Northern Ireland in the 1970s as a guardsman. And my dad was over there as well, so we have a common language there. But he's come onto his farm. That man has the most organised barn I've ever seen in my entire life. When someone gets the hammer and puts it on the wall and draws around where the hammer's going to go, only he goes in there and gets the hammer, but yeah, it's still like that. And I thought it was it's kind of my bag, that. But it's people like him that we want to look after.
You said you have a few slides. Do you want more slides? No?
No, it's all right. It was basically just, I was going to go through, through our work with Lancaster and our customers and our farmers, we've created 5 regenerative farming principles that we can share with all our farmers, because we've now actually got some farmers in the network now that actually do arable, because we sell rapeseed oil, and then the rape meal is fed to pigs, which then we buy the pigs, so we're trying to build a bit more circularity into it. Trying to remove soya from the chain is a big thing for us.
You don't want to put those up?
Well, yeah, I can do.
Okay.
Wait.
Sorry.
Yay. Like a goblin on the stage running around. Right. There we go. So those are some of the companies that we work with. We've got Levy there, Baxter Story, Restaurant Associates. So these are like the big catering corporate guys that we work with. Through Levy, we'll do things like the Six Nations, Restaurant Associates, companies like Google, Baxter Story. There's quite a lot of banks that they deal with. And then I've put Michelin there. I didn't want to put any particular restaurant there in case someone knew that a chef and was upset that his name wasn't on the list. But basically, we work with a lot of Michelin star restaurants, and they kind of set the bar for the quality of what we're trying to achieve. And then through all their talk, we came up with this, which is basically our regenerative farming principles. And as you can see, there's 5 of them there. So manage soil sustainably, use fewer inputs, encourage nature on farm, support animal well-being, improve farmers' livelihoods, and they're built that way so they can encompass both arable and livestock production as well.
Okay, thank you very much.
That hand there actually is Tim Winder. He's actually here tomorrow. He's going to be doing a talk outside on biochar.
All right. Okay, before we open this to the floor, which I realized I hadn't asked Nick if we were going to, but I assume we are. Questions to each other?
I don't know.
I suppose it'd be a question to go out and come back. To me, when you say how it's complicated or it's difficult to do, to me it seems quite simple if we take the pain away from the farmer and we ask somebody else to collect it from above. Is that not the best way for when dealing with larger numbers of animals, a way to make sure that we build in robust data solutions that get to retail?
Guys.
I think the principle of taking the pain away from farmers is absolutely one I would subscribe to. I think freeing up the farmer to worry about running the farm business has got to be the right way forward. Now, we wouldn't anticipate doing what we've done with 350 farmers with another 10 or 15,000 because one, it's extremely expensive to do it in a robust way that we have done, and two, it's just a pain. Like, you know, who wants to take another day out of their time to fill in, you know, and cross-check paperwork for fertilizer records and everything else in between? So I think the principle of taking that pain away from farmers is absolutely sound. I think there's a broader point here about how we incentivize at scale to make that not only that insight available to farmers to make it useful in a business way, but how we connect the dots as well beyond the farms that supply us, because there's another perhaps 50 or 60,000 farmers that would produce stock that we wouldn't speak to because they are breeders or they're sort of agents in between and everything else who just aren't connected to the supply chain in the way that perhaps a simplistic view of the supply chain that many people have, that very rarely exists, particularly in livestock. And livestock's not the only fragmented supply chain out there. There are many others as well. But you know, how you get that connectivity through the whole supply chain is a much bigger ask than a lot of people envisage it to be. Because it's not just about the processor and the farmer. There's lots of farmers before the stock even get to the final farmer before slaughter.
Yeah, thanks, Phil. So you said 350 farmers out of 40-something thousand, right? And you said that those supply roughly 20% of your produce. Did I get that right?
So we've got about in the UK, just to be clear, we've got about 12,000 farmers who are direct suppliers, and of that 12,350 are in our PRISM program. Yeah.
Okay, but is it correct that you 350 is like 20% of your?
Correct. Yes, there's a lot of finishes in there.
There would be pretty big operations, then I would think,
yes,
right? So you
correct.
It's a bit of it might not be representative, or it's not going to be representative.
It is. It's
right?
cross section, but it does have some large finishes in there.
Okay. Cool.
But it is representative. Yeah.
Yeah, because it would be difficult to say something about everyone if you just choose the biggest one, right? Then it wouldn't cover all of them.
Yep.
Oh, you don't have. So, into your supply chain, how many small farmers? I mean, do they have access to ABP?
Yes. So even in our what we call our livestock hub, we supply data back to every farmer, whether big, small, or medium, or everything else in between. And we supply performance data based on kill sheets and kill performance, weights, grades, and everything else in between as well. And they have access to exactly the same data that our larger suppliers would do.
And what about, a small farmer using a small abattoir? I mean, how would that fit into the ABP model?
Well, our facilities are what we call primary production, so slaughter as well as butchery and packing into retail distribution. So I guess you wouldn't characterize our abattoirs as being small abattoirs, but we don't contract kill through other businesses, if that's what you mean.
Well, I'm trying to understand the pressure from retailers that seem to be a lot of pressure to have animals killed at very, very big abattoirs, which is part of the reason for the decline of, it seems, small abattoirs and mixed farming.
I think that's just driven by a couple of things. One, economics, consistency to serve, and quality and everything else. So retailers are generally volume businesses, and they need consistency. They're obviously incredibly competitive, so you have to have a very efficient business in order to be able to compete to get that shelf space in the aisle. So I think that's probably, I wouldn't characterize it as a feature of retailers pressurizing away from smaller operators. I think it's just the ability for small operators to be able to deliver at scale at consistent quality and be able to make sure the availability and service level across retail is much more difficult to do.
So what you're talking about is a system that fits in with what Patrick Holden was talking this morning, where you don't have real cost accounting. So you don't take into account the cost of the death of small abattoirs and the knock-on effects. It's terrible to make you speak for the retailers, but I found as a journalist that retailers are not willing to talk about where their animals are killed.
I'm not sure that's true or not. I'm not going to speak for retailers, but what I will say is that the smaller abattoirs have probably suffered in many ways because of additional costs for the hygiene standards and welfare standards that are expected in this country. And to be able to deliver the return on capital is very difficult to do. I don't think there's any kind of Machiavellian agenda against smaller businesses. I just think there are opportunities for small businesses in different markets, but to deliver at scale is obviously capital intensive, and you have to have a lot of volume, and you have to deliver quality and consistency in a way that's difficult for micro businesses to do.
Okay. You want to say something else?
Yeah, I just wanted to ask. So here we talked a lot about that local abattoirs are going out of business, and it's very difficult for local supermarkets to then also source locally, right? Would it be somehow possible to basically have a local farmer having their animals slaughtered with ABP, and then they go back into the local supermarket? And what would be required to make that happen?
Some sites do that. I think the challenge is always about cost. This isn't just a feature of red meat. Modern food supply chains rely on scale, and they rely on modern facilities, well invested, to be extremely efficient per unit cost. And what you're talking about is finding a way to still deliver for the market, but with higher embedded costs. That's what you're asking. The practicalities are very simple. It's where you get the value from in order to do that.
So it's just a cost question. So people would have to be willing to pay more. But it seems like from the ones who are doing direct sales here, actually, that the consumers are willing to do that.
Oh yeah, sure.
So I wonder,
for sure, the market, the mainstream consumer, about 60-70% of customers that we would serve are massively concerned about cost of living. We've still got a huge amount of inflation coming down the track for the cost of food this year, and probably more to come in future. But there is a segmented market. There are those who, there is a market for those who will pay more for that provenance and for the perception of additional quality. There's no doubt about that. And that's where I think a lot of more micro businesses have been very successful, because they've been able to cater for that market very well. But it is a different market from generally you're feeding sort of 60-70 million people on these shores.
But as I said, it does go back to the lack of real cost accounting, because if you don't count the cost to us all of doing things with that efficient, financially efficient system, then you will always be pursuing the lowest, you'll always be going for the bottom line.
I'm not sure that's wholly true, because I think that when you think about environmental outcomes that a lot of larger businesses are trying to deliver against, they are investing significantly. And I think there's a growing recognition that it does take investment to do. But I think what's missing, and I expect we'll have quite a productive conversation with Patrick after this session, is the lack of join-up and vision when it comes to wedding that with policy. The public goods that are delivered by farming can only partly be delivered by the food system. I think there are wider public goods that it's very difficult for the food system to pull all the way through and realise that value for. And so I think there does need to be better join up of policy for the goods that farmers do, when they're also producing food. They're producing a range of foods generally, and pulling that through individual supply chains is extraordinarily difficult to do, and we need to think about how we join up that public and private investment to capture those externalities.
But sometimes I feel that some of the work that's been done is just completely ignored because it doesn't actually fit in with the model. I mean, I don't know, probably lots of people here do know about a study that a woman called Caroline Cranbrook did in part of Suffolk when, I think it was a Tesco that was going to come in to the area, first big out-of-town supermarket. And they were making, as usual, big claims for employment, you know, fantastic change to the economy. So she went round with a notebook and she did this study, which was looking at all the independent retailers, all the independent producers, and she looked at who they used, you know, if you were having your shop painted or you were having air conditioning. And of course, the net economy, the net effect on the economy, should that out-of-town supermarket have come in, was a disaster. You know, it would have led to all kinds of damage. I mean, the damage, most of it has happened anyway. But we pretend that those things, you know, the kind of economic efficiency you're talking about is the only thing. Instead, you know, it has wider waves of employment and other contributors to the economy in that we sacrifice in pursuit of this economic efficiency.
Well, I think that's speaking to the point that I was trying to make, which was that by trying to deliver all those things through one channel is extraordinarily difficult to do, and there needs to be a wider knitting of public goods with food production in the round, rather than it being through one commodity. I think it's very difficult to do through just the lens of beef or just through the lens of lamb or whatever. There needs to be a connectivity of all this stuff together. But I would say that there's a palpable interest and willingness to invest in the supply chain to help.
We've just gone on too long now. We need a couple of questions from the audience. There is, yes. Sorry. Nice, maybe take a look.
Don't mind.
Yeah. No, you might have this question. Yeah. He's not going to say that.
Thank you. Really, really interesting discussion. Just sort of pull it back to that title on scale sticks out for me. I think we've heard some really good examples across different organisations, businesses, but in terms of the, you know, national scale, how do we scale this up? So whichever farmer I speak to when I go out in Northumberland, regardless of whether they're in an existing relationship with the supply chain and the support associated with it, that they understand the regenerative system and can participate in that and the support to do so. Because I think we in Northumberland, we've got Simpson's Malt doing their own sort of supply chain investment, and it's great if you're in that supply chain, but if you're not, what's there? So I think just scale, and then I guess pace as well. This transition seems to be being led by the market because national government aren't doing it, which is great. But how do we kind of speed this up because it's needed as soon as possible?
Who'd like to answer that?
Well, I'd say we're trying to provide a solution because we're trying to do it at scale, so not have regional, local, not invested in that, it's a good thing, but if we're going to create a route to market into larger retail, then the farmers need a route to market. So for us at the Wild Hare, we just want to get to all farmers as we can and say, if you want to be part of something and standard is important, we will create those standards, work with Patrick on what those numbers need to be that proves what you are in a regenerative scale, whatever scale it might be called, and make sure that, you know, we get people like ABP, Phil's had a bit of a hammering, but we get them on board that says, you know, actually us farmers want it and we're open to this kind of measurement if we have this route to market. So I think the pace has been done. Tesco's taken us on because of the regenerative, what we can do in the supply chain. We've got Waitrose, we've got Ocado. We're not going to stop in ready meals. We're going to continue into what products we need to do. We massively, massively know that the cow isn't the issue, it's the system. So if people want to be more than just on sort of selling in their own local boxes and whatever, then we are a national product working at pace.
I think also there's a question around seasonality as well, because our chefs particularly, they'll just want a great product that doesn't matter what time of year they want it. And there was a chef, he's in charge, well, was in charge of a restaurant Gordon Ramsay, and we had to say to him, it's a 3 Michelin star restaurant, it's about as best as it's going to get. And we had to explain to this chef that maybe buying spring lamb was the reason why we were having problems with his lamb. And he said, well, what's your options then? What do you think I should do? Buy it in October. And he was like, are you out of your tree? That isn't what he said. He said something else, but I can't say it here. But it's trying to educate them to say, look, I think the way that the system's been in the past, which is basically have it whenever you want, might need to necessarily change, where people say, we'll eat it then and eat it then. I think on the continent, they have a bit more of that. Like in the village where my in-laws live out in Burgundy, they have various sort of festivals throughout the year for different fruits and berries and bits like that. And it's amazing. And they champion that moment. They look forward to having the chestnuts at that particular time of the year, because that's when they're at their very best. And they gorge on them, enjoy them, and then that's it for another year. And I think that's quite an interesting concept. It does seem to be coming through with the chefs.
Well, that's a plus. Patrick, you wanted to ask a question?
We've run out of time.
No, you've got okay.
One more question. Probably.
One more question. You can have
Anybody else? We'll go that one. Just keep.
What?
Is there a good way to start?
Oh, say that again. No, say something.
Yeah, just I was going to answer that point about scale and pace. So the reason why we've chosen to look at a model which allows farmers to think about how they make changes to their farm for their own benefit is because most of the changes actually deliver environmental benefits at the same time. So we're talking about how they improve pasture, how they improve soil carbon, how they reduce their carbon intervals, how they reduce fuel use and tillage and that sort of thing. So all of the things that we're trying to draw light on for farmers to think about making changes also deliver environmental benefits. So whether they believe in carbon or not, there are just good reasons to think about changes and tweaks to the system to rely less on inputs, use the strengths of the farm to optimize productivity, but without relying on more expensive inputs at the same time. So it's all kind of regen principles without calling it regen, because let's face it, regen also splits an agricultural audience, just as it does many others. But many of the principles are just right to do from a business point of view, and providing those breadcrumbs for farmers to think about when managing their businesses is the approach that we've taken. So we're not preaching about carbon. What we're trying to do is give them insight to think about improving their business.
I just would like to make a point about small abattoirs. There's 49 left, and I think it's so serious a loss that we won't even have a proper agricultural transition without small abattoirs, because you can't have local meat without local abattoirs. And I think, Phil, you've given some very, strong answers, and we had a brilliant conversation over lunch. But it seems to me that the only thing that's going to change the demise of small abattoirs is a public awareness of the plight of animals travelling often hundreds of miles to slaughter, and also the fact that with centralisation of abattoirs, you can't have local meat systems. And it seems to me, and this, I'm not saying we should do this, but maybe we should publish a report called Animal Miles to Slaughter, just highlighting the miles that animals travel to slaughter, because the public don't know that. And I think that that's the only way we're going to wake people up. And I think ABP, you're just following the trends, aren't you? I mean, you're following the economics, etc., as you said very clearly. But it seems to me we need to change in this because we're going in the wrong direction.
Yeah. Well, sorry, do you want to answer that, or you?
I mean, we can probably pick it up in the next session as well. But I think, for us, we have an abattoir in each of the regions in which the stock are in the UK. But what I would say is that the science and the veterinary advice is very strongly focused on the quality of the journey, the loading and unloading, and the quality of the stockmanship at both ends. And I think, you know, it's a very emotive area, and I understand it very, very well. For us, we have abattoirs in the regions where they're livestock for that very reason, to reduce potential risk. But I think it's much more nuanced than that, and I think there is opportunity still to deliver local food through regional networks. It may not be within 5 or 10 miles at the Idyll that many people would want, but we have modern manufacturing facilities that deliver high standards of welfare, high standard of hygiene, and I think that's something that the country actually should be proud of. But I do recognise the challenge to a lot of small micro businesses. But the reality is that the food system relies to deliver at scale for people of this country in an efficient way, and delivering affordable food relies on a professional network of abattoirs, whether it be big or small. And we are in a position where livestock numbers are demising, and those economics are going to be tougher and tougher.
Yeah, I mean, our world is a lot smaller than Phil's. So we have a very small abattoir that we work with. It's about 15 minutes away from us. It's the last of, I believe, 2 abattoirs in Cumbria that will do private kill. And they're both side by side in the south of the county. So if you've got to get cattle from the north of the county, you're talking 3 hours. It's a long drive. And then 3 hours back. But I can't really answer because I don't work in the same realm as Phil. But what I do know is that if we lost our abattoir tomorrow, if we had to go to a big abattoir and put our animals through there, they would say, yeah, that's fine, no problem, you'll get back the weight. Which basically means you're not going to get back the animals that you put through the system. So when you saw a picture of Dave before, his whole story, the whole reason why we're selling that animal is lost. Because you'll be asking these, I don't know, it might be different at ABP, but if you look at the other big boys like Dunbeer and you turn around to them and say, oh, sorry, mate, could you stop the slaughter line and do 20 cows for me? Is that all right? They just won't do it.
Well, there's always so much more complexity and questions than there are answers. But I think all 4 of our speakers added illumination to building regenerative systems at scale, and what are we learning? A lot more to learn, I'd say. Anyway, thank you all very much.
Okay, so this is our final session. I've told Patrick to be nice to Phil.
Always nice, Patrick.
But yeah, and this, I guess, with Carbon Calling, we are, one of the T-shirts we wear is, what is it, Liz? Awkward, brave, and kind. A lot on the awkward. But I think this is some of the conversations we've got to have are a little bit twitchy-bummy. And so we enjoy this awkwardness, and so Patrick, please be kind, but ask difficult questions. Over to you. You've got an hour.
Okay, thank you very much. I've been the therapy's starting to work, me being a little bit less awkward, although perhaps it didn't show my last question to Phil, but I didn't mean it at your expense, Phil. So this session is called How Do We Go Forth? So it is a positive session. But if there are a few, bits that we have to acknowledge in the transition to go forward, then maybe we should embrace those as well. So what I thought I'd do is ask each of you to say what you're doing and to make a comment about how we might go forth, and then open it up between us and then to everyone. So how's that? So shall we start with you, Nicola? Would you like to you'll tell a better story about you than I will, so you tell the story and then you comment on how you think we could go forward. But I think you should include an acknowledgement of what's difficult, because I think we need to embrace that as well. Thank you.
Yeah, absolutely. Obviously, from running the session this morning, you probably know what I'm up to. But yeah, very much working across with different businesses, looking at this kind of whole holistic picture of the system from all different areas. Because what I see as one of the challenges is that there's a kind of simultaneous across-sector collaboration needs to happen for a lot of projects. And I feel like one of the opportunities I've seen of some very interesting work that has happened in different parts of the country and abroad has been looking at doing these simultaneous projects around a pilot, because I think there's a lot of complexity to all the different issues we need to address and align to make something happen. But around a pilot, there's actually a tangible, physical thing that people can see and understand, and you can actually teach quite a lot through something actually happening in a live project. So I feel like that's potentially a really great opportunity. And the other element is that there is this wider element of we know why things need to change, and certainly from the project that I talked to earlier, the strategy review, is the what seems very clear, but the interpretation of how we do that in place and how we do that in a unique local context is one of the challenges, and we'll only figure that out by iteration, by trying things, by failing, learning, and sharing that knowledge widely so that other people can learn from that and build on it. And I think that might be how we might be able to do things in place.
And what makes you most hopeful?
The amazing people that I talked to, the people in this room, the energy from all the conversations as I was walking around. I was gutted because I didn't get to sit on any of the tables or enjoy any of the conversations. But, you know, almost there's a quote, and I can't remember where it came from, but it's like, we are the ones we've been searching for. Sometimes we can look to other things, or other institutions, or other people, and actually, I'm a great believer in the amazingness of getting a load of people around a table and going, should we just give something a crack? Should we try? Like, should we have a go? Like, who knows this person, or who knows somebody in this, or who knows somebody in that? And you'll be amazed the network of people and relationships that already exist. It's just, what's the thing that can activate that potential in a community and in a place? I think that gives me optimism, because I do get to talk to people about that quite a lot, so I get to engage in that.
Well, I must say, I get the impression being here that there's an incredible degree of agreement between us, and the power of that working together, it feels really huge potential. So, Bobby, you're a chef. Tell us your story and how do you feel about the future?
Okay, so Jenna, my wife, and I moved to our family farm in Cumbria, South Lakes, during COVID, and my dad wanted some help running the place, so we lived with him for about 6 months before we kicked him out, and took over, and COVID was a pretty strange time. We needed to bring some money in pretty quick, and we're both chefs, so we opened the house for B&B, and we did breakfast and dinner, with the idea of serving food from the farm, and it was mainly romantic getaways, and we've been doing that for 5 years, but slowly over those 5 years we just keep taking on more and more and more and more. So we took on a small livery yard that we had there, and we took over the sheep farm. We've got some beef cows, and we've kind of been learning the hard way how to farm, which has been way more complicated and difficult than I had first thought. Luckily, we've had the expertise of John and Maria, who are our favourite neighbours, who've guided us through. So,
why do you think you've been so successful?
I think what we offer is what I think people like what we offer.
Which is?
Which is rustic food in sort of a hyper local sense, i.e. we pride ourselves on being able to walk into the garden, pick the food and cook it, and I think people love that and they come back for more.
Where did you train?
I trained at Ballymaloe in Ireland with Darina Allen, who is, I'm sure you know very well, and yeah, she taught me a lot about that, and is a force, to say the least.
So do you feel optimistic?
Not generally, no. But the way we want to farm there is a hill farm. It's been hammered by sheep for centuries, and I really want to try and invigorate the wildlife there, and do a kind of our version of nature-friendly farming. So hopefully, fingers crossed, the government DEFRA will flick the green button and we'll be able to apply into a higher tier scheme, which will be really helpful. And then we're going to team up with John and Maria and have one herd which will travel across both farms, which is going to be really exciting. So that will mean we'll have bigger, longer rest periods, and hopefully do all the good stuff that is possible with regen and mob grazing.
Brilliant. Well, maybe by the end of this session you'll feel even more optimistic.
I hope so.
Hopefully. So, Tim, you are a brewer. Tell us your story.
Hello everyone, my name's Tim Bloomer. I am co-founder and technically now sustainability director at Fell Brewery. Who am I and why did I end up here? So I'm from Cumbria, I'm from Grange over Sands, and I pretty much have, spent the vast majority of my life there. I tried having a proper job briefly after university. It took about 4 hours to realise I'd made a dreadful mistake. This was 2010, post-global financial crisis, and I was 22, 23 years old, and brimming full of the optimism and arrogance that comes from being well-spoken, white and male. It's brilliant. And so no, my business partner and I, who was my best friend at the time, and fantastically still is my best friend, we'd been in America, we had seen this amazing thing called the craft beer movement, and we were like, this is perfect, we're going to do that back home, and within a year we'll be multimillionaires, and everyone will hail us as the saviours of capitalism, the poster people of millennial entrepreneurship. And it took a bit long. It took about 60 days to realise that we were catastrophically wrong about that. But then what's really great is that we were so beautifully and consistently driven by the fear of failure that ever since we have been way too embarrassed to turn around to mum and dad and say, you were right, we've made a terrible mistake. Anyway, that cuts a long story short. My business now is, we are a brewery, we are still at our original site, but we also have a group of bars and a pub, 4 bars and a country pub. So there's about 50 of us all together, and as a consequence, about a year ago, I sort of realised that I had no idea what I was doing in terms of managing that many people. Neither my business partner or I had any kind of formal training with respect to any of that. So we appointed a managing director who does know what they're doing, and that is the best decision I've ever made, I'm pretty sure. So now I focus on Fell's sustainability work, I thought I had the perfect life, but then something terrible happened. Our local MP, Tim Fearn, called me and said, Tim, I need you to be the Westmoreland and Furness councillor for Grange and Cartmel. And I'd been saying no to him for 10 years, and I had just run out of excuses. So, infuriatingly, I'm also now a unitary authority councillor at Westmoreland and Furness. And so, to go back to the original title of the talk, how do we go forth? I think I have a couple of kind of brief things to say. So it strikes me that there's an awful lot that's analogous between regenerative agriculture and craft brewing, but we're about 10, 15 years ahead of you guys. So with that kind of hat on, I say, how do you go forth? You go forth firmly in the knowledge that it will be extraordinarily difficult, incredibly frustrating, but all the more rewarding for it. And I really do mean that. And with my other hat on, the Tim Bloomer in local government, my advice is very simple, is do not wait for either national or local government to save you. They will not. They have way bigger challenges of their own to get to grips with first.
Can I ask you a question also, Bobby, which I think is relevant to this discussion, and a social capital? How many people did you say you've employed, and what is your sourcing helping the local or the regional economy as well?
Our sourcing? What do you mean by that, just precisely?
You're making beer.
So how many people do we employ? Split across full-time and part-time roles, we employ about 50 people. 2 of our bars are in Greater Manchester, and then the other 3 are here in Cumbria. The vast majority of those people are, well, what we might call quote-unquote young, i.e. under the age of 40, something like that. More than you might think are in, not just pulling pints, so to speak. Being a brewer is a very technical role, and then there is, of course, extensive management and that kind of thing. In terms of social capital, what do we bring?
Well, you're employing people. That's
We
social
employ
capital.
people, and we try desperately hard to look after them as best as we can. That is incredibly difficult nowadays, and being made harder and harder all the time. But, what I would say to that is that, as a business that is ultimately selling to its local community and is fully intent critically on being around for the long term, we know that reputations will precede us. If we do not look after our people well, that will spread, and so therefore we ultimately have no choice other than to look after them well, although obviously we do it because it's the right thing to do.
What about your raw materials that you buy in?
This is really, really interesting. Been speaking to lots of people about this today. They already mentioned today, actually, we buy all our grain from Simpson's Malt out of the northeast. Although actually the maltings that malts most of our malt is based in East Anglia, and the truth of the matter is that I have no idea which farms those grains were grown on. I tried 3-4 years ago to figure out a way to get the grain from up the road into my mash tun, and sort of going back to the earlier session in terms of the dangers of ending up in a situation where you will not be able to have a local meat industry. Well, the beer industry is already in a situation where it's basically impossible without extraordinary kind of innovation to get truly local beer. Our hops are mostly grown in America. I will actually kind of go out on a limb to say that I think that is a much more nuanced argument when it comes to that, and I'll argue robustly in favour of it. There is a fantastic hop farm in the UK that we buy more and more of our hops from, and then the rest. Continental is now a bit of a disaster because of scorching hot summers. There's been terrible crops for years, a little bit from NZ and a little bit from Australia.
That is such an interesting insight, isn't it, that with brewing, the globalization has made local sourcing and processing more difficult. So, Bobby, what about you in terms of employment and sourcing? Which I call it's generating social capital. I know more than social capital, but it's...
So we employ 2 people. So we're a very small team, and there's obviously myself and Jana that work in the kitchen. We found that it gets very difficult to. We find it's actually easier to stay small and not employ anyone. So then actually employ people and grow.
But do you think you're reinforcing a sense of, regional and local identity amongst the people who come to you and eat with you?
I don't know. I mean, I don't think it's as complicated as that. I think the people that come want to eat good food and have a lovely time. I think maybe half of them actually care about the food that we serve them, which is quite nice. It's probably better than none.
Well, that's positive.
Yeah. Yeah, and I think could you include increasing like biodiversity as social capital
or natural capital?
Natural capital, yeah. So focusing on that for sure. Yeah.
Thank you. Work in progress then.
Yep.
Phil, we've heard a bit about what you're doing already, so maybe we can go straight to the chase. And I think it would be good, because we've had a conversation over lunch, but also a little exchange in the last session, if you imagine that the external circumstances changed in such a way that ABP could adapt and, change your business in as much as it needed to be changed to accommodate the transition that I think might be of public benefit. Could you imagine that happening in a sort of going forth way?
That's a very, very big question. I guess I'd just ask you to sort of specify, what the precise changes you've got in mind, because it's quite a complicated network of stuff, isn't it?
I'll spell it out. Supposing your customers, the big retailers and the other buyers, started to say to you, we really do want to be able to have a lower number of miles to slaughter, and a welfare story which we can tell our customers, not just about the facilities when they get to the abattoir, but actually the slaughter journey, and the provenance would be improved, including where you haven't got an abattoir, that you would build networks of relationships with the abattoirs that do private kill, because I don't think you do private kill, do you?
No.
So,
well, we do in some sites, but it's not all sites.
So, okay, well, that's one of the questions then. Could you imagine including a private kill and developing your infrastructure to accommodate growing public interest and expectations from the story behind the meat that they eat?
I think, can we deliver provenance at scale? I think the short answer is that most things are possible. I think generally what is the biggest challenge is the embedded cost that you kind of re-engineer back into the system to be able to do that at scale. I think I wouldn't necessarily agree with the prescription that the distance to slaughter is the major welfare factor to consider. I think that would be a point that I would contest. But what I would say, taking the hypothetical, is that we are, of course, a market-orientated business to deliver at scale in the way that we do, and delivering for customers is what we do. That's why we're successful. If there's a seismic shift in what customers want, then we'll always bend over backwards to try and to meet the customer demand. But I would just take a moment just to reflect on the level of investment that is required for modern meat processing facilities. Our flagship plant in Ellesmere generates its own energy from tallow harvested from the livestock. We have energy recovery systems, heat pumps, all sorts of highly sophisticated invested equipment, and employing across a group of 35,000 people, which takes a huge amount of skill and labour to be able to furnish a professional meat processing business. So the infrastructure, the capital investment, and level of management required to run a modern meat processing business is such that it's only going to go one way. It's going to become more costly because of having to improve those systems over time, become much more energy efficient. Our targets for net zero to drive a further 42% worth of carbon out of our systems in the next 3 or 4 years. These are all areas that we're hugely fixated and invested on to help make us fit for the future. And the pressures that we receive, we feel that we're running as fast as we can to stand still. And so to run against that tidal wave of cost and investment and be able to keep pace with modern global supply chains is a tall ask, and so to push against that requires a lot of investment.
Can I just ask a sub-question about emissions? Because you mentioned Scope 3 emissions. I don't know if everybody understands Scope 3 emissions. If you're a business, there's the emissions that you cause as the business, and then there's the emissions in your supply chain, which are known as Scope 3 emissions. And if you're running your business, that means on the farms. And it's always struck me as ridiculous that the cow has been demonised as a Scope 3 emission problem. When managed correctly, she's actually part of the solution, because properly managed farms practicing regenerative grazing are actually carbon negative, I would say. The data's still out there. So it just seems to me that, you know, whether it's Origin Green in Ireland or all the things that are going on, this idea that you're trying to, you know, cope with the debt of the cow, when in fact the cow's part of the solution, seems a bit ridiculous. So what do you say about that?
I think this is a long list of things that we actually agree on. I think that there's huge misunderstanding, I think, of the carbon cycle in well-managed farming systems, and that's I didn't quite get onto it in the session beforehand. But one of the things that's revealed through our PRISM program is that the burden to show and demonstrate that part of that side of the carbon cycle is much higher than the emissions reporting burden, and that is hugely frustrating for farmers in the group. They would love to see that better articulated and modelled. It's one of the reasons why we're working with HDB in the baselining work. Forgive me, Patrick, I'm not sure how many people are aware of the work that's been done by HDB, investing in deep soil carbon analysis, understanding the carbon stocks much better, and the carbon removals above and below ground on farms across GB. And we're very pleased to be part of that project, to be able to show that full cycle. And we do intuitively think that the cow is very badly demonized in well-run systems, and I think there's a job of work for us to do. And I think in terms of moving forward, I think what we'd all violently agree in this room on is that we are a good place to produce these products, and we should be supporting each other to show the credentials of what we're doing. And whilst there's maybe difference of opinion about the way in which regen, perhaps as a label or a style or a standard, might be applied, actually most of the principles are pretty common across all of farming, actually, and there's a lot more for us to back the benefits of what I've loosely described regen style approaches for everybody, and worry less about the badge and more about the principles about how driving sustainability in agriculture, the role particularly of ruminants in that cycle of carbon, and resilience in UK systems.
Okay. Just one question arising from the last session, or I think I touched on it, maybe I missed your answer. Private kill, and if you had a big demand, not just for private kill, meaning a farm like mine wanting to take an animal back, but a larger scale of demand, would you be able to accommodate that in your imagination as we go forth?
I think it is possible. I do think it is costly for abattoirs to do a scale because of the batching and separation and everything else. It makes it much more labour intensive to do, but it's not impossible.
Because it seems to me that the point about this business, that we've got to the end of systems which work in a sort of local way, like with brewing, but also my brother runs an operation called Skye Weavers on the Isle of Skye, and in order to get the wool he's buying the wool from the flocks on Skye for the first time for decades, if ever, and turning them into clothes, but he has to go all over the country to get it all processed. And that's a common story with us all, isn't it? We can't do locally what we need to do locally because it's got so big. Do you think that's something we can move towards? Because it's with butchery skills. I mean, they've gone, haven't they?
It's a huge challenge for us to get the right skills in the business, and you can imagine our frustration when butchery and meat line operatives aren't considered skilled by the Home Office. Well, I defy anyone who's never picked up a knife to do any butchery to have a go and then come away thinking it's not a skilled operation. Thank you very much. You can do it, but you'll do it very badly.
It's an incredible skill. I mean, it's
incredible skill.
We should have that back in the community, surely, and honour it, give it a high social status.
Yeah, I definitely think it deserves a lot more recognition. It definitely deserves a lot more recognition when it comes to the vocational skills. I think from school, I think that's definitely true. And these are jobs that are well paid, and we invest a lot in our people to retain them, because they're a hugely important part of our harvesting operation, and we'd lose a lot of value with very bad butchers very quickly, and we have to invest in them.
Hello, please, yeah.
So just to sort of pick up on this this idea of the barriers, these huge. So, and again, I'm just going to use the analogy again of brewing. In the 1970s, the idea that you could have locally produced beer available everywhere in the UK was ridiculous. There were 5 breweries. There was Whitbread. It had been commoditized to such an extent that the notion that you would be able to get away from that seemed impossible. And it's even more so true in the USA, of course, and again, which I'm going to take it back there because I think it's actually an even more interesting analogy. It's like 2 brewing companies, really, of any meaningful note in the USA in the 1970s. And again, and all that you were told were about these huge, cataclysmically high barriers to entry. The US craft brewing sector now is one of the most amazingly diverse industries in America, and of course they've also moved beyond in terms of altering their supply chains. This idea that and obviously I don't know what I'm talking about here, but meat packing facilities and all this kind of stuff, the market won't make ones for micro scale. Yeah, they will. Yeah, they will. They just need to be shown there's demand. That's it.
Exactly. Yeah.
Yeah, I was just going to speak on that point. Absolutely, I totally agree. And I think we have had this systemic scaling and globalization of everything, absolutely. And part of that reintroducing back into stimulating our rural economy, creating opportunities for livelihoods for our young people, because we're getting a bit of a brain drain. People are leaving because there aren't interesting opportunities, but we've got some really incredible, smart, interesting people who want to start things. But if you put them in an environment where it's completely hostile to doing that, and there isn't that supply chain or that infrastructure on a smaller scale, then it's somebody would look like they were insane wanting to try and do it, because there isn't those things in place. So part of some of the conversations I'm having in projects that I'm talking to people about is there's the outcome that we want to see, but what's the enabling actions and activities we can create to create a really fertile ground for all of these projects, which are lying latent. I know this because I talked to lots of interesting people doing lots of amazing things or have amazing, incredible ideas like all of you had earlier in the sessions. But are those ideas landing in a fertile environment? And that's very context specific, it's very local, it's hyper-local. And I think looking at some of the opportunities for sort of micro infrastructure and this smaller modular infrastructure that can be brought into places to let people try something out without a large capital upfront cost is a really interesting piece, because that might just be the tipping point that then the consumers can get access to that local product. And young people who have ideas can see that there's an opportunity, and there's an opportunity to create another couple of livelihoods for local people. And then things start to stack up on that, and slowly but surely this environment changes to become a lot more fertile to change. And that I think is a really interesting approach that we're seeing some of the projects that have worked well in place. That's the approach that they've taken, and it's been super interesting to see.
Well, let's open it up and kind of use what you've just said and all the positive things that were discussed during the World Cafe session to stimulate points that you want to make. I mean, just to say, I think that for the session I was in this morning, I felt that the idea that we could somehow finance more educational initiatives, particularly with schools, through some of the companies that are successful, which would be in their interest to sponsor that would be a fantastic thing where we could work together. And then the other thing I think that came up in our sessions was finding a way to get a more accessible story onto food that people purchase, whether it's in a shop or wherever, about its sustainability through measurement, that would be another good thing, because then that would reinforce the positive stories. So there's somebody over there. If you'd like to make your point, and then hopefully we can have an exchange with us all.
Just thinking about education and putting it into skills, if some of the companies processing the meat and stuff educated some of the younger generations now, do you think it would have a knock-on effect as to the sustainability of it going forward, because you're educating them now and they're more likely to go for a better product in the future rather than going down the line of processed food and taking it away to the so the processors can't make as much money as the small people can?
Who wants to have a go at that?
I can jump in. Yeah, absolutely. The education piece and the consumer awareness piece is key. There's been some really great initiatives happening in the UK, which again I think is part of the storytelling piece of we can feel very apathetic and like that things aren't happening, but actually there's loads of great projects happening. But are those stories getting told? We're hearing a lot of maybe the negatives, but like to counter that, can we hear of some of the great projects that there are? There's been some great projects where they've put like veg gardens into schools and they've taught kids about science and maths and taught English even through going and looking at how vegetables are grown and how they grow and connecting that with farmers in the local area who are producing the food that's then coming into the school, and then they're learning how to cook that food and they're learning about seasonality. And it's very much more by osmosis than kind of a forced process, but that's obviously affecting the future diets and the future choices of the adults of tomorrow. Yeah. And that really is a really interesting take, and you've done some great work with food education and food into schools and connecting the dots there for young people.
Yeah, because I think no big companies, even if they're not doing the perfect thing at the moment, want to become Kodak. And I think a lot of companies, even huge global food companies, are aware that their own markets are changing. And so that if they invest in areas where they're not necessarily dominant in the marketplace at the moment, but they're priming educational initiatives or other things, I think they can then feel that they're part of the solution. So I think we shouldn't demonize large companies that are maybe not doing the perfect thing at the moment just because they're large. It would be much better to say, look, if you support and invest in emergent, what are those things called? Challenging, forgot what they're called now. The things where you challenge an orthodoxy and you're small. If you invest in those things, I mean, classically big companies buy up these upstart new initiatives, but they could just invest in them and then feel they've got a stake in them. So I think there's that as well, and that could certainly happen in education. Who else wants to come in, please? Disruptor, that's what I was trying to say.
One of the most interesting things in the first session this morning was actually Maria saying that rather than scaling, why don't we just repeat? So she had this wonderful thing which she had done, that helps everybody, because by the time you've educated somebody to do the same thing that you're doing and passed it around, it's that whole regenerative idea of creating community and sharing.
Thank you. Yes. Well, there we are.
Thanks. I'm just interested to know, everybody in this room is sort of sold on the idea of regenerative agriculture and the path that we're on. Is the same true of consumers and your average man or woman on the street? And how do we as a movement propose to get that message to permeate down? Because the very first thing that will happen when the multiples get wind of the fact that this is a movement with some impetus, they will start jumping on the messaging when it won't strictly be true. That you already see it, companies from McDonald's through to Kellogg's are making fairly outlandish claims about their products and how they're produced. It's already out there. So is there a plan to label what you're trying to do, to create a badge or some sort of certification process?
Well, I think surely if there was a certification process based on measuring accurately in a way that people could trust, then the point you're making about the risk of greenwash might be diminished or even disappear. I suppose that's the point I was making, that we all want to demonise big companies, but if they genuinely change, what's wrong with that?
No, absolutely. I'm just saying that that is not happening yet. And at the moment, I don't feel that regenerative agriculture necessarily has resonated with the consumer in a way that people in this room, it has with everybody in this room.
Do you mean that people don't trust it, or they're just not aware of it?
They're probably just not aware of it, and because of the greenwashing that has gone on, they probably don't trust what they do see. They say, oh, well, just another company claiming to be doing the right thing.
Anybody want to comment on that?
Just to make a comment, I think from consumer research, really, in our experience, generally consumers don't really know what regen is. And I struggle, I'm a bit torn with this. I'm really quite conflicted from a personal point of view, because I was saying earlier on that frequently get on trains and planes and that sort of thing, and I kind of trust that they're safe and doing the right thing when they're built, but I don't really know how they're built. And does that matter? But at the same time, I also understand that harnessing the power of the market and consumers to drive change is a very powerful thing. But I think most consumers, we can't expect them to understand the complexities of sustainability in agriculture. So we can't really expect them to make difficult choices at the fixture when they just want to buy some lamb chops for their tea. And so making sustainability trade-offs is at the fixture, I think, is a bit of a no-no. We need to make it easy for consumers to make the right choice. Most consumers think the UK flag is a pretty good proxy for the job being done right, whether that be from an environmental, ethical, social point of view generally. And there's a school of thought, I think, about how the industry gets its act together a bit better to provide that continuous improvement for what we think Regen's trying to deliver in terms of sustainability, but without putting the burden onto consumers too much. I think there's two schools of thought there. I think they can be driven by brands and through certification, which will lend to disagreements about what should be on the certification clipboard, if you like.
What do you think about a sustainability score? Wouldn't that reconcile that?
Potentially, I think it does open up a broader discussion about what sustainability is and what are the key priorities for a particular product, because water is going to be a bigger issue for, I don't know, almonds, for example, versus carbon, perhaps from a ruminant point of view. Taking the point about the demonization of cows that you made earlier on, Patrick, but I think there's it becomes a very complicated thing to articulate to consumers who are very busy living their lives, doing their own things, thank you very much, and don't really want to be lectured about it. So how do we make it more simple so that helps bring the industry forward? And I think that's probably a more powerful thing to do at scale, rather than maybe arguing about what it is and what it isn't.
Well, that's a good challenge. Nick?
Phil, I told Patrick to be nice to you, but I think I'm just about to be horrible to you. Hold tight.
Thanks for the warning.
So potentially, if in the world of big ag, if we carry on this path, and you'll go to lots of conferences and lots of them won't be like this, and we're probably a little bit of a thorn in the side that you're hoping might possibly, not talking you, I'm talking about big ag, might eventually fall off and you can carry on. So future, there's no small abattoirs. That's highly likely to happen, the way things are going at the minute. But then everything will be slaughtered in centralised abattoirs, and then you'll have to somehow tell the story to the consumer that these animals have a great time, and then livestock agriculture will be massive farms, like the farms in America, where you're going to, I think where you're heading, possibly, I'm not sure that there's a great future in the way centralised agriculture is heading. And you talk about the consumer, but we don't tell the consumer the truth. So consumers don't really know that most most beef animals, not most, but a large majority, are finished in feedlots. So they have a great life, and then they're put in a feedlot, and they're fed. So the consumer doesn't know, because the consumer isn't told. It's like with chickens, they're not told. And if we told a little bit more about, if we spoke the truth of saying, if you want cheaper meat, this is what it means. But we don't do that. So when you go to Morrison's, in Morrison's in Penrith, there's a picture of a chicken on a gatepost. Like, that just doesn't happen. And the consumer puts her trolley in the trolley thing and thinks, oh, that's where my eggs come from. Well, it's not. So my thing is to you is at some point, we've got to kind of smell the coffee and see where we're actually heading with this. Because Patrick bangs on about this all the time, and it's right, and we are heading for a bit of a pickle. And yeah, sorry, rant over.
I think you're in a difficult position because you work for a big company. Can you just do Chatham House rules and say what you really think about this?
I do work for a big company, but I do have my own mind. And what I would say is that the cross-section of farmers at suppliers hasn't materially changed. I understand the concerns about consolidation in farming further down the line. I get that. And clearly, in terms of livestock numbers and that sort of thing, there is a challenge in farming confidence and farmer size. I think that is something that we're not in control of, but we do have a pretty broad cross-section of suppliers, from small family farms up to larger operations as well, larger finishers or that you would be describing earlier on. I think for us, we have to deliver what the consumer wants. We have to try and square the circle of delivering at scale for the consumer, but at the same time doing what we think is right for the long term, which isn't always necessarily at the front of mind for consumers at the same time. So we don't rely on the customer telling us what we need to do. No one told us that we needed to set up PRISM and invest in carbon footprinting, and I know that's a slightly obtuse point, but we're trying to do the right thing for the customer. So they don't have to think about it. But at the same time, trying to provide enough flexibility in the supply chain to deliver for higher tier and what would be seen as premium level products as well. So we are trying to cater for all markets, and I don't think it's a binary choice between serving what we consider the retail markets and local markets. I think both those things can exist at the same time. I don't think they necessarily we have to choose between one or the other.
You have chosen, haven't you, as a company?
Well, our business model is focused on a lot of product that is what we consider own label for retail. But that doesn't mean to say that other businesses can't exist in the same ecosystem. To your point earlier on around craft brewing, a lot of that is driven by identifying markets and setting up brands and driving that consumer loyalty through brands. There's nothing stopping that happening as well.
No,
I don't think it's an either-or equation.
But sometimes when very big companies see the craft breweries or distilleries coming up, they buy them up.
Maybe. I mean, I'd love to be in brewery, but I'm not.
Can I? Sorry, Nick. I'm going to have to come back at you and say, so no, the point, because it's true of everybody in this room, and I'm really, really sorry, because I'm going to be, again, the bearer of bad news in so many ways. But, you're talking about waiting for big industry to change. What I'm saying is that it won't, or it will, but it won't ever give you what you're looking for. It's so much harder to do it yourself. It's the barriers that you're all sitting there now thinking about, the reasons why you can't have this thing become what you want it to become. They are all surmountable. I don't know how, I've got no idea how, but it actually strikes me that, in terms of, I think consumers are closer to you guys than you think. I think that, you know, there is way more enthusiasm behind this than you guys think right now. The problem is you're just starting, you know, and it's going to be extraordinarily difficult. You're going to be sitting here probably in a decade still really frustrated about it. But you will get there. This thing will look utterly irrecognizable to today in 10 years' time. And yeah, I'm really sorry that is probably extraordinarily frustrating for you all in so many ways. But again, yeah, it's all the more rewarding for it.
Well, have we got a few more minutes? Oh, yes, please.
And I really liked your analogy of going back to local. I'm going forward a bit. But where was that? Where did you start from? When did you decide, right, you know what, I'm going to put a brewery in? Because the question I want to ask everybody in this room, and we've really focused on local abattoirs, when did anybody in this room try and start one?
Absolutely.
Anybody?
Thanks for buy one.
You've tried to buy one, so we'll raise that. But so some of this is that we're doing no different to conventional ag. We're waiting for someone to save us, and at some point, someone's got to be brave and start. And so my question is, you've been brave, and then where did it start?
Well, it started way before me. Which again, I suppose there's an analogy in that. It started a whole generation before me. Guys in the 70s, guys in the 80s started these kind of breweries. But I'm new to this really in the grand scheme of this industry. This thing was emerging and on a roller coaster by the time I jumped on in 2011. But yeah, it's you're going to need to do way more than you think yourselves. And yeah, I think that you've already done an amazing job today of highlighting this huge barrier that needs immediate attention. And I've no idea how you're going to save this aspect of the sector. But yeah, I think you're going to have to do it yourselves.
Any more questions?
Have we got 5-10 minutes yet?
Hi, it's about, I guess, kind of synthesizing all this and what really is the problem with centralized abattoirs. Like, is it about the welfare of the journey, which Phil says that it's not that big a deal? Is it about local jobs, which is great to create local jobs, but if we're creating jobs that just add a lot of costs, then, and if consumers, as Phil was saying, that from their research that 70% of consumers are mostly cost-driven, like there's maybe a reason that people haven't set up a local abattoir is because the price of their meat would not be palatable to most consumers. So yeah, I just want to pick at why we don't have local abattoirs on the welfare point and on costs.
Well, I'm supposed to be moderating this, but I'm just going to disagree with you on, I think it's a bigger issue than cost alone, because what about value, and true cost accounting? And also I want to just ask Phil, and maybe if he wants to answer this, what are you doing about hides and skins? Because I took a beast to our local abattoir in Tregaron last week, and I said to Neil, who does the slaughtering, I said, what's the story in hides and skins at the moment? He said, absolutely everything goes at the skip. And isn't that totally shocking when 80% of the world's clothing is fossil fuel based, that we are wasting that unbelievably valuable resource which ought to be clothing us? And I just wondered, what's the situation there? Is that part of a new, somebody needs to start something up, don't they? Because there's that as well.
Massive problem. I knew there'd be a long list of things that we'd agree on, Patrick. But certainly the point around hides and skins is a big problem, because market-wise they have very little, if no value whatsoever at the moment, and that's partly because of the issues of infrastructure and energy requirements and regulation as well, which has pushed a lot of the manufacturing out of Europe. when the market goes against you, you don't have a destination for hide processing, then it just rips the value out of the marketplace. And it is true that quite a lot of our hides and skins are going into, you're not even rendering because they have to be sort of sheared up and disposed of. But it is.
What does that mean, disposed of?
Basically, going to either energy recovery and incinerated, basically. Yeah, it's a total waste of a really valuable resource in my view. But the market is against us on that at the moment, and all other meat processors. Yeah.
Somebody needs to get into tanneries or another opportunity.
If they want to see if I get in it, if they want to see if I use putting a tannery or something like water is more or less like a small group farmers club. And it's the British left. We use for to capture leather salt with examples of relatively small schemes of all. There's no like all kinds of stuff but net. Today's for vegetation to me, right? Yes.
But, I mean, I don't want to be relentlessly optimistic, but I think there are massive opportunities here. Absolutely massive. Just saying.
I think, yeah, I mean, a point to just your point earlier was like, I feel that there's multiple polycrises that we're seeing, but one of the biggest crises I see is a crisis of imagination, of exactly, Nicola, your points was like, well, as a consumer, if we don't present the opportunity, if there's not two buttons to vote on and there's only one, then how do we know there's not consumers out there that want something if we're not presenting, even on a small local scale, something that could be an alternative, something that could be a difference? Then there's at least two buttons, and then somebody can maybe see that there is something. And we never, again, it's a bit of that enabling those conditions that are going to create that environment and better informed consumers who then talk to other people, I think is really important.
Yeah, just on the leather that we were talking about earlier, we donate our hides to Claire Beaumont. I don't know, you probably heard of her. She's making leather products at the moment, so that shows it can be done. I think she's taking 20 hides next year. Wow. So that's quite a few, and who knows where the limit is.
Well, the wealth of the Cotswolds was built on wool. Wasn't that long ago. So surely.
I don't remember it, mind you.
Here we go.
Yeah,
more, please.
I actually have more a comment than a question, and I don't think it's can we, it's how can we. And I'm kind of hearing that in the room, and then there's the pushback. And I think one comment I'd like to make about regen ag and any kind of certification or regulation, the reason that many of us have sort of pushed back on that is the minute you do that, you squash imagination and innovation. So I think, the longer we can stay away from tick boxes, the better off we are. And then from a consumer point of view, if you look at things like bionutrient meters that are not yet, up to speed with us being able to go in with our phone and get a reading on nutrient density of the food we're purchasing, that's coming. So the quicker we can get the power back into the consumer's hand, the more readily we'll end up with the production models that we're looking for, and they will always coexist with boutique and, commercial. So,
can I just ask you a question about that? Because if you're saying we've got to be careful not just to tick boxes, but if we measured and it wasn't too onerous for us to do that, say by nutrients and that sort of thing, surely that is potentially part of the solution.
Absolutely. And what we know is you cannot have nutrient density in food and contamination at the same time, like high chemical residues. So, it's actually a pretty simple answer. We just don't have the technology just yet.
Somebody else was back there. There we are.
Actually, to bring it super specific again about going forth, the chef chap, I'm sorry, I didn't catch your name. Bobby. You talked about how it was kind of difficult and a big trouble to employ lots or more people. I was wondering, what are the barriers? What would enable you to grow, not to a huge scale, but to build the capacity for employing more people in your business? What would you what would be on your wish list to make that possible?
I think we'd need to grow the market first before we could afford to employ more people. I think with the barriers within our businesses, it's actually a very small restaurant. So we could potentially look at opening another restaurant or expanding into maybe we could open a restaurant in Manchester, for example, which we supply. That might be another way of employing more people. But currently in the farm and the farm business itself, there isn't really room, other than maybe for a pot wash every now and again, to expand.
Just to come in really quickly on this, again, I think this comes back to a comment that somebody else, it was yourself, made about, rather than scale, repeat. The government has massively incentivised businesses to basically have 4 full-time members of staff through national insurance reform. You can employ 4 people full-time and basically make no employer's national insurance contributions now. I think, actually in a really positive way, this marks a really good opportunity to move down a repeat rather than scale. As a company that employs 50 people, I mean, crikey, I wish I had 10 companies that employed 5. It would be so much more straightforward. But yeah, I just thought I'd make that point.
Thank you. Over here.
Yeah, I don't want to bring the focus on local authorities, because I am from a local authority, so it's probably all I preach. But just in terms of what I've been listening to there, in terms of the opportunities within the supply chain for new, the use of hides and those sorts of micro business level opportunities, are we doing enough? Is the movement doing enough to educate? I'm thinking of the economic growth team at Northumberland County Council. I know firsthand, I talked to a colleague last week and basically gave her a bit of a crash course on my understanding of regenerative agriculture, because she hadn't come across it. Are we doing enough to kind of communicate to the public sector what it is, what it means, and what the opportunities are? 'Cause I can definitely say for Northumberland, I don't think we are, and I'll take that back to my organisation and be the cheerleader for it. But I know there was a post note last week for legislators to understand. It was a bit of a research paper. I think hopefully some people in this room fed into it to basically summarise the current research position on regenerative agriculture, whether the movement can kind of agree and adopt a kind of agreed definition, so we can better have those conversations and sort of share what it means to then, when we'll have those chats with the business clinic incubators and sort of the startups, SME support, they're better informed to be able to say, okay, I understand what this means, I understand the opportunities, and we can make those links across. And it would just be like that would help any other startup, hairdressers, a plumbing agency. They're quite straightforward. So we make regenerative agriculture maybe a bit more straightforward for them to understand. Yeah, I'd love thoughts on that.
Okay, are we doing enough? Would any of you like to comment on that?
I suppose I'm supposed to comment on the sort of local government economic development and business support side of things. But yeah, the problem is I'll get myself into trouble. We've just been through local government reorganisation that predates me being involved in this by a long time, even though it's just over 2 years old. I mean, again, sorry, I shouldn't say it, but I would make the point that I made before. Don't wait for local government to up its game on business support. It's not going to. It's so up in the air at the minute. Speaking for Enterprise in Cumbria, which is of course what we now have as opposed to the local enterprise partnerships, and then where does the Growth Hub sit in that? Where does the Chamber of Commerce sit in that? It's incredibly complicated stuff. It's it is not going to come in and save the day anytime soon.
Well, I thought you were part of the solution.
Oh, absolutely. It is part of the solution. But what I'm saying is don't wait for it to
You're
land.
here. But I mean, we don't have to wait. Local government is here wanting to do something. And I'd like to comment on this because I think it's a huge potential for public procurement to prime a pump with relocalised sourcing or re-regionalised sourcing. And to your question, or to your point about how you communicate it, it seems to me that if we take the word regenerative literally, meaning that the farming or the food system will regenerate lost capital, then if we measure it rather than try to define it or spend too much energy trying to define it, and we can show that the farming system does regenerate soil or biodiversity or clean water or social, then actually that's possibly the best way to prove it. But I think it's fantastic that you're doing what you're doing. And, you know, maybe you're wrong.
Oh, no, well, yeah, I would love to be wrong. And I really, really hope that, particularly here in Cumbria, the business support will eventually get to where it needs to be. There's a hell of a lot of goodwill for it. I'm merely saying that that's not going to get its act together in time to solve your problems now.
Well, I think are we coming to the end? Okay, so can I ask everyone to say on the panel whether you feel more optimistic as a result of today and going forth than you did at the beginning of the day? So we'll start with you, Phil.
Thank you. I don't think I feel any more loved.
Come on, we'll all love you.
Maybe a little bit. No, I am relentlessly enthusiastic about actually there being a lot of what unites us really about what we're trying to do. I know there's different scales and ambitions and agendas across lots of different businesses across the UK, but I think, you know, what I've heard today is a lot of people, you know, trying to earnestly to leave the world in a bit of a better place tomorrow if they can, and I think we're all kind of doing our bit in that direction. And so if you can't be more optimistic on the back of that, then you've got to be a pretty stony soul.
Well, I think I could say that we're pleased you're here, and I think it's brave for you to be here and really excellent. So thank you.
I'll keep it short. I'm way more optimistic. I've become more optimistic every day.
I would like to agree with you on that. I was feeling particularly cynical before I came to this event, and I'm feeling much better now.
Excellent.
Yeah, I'm a kind of pragmatic optimist always. I think and I think never underestimate the power of ideas and captivating people. And if you have an idea, I think go and find other people and have those. You ever get that resonance in a conversation where you feel like they're matching your energy and your enthusiasm for something? Ride that wave and find that crowd of people, because I'm sure if any of us reached out to each other for help, we would freely give it. But do we ask for the help that we need to get something off the ground? And I think using reality as a medium and using pilots to showcase something at a small fractal level is something that can't really be questioned then. And there's only, exactly as your point was, we just need to replicate it again and again. And every time we replicate it, we get better, and we take all the learning from everybody who came before us into the next one and the next one. And so that continues to make me optimistic, pragmatically, but optimistic.
Well, thank you. I mean, I'm going to speak personally now because it's the first time I've been to Carbon Calling. I feel enormously more optimistic. Because I think what a gathering of amazing people who, as I think I mentioned earlier, don't seem to disagree fundamentally about anything. And I think there's great strength in numbers. And if we can put aside our barriers, which are lawfully, you know, there and always will be, and work together in a common cause, I just think this is an unstoppable force. And obviously we need the result of our work to make a difference, because if we want to maintain a planet in a livable condition for future generations, we need to transform our food and farming systems. And I think this forum is fantastic. And thank you for inviting me. And thank you for your attention. So thank you to the panelists.
didn't even really actually grasp that I was supposed to do a summing up. So I was sitting at a table over there with an older farmer, an older Aberdeen Angus farmer, who asked the question, but what are we going to do? You know, what are we going to do? What's the answer? And as we've just heard, the answer is that people who have interesting ideas, work in the ways that you do work, that work in the food system, that you get together and share ideas. So the young woman sitting next to me and I both said, this is the answer, this is the answer. And I loved what Nicola just said. We are the people we've been searching for. And that's a wonderful thing. Yes, we are the people we've been searching for. Of the day, good God, how can I sum this up? I mean, an overarching issue, seems to me, is the way the rules and regulations and are all for small and medium-sized companies, for farms, they're all set up for the giant and the global. I mean, it's ludicrous. I mean, we can all think of the ways in which it is ludicrous. I was just saying that I go to a small cafe in an obscure little park in North London, and naive as I am, I had not realized, I mean, it was a wonderful little cafe, using as much as he can buy locally and not buying from companies that he feels are damaging the earth, and he makes his own bread, and it's a perfect place. Anyway, this guy had just moved from having an income of under 80,000 to having an income of 82,000. And I hadn't realized that now he would have to register for VAT and pay VAT on the whole damn thing, and which is insane. I mean, what difference does that make to McDonald's or you, Phil, your company? The first, paying VAT on the first 80,000 of your income, but it makes an enormous difference to young entrepreneurs in any system, making anything. But we're talking about food here. We're also, everyone seems agreed on the need to create new generations of, and I so hate this word consumers. It's so reductive. It's like calling, like the RAC talking about drivers as though we are not citizens, that we never walk anywhere or cycle or care about anything but our cars. And anyway, we need to create a new generation of what consumers, and what I'd like to call citizens, who know what good food is, and that means being involved in cooking and growing. And I think it was you, Nicola, who was saying there are schools, where you teach subjects, you teach history and maths and geography through food. And yes, there are, and they are remarkable. And when you see it in action, you see how powerful it is. And there's a primary school in Shepherd's Bush that I went to not long ago, and it's the entire Ofsted-approved curriculum is taught through food and film. That's it. And it is one of the most successful, high-scoring, best-behaving, in every way model schools in Britain, and certainly in London. But it's like, you were saying about businesses, not scaling up. You want people to go into that primary school and go, my God, this is a good way to run a school, and do it again and again and again. But that, sadly, is not the way the Department of Education works. Nick, when she was driving Patrick and me to the farm last night, and we were talking about this area and how I'd known Penrith when I was a kid, and she was saying, well, Penrith has avoided the fate of Kendal and Carlisle, poverty and destruction. And where I grew up in a village outside Preston, I see the way that poverty has taken the heart out of those towns of Blackburn and Accrington and Burnley and so on. And I was at a table earlier with Henry Russell of the National Forest, who said he comes from Preston. And he said, I grew up not being proud of coming from Preston, which rather astounded me because I grew up in this extended family where all of my Atkinson and Sutcliffe relatives were tremendously proud of coming from Preston. And that links really to what, to another thing that you touch on, all of you, about recreating pride in the places we come from and the places we live in. And I really believe, and I'm sure you've all read this book, Citopia by Carolyn Steele, that food and agriculture can be the building blocks of rebuilding that pride in where we come from. And I can't remember who said it now, about the seasonality. I think it was the other Phil, wasn't it? About in France and Italy, that you still have this, was it you who was talking about, about people, the Michelin restaurant wanting, it was the other Phil, wanting spring lamb all the year round, exactly. And not understanding, the pleasure to be had in foods of the season. And that, in Italy, you might have a family, a husband and wife, both of them working, and very little time for cooking, but you still understand and relish seasonality. And chestnuts, I was thinking, because I'd made a program about chestnuts in Italy. But I sort of wanted to end, really, on the optimism of Tim Bloomer, because, he's absolutely, he's obviously right about the beer scene. I went as a graduate student to the United States, to Indiana, at the end of the 60s, and I couldn't believe the awfulness of the beer. And it seemed like it was unchangeable. I mean, there was just horrible Budweiser, and then there was some other horrible beer, and that was the beginning and end of it. And that if you think about what happened in the US and what happened here, things change. Apartheid changed. The beer scene changed. So, I think I'd sum up today by saying, yes, I do try to be optimistic, because I read Emerson and I think, yes, optimism is the only way, but sometimes it's really, really difficult. But yes, so optimism is the only way. Can I finish by, this is not part of the summing up, but I'd like to say that, the BBC Food and Farming Awards, the nominations are still open, and they won't close till the end of the month. And we do have this category. Have I put it here? I hope I have. Yes. There's food innovation, and there's farming for the future, and there's digital creator. And it seems to me, just overhearing conversations, taking part in conversations, that we probably have an entire shortlist for every category, and because there's food producer and drinks producer, there's lots more. So could you nominate yourselves or nominate each other? And Dan Saladino was particularly sent me a text saying, make sure, he said, I'm sure there are going to be people who are going to be food innovators and farming for the future. So make, the BBC Food and Farming Awards, we want to preserve its Reithian heritage, and the BBC Food and Farming Awards are part of that heritage. So nominate. You go to bbc.co.uk/food awards, and it's a very simple process. Anyway, thank you all. It was marvelous.
Bringing livestock back into our system, trying to join up our produce to supply chain, and also the responsibility or the needs of our supply chain, considering their carbon emissions and the value of nature for them. And I saw, how do we unlock value out of our supply chain, not just for the product we produce, but the value it has in the landscape and the benefits it can deliver. So for me, that's really critical, sort of connecting all of this up. I also run, my son now runs the farm at home and gives me more time to be the chief exec for the Nature Friendly Farming Network. It's a UK-wide network. We have a steering group in England, Wales, Northern Ireland and Scotland of farmers and a farmer board. We're there to offer peer-to-peer learning, knowledge support. We don't do advice, but also run events and host things, because bringing people together is absolutely critical. Sharing information, hearing it from other farmers. Many farmers listen to other farmers far more than having a paid advice coming in to tell us what to do. We find that we want to push back against that. We also try and get involved in a lot of the policy work that goes on to governments and trying to get them to steer it in a good direction. Working with politicians, I think, is the most interesting thing. They say lovely things in a room and they lie through their teeth when they get in front of a stage quite often. But actually, we've got to get this right, and we've got to get this transition right. You touched on this event is getting ready for change. Change is already here. We've been changing for quite some time. We need to drive and steer that change for the future. And I think that's where these events are absolutely critical, and the network, the Nature Friendly Farming Network, which is free to join. There's some sign-up leaflets, or go online. You get a monthly newsletter, and you can get involved in various bits. But I think that for me, the Carbon Calling, I've been here a number of years now, to see this grow, people to come together, let's lead the change from the ground up and really sort of work out what we can do. And sort of leading that change and hearing from great speakers and farmers in what they're up to. And just, yeah, congratulate Carbon Calling on bringing people together and making that really work and showing leadership in that change. So I've got the honour to present or host, chair two great speakers. First, we're going to hear from Judith on her approach, and then we're going to go to the second speaker. I'm not going to introduce them much because I'm going to leave you to do your introduction of who you are. They've got some great slides, and then we're going to join the stage, open up to some questions. I'm going to give them some little things to think about and answer, and then we're going to open it up to questions from the audience. So while you're listening to their presentations, do take note and have a think about your questions, and we'll deal with them once we get on the stage. So thank you very much, and over to you, Judith.
Right. Okay, so I am Judith Hutchinson. My husband and I farm, and son, farm at Moffat. So it's a kind of upland beef and sheep farm. It's an upland beef and sheep farm at Moffat. Our journey, we bought Chapel in '93, moved there, completely conventional, absolutely conventional. I went to uni. We did soil science at uni, and biology was never mentioned. Not once. Anyway, that's another story. So yeah, we farmed completely conventionally, and it was Tom, my husband, myself, and my father-in-law until he died. As time went on, when we got to 2000s and beyond, we all started putting more fertiliser on. We started giving sheep and cattle more minerals. We started giving more antibiotics. And as time went on, I was thinking, we're giving them more and more to get almost the same output, but we're not actually making any more money. Anyway, I jumped. So yeah, we're on the farm. We're about 750 ewes and about 80 cattle. Completely conventional. Two-thirds of the ewes are hill ewes, one-third are cross ewes, roughly. And the cattle, we started off with blue greys, and we've kind of progressed, but we'll come to that. So where are we next? Yeah, moved to Chapel, completely conventional. Dunk, we've got two boys, didn't think we had a farmer between them. And then all of a sudden, 2012, Dunk decided he wanted to come home. So he became a part-time joiner, part-time farmer. Worked away like that for a few years. But I was seeing more and more red flags, and I was beginning to say, we need to change. I had a job as I did benchmarking, number crunching for Monitor Farm, ran a couple of Monitor Farms, but also for farm business improvement groups. And I kept seeing our equations are changing. things are different and we're still trying to do the same. It's not working. Eventually, in 2020, I discovered Soil Food Web. I registered to do it, but I haven't done it. But I've learnt lots. I don't like talking about soil health. I talk about soil function. For me, soil function is an animate phrase. Soil health doesn't really indicate anything. And our job as farmers, to me, is facilitating, building, managing that soil function. So we have, I've got into Soil Food Web, Jadam, Johnson Sioux. I've got various Johnson Siouxs in different states of disrepair, Bokashi, farm-made bioferts, and I do a lot of seed dressing. Anything that goes in the ground gets dressed with biology. And we've been reducing NP and K fertilisers over the last 4 years. This year I put nothing on our grazing platform. We are doing rotational grazing, and my husband's saying, you've not put fertiliser on, we've not got grass. And I said, well, take a look at the neighbours, they put fertiliser on, they've not got any more. So yeah, that's Highland Cross White Red Shorthorns. That's one of our original cows before we started doing this. So yeah, I kept seeing these red flags, kept wanting to change. Duncan came home, he started doing some rotational grazing. Tom was not for it. Completely conventional farm, not interested. I insisted that we gave Duncan a field to do some rotational grazing on. Tom eventually allocated the one field that is not visible from any public road. The dog walkers from Moffat can see it, but the hope was they had no idea what they were looking at. And when he came home, Tom wanted Duncan to do an apprenticeship. He'd done a joinery apprenticeship, but he wanted to do a farming apprenticeship. And I sort of quietly said, well, he's doing my apprenticeship, not yours. And we've kind of worked along those lines. It's been tough. Tom's very proactive in some ways, but has proved to be very stubborn and finds change in other ways really, really challenging. And it is hard. We're a family, we're a husband and wife. I love him, I hope he loves me. But sometimes it just about took us to breaking point. It honestly has. And you have to step back at that point. And I would say our transition has been a lot slower than it may have been, but we're getting there, we're making progress. And I still have a husband and we still have a farm, and that is the bottom line. You know, family dynamics are really important, and you have to prove every little step that you take. And when I got into doing my composting and Jadam, and I've got these, Tom talks about Judith's witchcraft and my cauldrons with my different fermentations. But I've been able to prove that things work, and it does work. And we do get there eventually. So with our grazing, there's loads of figures on here. Nick saw this presentation last year, I think. And the cattle thrive, they love it, they do really well. The average lifetime daily live weight gain of our bullocks, and I've taken a 3-year average at the beginning of the time and then the same at the end, but it's up 17.5%. They are still getting fed through the winter. We've not gone pasture for life to that extent. But the only difference is the grazing system. So there's a huge benefit as calves, because once the ewes are weaned, the calves benefit on the rotation because it's leader follower. The ewes get punted up onto the hill. The calves at 4 or 5 months old, whatever they are, 4 months old, they're at a point where they can take advantage of the grass in the second half of the summer and the back end. We're weaning heavier, definitely weaning heavier. And then in the second summer when they're grazed, in fact, half of them aren't grazed because they're sold because they're over 450, some of them getting 50 to 500 kilos at 14 months old. So they're gone. So the average daily live weight gain lifetime has gone up 17.5% with just what we've done so far. Sheep are harder. Sheep have been much harder. We can get the cross ewes to work, not too bad. So yeah, the average sale weight dropped for 2 or 3 years till we actually managed to wiggle it into position. The point is, the animals don't die, they only grow a bit slower. It's not the end of the world. But you do have to be determined, you do have to be dogged, and you do have to keep working at it till you find how you can make it work in your own place. Lamb sales are a bit later, not much, a bit later, and have remained so. But as I say, I mean, number of lambs are up, number of ewes are up, and kilos of lamb sold. So actually, I don't do financials because the financials change so much every year, and it depends on the prices. But for me, this actual productivity, this performance is key, and that's where you need to be. This has all happened when I've been cutting fertiliser from what was our normal rate to 1/3 of that. And this year's the first year that we've gone to 0. I don't know how that's going to work out. We've been badly hit by the droughts, but so have all our neighbours. We do winter grazing for some of them on the hill, some of the cows on the hill. They love it. It's fantastic. You need rock salt with them. There's something in that for us that supports their rumen function. The rock salt. If we don't put the rock salt out, they're really unsettled. But for us, that works, and they're brilliant on it. Love it. My husband won't go and look at them because he thinks it's just awful thing to do to the cows. But they're as happy as Larry out there. Yeah. Oh, I've switched them. Yeah, I'm part of a regen farm network in South West Scotland. I did business improvement groups as my paid job before lockdown. I did monitor farms. I understand how important all of this is. And I was trying to fight away, do this on my own, and I discovered the Regen Farm Network a year and a half ago, maybe. And just having another load of idiots trying to do the same thing and willing to share both successes, but more importantly, disasters and solutions has been brilliant. Great fun, folk are so open, and it's really, really important. And I'm aware that more and more of these groups are popping up all over the place. And if you're interested, get involved, because it makes a huge difference. Going forward, I said my husband, he's been really forward-looking. I mean, our son, he's been home 10 or 12 years now, having been a joiner for 8 years before that. My husband's been really proactive about handing the business over, actually ownership of the land and the farm to our son. So he's now a majority holder. And I think that's really important, because he is now making decisions for his future, and he knows that's his future. That allows him to have that scope and that drive, encourages him to make those decisions for himself. But when it comes to changing the system, that's been a whole different. So our real problem now is labour. My husband's 70 next month, and our farm lambing help and calving help was 75 in April. And they've both said, do you know what, although it was nice weather, we don't really want to do as much next year. So we need to Duncan needs to find solutions to that. He's keen to go down the regenerative route, but he struggles for time just to come to these events, to go to things. I did get him to go to the Regenerate Outcomes 2-day workshop with Alan Williams a couple of weeks ago, but that was a big ask, but I think it's done a lot of good. We're getting there. So, yeah, the family work-life balance is the real drive for us at the moment, but nature's always been a driver for me, because I've learned that nature actually worked this out long ago, and we just messed it up. We need to get re-engaged again. So I think, yeah, this is my witchcraft. But it's really powerful, and I think as a country we need to know more about it. There's different ways of doing it, different things. If anybody's got any questions, either ask after this or come and speak to me. I've got 5 Johnson Sues going, so that's them. That's fantastic for reintroducing biology that you've lost to your soils and your systems. I use an extract from that to dress the seed. So you're putting the biology on the seed, which then goes in the ground, and it's then there. And it's like homeopathy. A tiny little bit goes an awfully long way. So yeah, there's all sorts of different things that we use, and a lot of it can just be farm-sourced material. with buying in small amounts of other stuff. I do buy in seaweed and other bits and bobs, but it's amazing what you can do. Lab. Anybody know about lactobacillus? I use it in the lambing shed now. Haven't had watered mouth for 3 years. Absolutely brilliant. Spray it around every other day. Never get anything that way. I'm not sure about joint till. Not convinced that it's all right with that. But watery mouth, it just outcompetes it and costs a fraction. And it's got so many other uses. It's really powerful anaerobic fermentation inoculant for fermenting biofertilizers on farm. And that's my new sprayer that I haven't yet been able to use, but I'm getting excited about it.
Yeah.
Thank you. Is that all?
Yeah, thank you very much. If you'd like to take a seat, we'll come up there shortly, Judith. That was really good. For me, there's some key outbits of that. Putting more in and getting no more benefits out. Data is really pulled out there. And we're going to drive our businesses forward, and we need to measure and understand and take that forward. And I think we'll pick up a little bit later on the questions around your witchcraft. I think that's really quite interesting. And we've got to, I mean, the theory, the title of this the session is Giving Two Fucks About Nature. And actually, do we value nature? Are we getting the best from it in our systems? And we'll pick that up in a bit later. So next, I'm going to welcome up Jannike and to say a little bit more about yourselves and have your slides, and then we'll join the stage.
So they say to picture you all naked, don't they, when you're public speaking? So you all look amazing, I'm just saying. So be kind. I'm here just basically to tell you a little bit about who we are, what we do, and how we've really transitioned into producing food from our farm and going into the food industry as well, and trying to sell things direct from our farm. So we farm just on the other side of Penrith, so not too far from here. We have a mixed sheep and arable farm there. And we were contractors originally, so my husband and his father had built up a really great big contracting firm. They actually did work on this farm, funnily enough. And it was about 5 or 6 years ago that we got offered a piece of arable land to rent off an estate down the road. And it sort of triggered something in my husband, who was quite sick of contracting by this stage. It's a really all-consuming life, especially with a young family. And he thought, well, if we can use our skills and our machinery and actually farm for ourselves rather than for other people and have a sort of a different way of life. So it sort of started a transition from out of contracting into farming. And we got offered another parcel and another parcel. There we are, posing with a chicken, as you do. And it sort of led to what we've got now, which is just over 400 acres of arable, sort of in a ring fence, but we rent it off 4 different landlords. And then we have just over 200 acres of grassland as well. The majority of that is some family land, which is about 8 miles away, which is more upland grassland. So it's really different and managed in a different way. And then we have over 400 breeding sheep as well. The pictures tell you nothing, but it's just pictures to entertain you. When we took on our land, the majority of it was pretty tired. It had grown the same crop for 30 years, really. It just grown barley after barley, and it's really light sandy soil. So it was really depleted, to say the least. The boundaries were shot. We knew we had to really sort of get stuck in, really invest, get the land back to producing something, really. So straight away, we put in a 5-crop rotation. We introduced cover crops, and then the sheep would graze on that. We went down the minimum tillage route. And then we entered into 3 different countryside stewardship schemes, and then the SFI. And that's allowed us to plant huge areas of hedges, which is amazing. We do some upland bird management. Our separate land is absolutely washed with curlews, so that's amazing. We planted a lot of herbal lays. We've done a little bit of companion cropping. We've got buffer strips. We've taken a couple of our less productive fields out into winter bird seed. So just doing what steps we can to try and get it more productive but more sustainable at the same time. And then 3 years ago, Eden Yard was born, which was really just a case of I was looking out my window and looking at this beautiful oilseed rape crop, which we were growing anyway as a break crop. And I didn't know much about it. I just knew it was turned into oil somewhere down the line. And I thought, well, wouldn't it be lovely just to make a little bit of oil for ourselves, for our own family to use? It's right there out my window. So when my husband then scoffed and said, you'll never find anybody to press such a small amount for you. So I thought it only right to prove him wrong once again, as my duty as a wife. So within a couple of days, I'd found a lovely little family firm in Yorkshire that would press them for us, with the slight caveat that there are minimums to go through a press, and I would end up with like over 1,000 litres of oil, which was a touch more than I needed. But on my journey into researching it, I suddenly, started realising the amazing nutritional qualities of cold-pressed rapeseed oil and all the omega-3s and the vitamin E's and just how far your supermarket oil is travelling. And I thought, this is great. And we can't get any in our county at all. There's no other oil. So I thought, well, let's go ahead and see if anybody else is interested in it as well. So that was sort of late July. By beginning of December, we were picking up our first bottles. So in the meantime, I'd sort of done a deep dive into branding and bottles and trying to build websites and research nutritional labeling law and barcodes. And we picked up our bottles on the Monday night. And obviously by this point, we'd never tasted it. So it could have tasted like crap, quite frankly. It was a complete gamble. So that night, we sort of had all these other oil bottles lined up and we were blind taste testing, and thank goodness it actually tastes amazing. And now we know that our lovely sandy soils and our Eden Valley soils make really great tasting oil, which was a big relief because the next morning I had somehow managed to wangle a meeting at Longclume. For anybody that doesn't know, it's Simon Rogan's 3 Michelin star restaurant. So there we were on our first morning, somehow in the back kitchens of Longclume with like this sea of Michelin amazing chefs all huddled around tasting our oil with teaspoons, whilst Ben and I stood there with our poker faces pretending to know exactly what we were doing, which was a real sort of 2 feet first into the food industry. Thank goodness they loved it and they bought all of our catering stock, and we still work with them now, and it was an amazing but scary start. So we have our oil, we've ventured into it, we do flavoured oils now, we make mayonnaise and we make salad dressing with it, and all sorts of other products. But it was a really interesting sort of transition for us jumping into the food industry from the farming industry. And I think there's still a real disconnect there, and even with chefs and, not really understanding what we do or what goes into what we grow, which is why we love getting chefs round and other producers round to the farm. We get schools round, we do lots of work with our local school, which is also really important because I think educating and inspiring the next generation is so important as well. So that's a real passion of ours. And it was always really important to me that we tried to do all the processes in-house, which maybe isn't the best idea, but from an economical or stress point of view, but we really wanted to take control of our supply chain. So we've built bottling rooms, we've invested in presses and cleaners and everything to do with that. And it also led me to think, well, now we've got this customer base, what else have we got on the farm that we can also sell direct? So we've put in hives, we make amazing rapeseed honey, and we started working with our local watermill to stone ground some wheat for us, to offer flour bags. And it's really just about us trying to produce really local, really honest food with a story that allows us to connect with the consumer and the people buying it, and also other producers as well, and other people that maybe use our oil as ingredients. But it was an ongoing frustration of mine that we'd sort of found this market for the rapeseed, but the majority of our crops at the end of the year, somebody else was telling me what it was worth, regardless of what it had cost me to grow. And that still doesn't sit right with me, but that's another issue for the part of agricultural industry. So I'm sort of looking at it from a two-pronged approach, which is my inputs and my outputs. So if I can get more control of my inputs by trying to farm in a more nature-friendly way, will hopefully reduce my inputs and therefore save me some money. That's an ongoing, quite slow process. And at the other end of the scale, I want to try and find a different market for our products and try and add value, even if it's for a small proportion of it. And actually want to grow for our local community rather than a faceless kind of merchant. So at the same time, we met with some really lovely bakers who have an award-winning artisan bakery in the south of the county called Lovely Artisan. If you haven't tried their bread, it's amazing, try it. And we'd met them through a farmer's market, and they were sort of also getting quite frustrated at their supply chains, and particularly over COVID, they were finding it hard to get flour, and the quality wasn't always there, and they've discovered a lot of it was coming from abroad. So, long story short, we sort of started a collaboration with them where they've installed a mill at their bakery off the back of it, and we're now supplying them with grain, so it's going from our farm, we're preparing it and cleaning it and going straight to them, and they're milling it and putting it into their bread, which is great. And also they are really interested in the more unusual grains as well. That's really good for your gut health. So we're doing some trials with them to grow. We're currently growing some heritage crops for them that are completely no input, to see. We're trying to grow more to demand, really. These are the crops they want. They don't want any inputs on it, so we're trying to grow that for them. And it's a lovely process to be part of, particularly with, for us to follow our crops right through to the end loaves is amazing, and for them to be able to track their bread right back to the seed as well. So it's a really lovely collaboration that is ongoing, and now we're hoping to be able to bring that flour to a wider audience as well, to other bakers and producers in the county, to have local products. And our next project is building a farm shop, which we're hoping will just showcase really local, really seasonal, proper farm produce from our area. And this slide is basically to tell me to stop talking, so I will. Thank you.
Thank you very much. I mean, two great presentations, slightly different perspectives of seeing how nature can work with you and sort of less inputs, but also getting better outputs. Judith, you touched on your witchcraft, and are we valuing nature, witchcraft, those biological things enough, and how can we help farmers look at it in an asset on their landscape or in their system?
Can you hear me now?
Oh, come on.
Can you hear me loud? Well, do I need a red? Oh, yeah, got you. I think we've got a long way to go in the UK. Other parts of the world are doing a lot more, and there's a huge amount of power in there that we could be exploiting as an industry, and we just haven't recognised it. We've just been blindsided by it. I'm a member of a farm-made bioferts Facebook group set up by a Ukrainian lady in the US. She's a research scientist there. Just lost her job, so she's actually working on this full-time kind of thing. And the information shared on there by real scientists who've been working on this worldwide for decades, and real practitioners who've been doing it for decades in different parts of the world, is actually completely mind-blowing in the most wonderful ways on a daily or weekly basis. I just find it amazing. And I really strongly think that there is massive mileage in this for supporting transition. And as a livestock farmer, I don't think I have the same need for it. But for crops and vegetables and stuff like that, vineyards, the potential is just mind-blowing. And these things cost so little, you know, that, and they can support, they can support plant health, not just soil biology, but if you can support the plant health and the plant above the ground, the plant then starts feeding the soil biology for you, and it's another way of doing it. And there is just so much potential in this, so much road to run with it. And it's sharing practices from Southeast Asia, South America, Ukraine. The amount of stuff that Ukraine might be producing a lot of the European fertilizers that we use, but there are thousands and thousands and thousands of hectares out there being grown of crops that never see any of those products because they use this stuff and they do it themselves. It's phenomenal, the potential.
Again, I think that lots of us have got lots to learn, sort of trying to understand how we use these approaches and about taking ownership of what we put on the field to bits.
Yeah, that's a risk. We've lost, there was all those purges and witches 200 and 300 years ago. And actually, I think a lot of this was lost. All we've got left in this country is nettle tea and comfrey tea. But I lay my hat and say, I'm absolutely sure some of the guys in Britain were using this stuff then, but they got to be, oh gosh, you know, if I use that, there's going to be somebody come burn me as a witch.
I think, yeah, there's lots of people who want to sell us products, but call it other things. And we found on our own farm, sort of the modern varieties don't feed from the soil as well. We've got to feed them from the top, and it's about joining up.
Yeah.
So on yours, you were talking about in your cereal crops of taking on land that was pretty depleted and having a more diverse rotation. And you touched on also sort of diversity of crops and diversity of health and gut health and that. So is that something you're thinking about more of what you can grow and how that connects and the value in the supply chain?
It is, yeah. I'll keep talking. Yeah, but I think sometimes you've got to find the market before you can make change. And it's very easy for us to, you know, just grow the same thing and sell it to a merchant and that's what they want. And our sort of being able to transition and look into other types of grains and look into old varieties has really come from making connections with other producers that say that's what we want. And I think that's really important to try and, you know, sometimes we need these conversations to then find the markets to then make change. So we're definitely, you know, we're basically really open to, you know, if anybody wants anything grown, we'll have a go.
As long as there's a margin in it.
Yeah.
I think that's actually critical. I think many people have lost their connection to their food and where it comes from, whether it's grown locally or internationally, the effect that has on our dietary choice on for our own gut and health, but also in the landscape and to our farming communities. So is there any products you're thinking that there's future opportunity of and recognition getting better returns for?
So at the minute we're sort of focusing on what we are already growing in our rotation. We are introducing other products as part of our farm shop plans. We are going into more livestock. We're getting cows and pigs, hopefully. And we've got some potato trials. And again, just trying to grow, you know, a bit more veg, things that we can take, again, rather than just sending them off to market somewhere where somebody else tells me what it's worth. Trying to just grow more for our community. And we can't maybe do that across our whole farm, but if we can take a portion of it to grow what people want and how they want it grown is really important to us.
No, that's really good, thank you. And Judith, you very showed your numbers and you're very focused on getting better output. Do you connect to the do you know where your animals end up in the supply chain? And have they got any other further asks back to you?
We actually have, as a family, we've sold all our lambs prime, but at Longtown. So really, that's our farm gate. We don't really know where it goes. Most of it goes south, but beyond that, we used to sell cattle, some cattle at any rate, if we got them fat, to PR Duff, and Andrew would tell us where they went, which restaurants they went to in London and stuff, but that business is gone. So we sell store cattle at Stirling, so again we lose that link. But when I put a note in with the cattle and say if they've been treated or when they've been treated with X, Y or Z, and that we'd like to hear how the cattle get on. So we occasionally do hear back, but not a lot. We lose that. We haven't.
And I think, sort of, as a Cambridgeshire farmer who brings other people's sheep in and looking at cattle, is how can we connect that supply chain up, as in farmer to farmer, so we can join it up? Because I'm seeing many of the supply chain getting very concerned around weather impacts to their supply ingredients, but also having to add value or rewards around nature impact and carbon emissions. And they want to know the supply chain right through. I think there's an opportunity as farmers sort of joining that up so we can produce either straight into market or to, the product to another farmer to finish it off and join it up.
We can finish lambs off, and we kind of do. The hill lambs go to another farm to finish over the winter. But on a lot of upland farms, that's actually very difficult, because we couldn't necessarily. It'd take a lot for us to finish cattle. We can. I think we can finish cattle off grass in a regen system, but commercially, it just didn't fit. Yeah. So it's we'll get there. I hope.
Yeah, and you touched on also sort of the benefits of moving to regenerative, nature-friendly, sort of lower disturbance systems approach. Have you seen some significant benefits in trying to get better outputs?
We definitely have. What we've done already over the last few years has made a real difference to, our water retention, first of all, has been massively improved. It's sort of an ongoing journey to kind of keep trying to improve the soil, and hopefully we'll see then the reflections in the yield and the quality and everything else, because it's also about quality and not just the amount. But it's also a benefit in when you're connecting to your consumers as well, and being able to tell that story. And people are interested in how you're growing it and what's the story behind it, and not just what the product is. Sometimes it takes people a minute when you're talking to sort of non-farmers of first they just come along and to your stall or whatever, and they just see what it is, and it's really engaging in those conversations of, well, this is why you need it and this is how we grow it, and then they get really engaged, because I think people do care. They just sort of don't know how to get that information from farmers, and that sort of disconnect.
I think that's storytelling and showing what we're doing is critical. We know many supermarkets are using fake farm labels and others because the consumer is really interested in the food or the farm or the story, and we need to keep ownership of that stories ourselves. I'm just going to come to open up to questions. I presume we've got some mic runners going to run around. We'll start down here. We've got a question down at the front here. The mic will be coming to you shortly.
Oh, yeah, got it.
Interested, Judith, on your point about supply chain and where your animals go. Do you feel there's an opportunity for a regenerative distribution network, or the regenerative finishers that have the land that could finish on grass?
I do know of somebody on the east coast of Scotland who proactively tries to buy at least grass-based cattle to finish within his arable system, which to me makes a lot of sense. I haven't really pushed or investigated that a lot further yet, but I think that's going to come. It will come, because there's livestock so important to an arable producer, and they don't want breeding livestock. So having something that comes in and disappears without too much hassle and is established. To me, it makes perfect sense, so I don't see why it can't and won't be done. I think it will be. Yeah.
Do you want to add anything to that one?
No, I agree. Yeah, hopefully it's.
Next hand. Right back there. If you introduce your names as well, we know who we're.
Bill Grayson, from just south of Kenmore. Judith, I was struck by your pictures of your brewing process, and it struck me that no traditional witch would have such a heavy reliance on plastic.
Well, what else am I going to put it in?
Good question. What did the witches of old use? But
I don't know.
my concern, and I wonder if you share it, is, you know, we are becoming increasingly aware of the capacity for plastic to infiltrate the whole food chain. And the evidence now is that it's ending up in us and in our kids. Is that something you think you need to perhaps have a
It's something that worries me. But I'm also aware that most of the guys doing this worldwide are using IBC tanks and this stuff and bigger plastic tanks. And I haven't asked the question, but maybe I should on the Facebook page. And I do absolutely acknowledge your concerns, but I'm not quite sure what an answer would be. I don't know. I dare say they would have flasks and jars, and they would be working on a much smaller scale than maybe we are. And like I say, it's homeopathic, so you don't need a lot for an acre. So maybe they were doing it in a ceramic jar. Yeah, quite possibly. Yeah.
Cast iron cauldron.
And in your packing, the products you're producing, is plastic and packaging a consideration?
So we only use glass bottles. We've tried to do what we can. So even what we post out, we use only recyclable materials, right down to the tape we use on our boxes, and what we package it in is all sort of paper-based, recyclable-based. So yeah, we do everything we can to try and minimise our impact.
Yeah, I think the plastic and what we're putting back into land. I was hearing the other day that a lot of fertiliser has a plastic coating now to make it spread better, so you can throw it better. Pretty bonkers in what we're doing in a way. Any more?
Question for Judith again. Sorry, Judith, you were getting it all. I was wondering, you were saying that you were having to use more minerals for your livestock going back, and I wondered if you'd noticed any difference in the demand of those animals for minerals since adopting sort of mob grazing or...
I wouldn't say just yet, but I'm quite open to the fact we're not quite getting it right. But I'm ever hopeful that I do believe it'll come. And I think we need to put in more hedges and we need a more diverse sward, because we're still basically, a lot of the fields are still basically ryegrass and clover. And we haven't, we need to do more longer grazing and longer rests, so that we, and possibly stitch something in to speed that up if we want, because we need to get back to an older traditional type population of plants in those fields, and we're not there yet. On a good whack of the farm, we're not there yet.
Oh, thank you.
Yeah.
There's another one just here.
Hi, sorry, Judith, another question for you. I'm Barry Cameron, we farm just down the road from you in Moffat. I was just wondering, you were talking about live weight gain being increased. Do you notice higher birth weights, and are there any more difficult calvings or anything, or have you not noticed a difference?
I don't think we have, not really. Dunks, we now calve probably half the cows outside, which we didn't used to do, and really haven't had any bother. We did have one bad calving this year, but I mean, out of 80 cows, I don't think you can complain about that. No, I'm not really aware, but I am aware that the cows are thriving in the system. They really are thriving. They love it. Cross ewes are doing good. Blackies don't like it. Has anybody got rotational grazing working with blackies?
No. Electric fence.
We're really struggling. We have both, well, you'd see the picture of the Cheviots. We have Cheviots as well as blackies. I can see my son making a choice here, because, yeah, they just go rogue en masse.
Another question just down there. They're going to make you run around.
Where's that?
In the middle here. That's it.
At the beginning, there's something about giving a shit about nature or something about that. But none of you have mentioned how that has changed in your, should we say, transition, whatever journey, the J word, you've been on, and I just wondered whether you'd been in a position you could tell us any changes through that monitoring or anecdotal, and what you would, what kind of advice you would give to people who are kind of starting on that journey in terms of changes to nature on your farms.
So, so actually, what we see in terms of the nature,
Yeah,
nature
the changes essentially from before.
So, I mean, we've seen loads. I mean, we're only sort of 5 years in, so we're still very much at the beginning of our journey. So we've seen a huge difference in the soil itself and the type of crops that we're growing, and also a huge difference in the biodiversity, the amount of birds, the amount of insects. I mean, we're quite fortunate with our main landlord, who is a real sort of wildlife buff, and he's always coming back to us and seeing this butterfly and that butterfly and the partridge there because the beetles are back and all that sort of thing. But we still need to, I think one of our next steps is trying to measure it better. And I think if I'd done it all again, I would actually wish that at the start of the journey we would have done some really baseline tests so that we could measure that. But I think when we were doing it, we were just concentrating on farming, and it was sort of, it's only in the last few years that sort of, it wasn't a conscious thing at the start. We were just trying to, get the farm back in sort of a common sense kind of way. And it made sense to us. But I think if I was doing it again, I would definitely try and make sure we had those baseline tests at the start, because it's all sort of just what we notice now rather. So we're going forward, we're going to be doing more tests and more monitoring, I think, to try and actually get some figures, which I think would be really interesting.
Judith, have you seen much to change?
We would be the same. I wish I'd done some baselining. I did do some, I worked with a soil food web approved lab down south. I think they're Hertfordshire, but my geography south of Carlisle and Penrith isn't brilliant. And I've got some idea, I've got some analysis of soils from back in 2000, 2001. I've done some Haney tests. That's really interesting as to the life in the soil and the amount of life there in fields that have been recently ploughed and others that haven't been ploughed for 30 years. The difference was just phenomenal. And also in land that I had used dress seed in and land that I hadn't in the same field because I did a trial. So all that sort of stuff, really interesting. We've got dung beetles. I found them for the first time this year. That was quite exciting. I've been concentrating on soil and trying to build soil function, so I've got a bit of information about soil, and I've got my own microscope now which I can use. Other than that, we've got hares now, which we haven't had for, well, I hadn't seen a hare in our farm since 1993 until 2 years ago, and we now have a few. We've got, it was 2, and we've got one leveret in the garden, and a neighbour has a couple of leverets in our drive. So yeah, we haven't seen hares before. As far as knowing what birds and that are around, I've not been out and about as much as I should have been, but that little gizmo's going to get me out more now. So yeah, it's difficult. It's really hard if you haven't done that baseline stuff. But I do feel we're going in the right direction, but we need to go a lot further. And I want to put in hedges and all sorts of stuff like that.
We did do some bird monitoring on our farm as part of this carbon calling, but that's not been analysed. I don't know the results from that yet.
I think for most of us, we've concentrated on the production side, the crops, the animals, and improving the system.
There's such a drive to maintain profitability that you kind of have to
But we
keep
forget
saying
about
that.
the nature part, but also as our systems change, nature is coming back and thriving and new things happening. But that shift in baseline, because you remember what you had last year, not what you had 10 years ago. So for anyone going forward, if you're going to change your system, put some soil in a jar, put it on a shelf somewhere, and take some soil in a few years' time and compare it. Because we've got to keep a record of what we've got. And also, if you're counting some wildlife, can you get volunteers? Can you get someone in? Is there someone from the community?
Get one of these new apps.
Yeah.
These, I don't know what you call it, for
the
birds.
Merlin digital app, and there's Cherry Posse sponsoring.
Yeah, I've got a new phone, so I can put that on, but it wouldn't go on my old phone, so I'm going to get hold of one of them
But
and
it's,
have a
yeah,
go.
just
Yeah.
collecting some
Stuff like
baseline
that, yeah.
data. It hasn't got to be complicated, it hasn't got to be expensive, but it just gives you, go back to the same spot another year and to see what you get. Because farming, agriculture has been contributing towards biodiversity loss and nature loss. We can really reverse that, but where are we starting from? What are we showing? What's the reward? And we need, and particularly when there's funding available for some of it, having a baseline is going to be really important. We've got one more question.
Yeah, just to clarify, the bird analysis is going to be reported at lunchtime. So there's a session at lunchtime for the
Perfect
results.
timing.
Excellent.
It's like we planned it.
We'll go along.
Yeah, this question is inspired by the Heritage Wheat comment. Do you think in the regenerative transformation, we really need to have much more of an eye on genetics? This is for both speakers, really. So genetics that suit kind of more low input systems, and particularly I'm quite interested in the idea of plant genetics. So a lot of our modern arable crops have been developed quite simply for chemical inputs. And so to what extent have you got your eye on sort of more like folk varieties, be that livestock or plants, and to kind of move towards a real low input, you know, moving away from F1 hybrids and all that sort of thing. And that's also for cover crops, herbal lays, which really come into this as well. It's complicated.
Yeah, it is complicated. And it's an ongoing journey, isn't it? I don't think we ever get to a point where we're doing it right or we've got it. It's just making continual improvements every year, learning more every year. We're definitely looking at varieties now. It's sort of, we're sort of getting our productivity up now. It's looking at what sort of variety should we be growing to suit our land and to suit our markets. I think it's really interesting, some of the older genetics and older varieties. We've put in a very old long straw rye, which we're second year doing that now. We've got some einkorn and some emma in the ground now. And I think it's just that it's growing lots of different varieties as well, isn't it? And even in our modern wheats, what we're looking at is trying to do lots of different varieties within a field and trying to spread that kind of risk. And we sort of focus on more from an arable point of view than our livestock, but I think it's a really essential way, because some of the answers are there. A lot of those varieties are, like you say, they're built to not need any inputs, so it's sort of doing that whole circle right back to what we've already been doing. And we've worked with a very specialist organic grower in the northeast who's growing these things, and it's trying to get the information passed on to other farms and passed on to us, so we're learning from them what sort of varieties we should be growing that suit us, and how that then relates to your gut health as well. So it's a really exciting ongoing journey, I think, for us all, but really important to look at that.
Lovely, thank you. And time's caught up with us, so thank you very much for your questions.
Okay, just there is one final one.
As long as you don't tell me off for overrunning.
Hello, Ruth Tuer. At the moment we're at this conference and we're all working towards one thing, which is selling our product. And Jannike has made great, she's gone further than what 99% of us has done. Most of us selling into a normal marketplace. We're doing it right at our house, and we have free-range pigs. We have loads and loads of them. If anybody into pigs knows it's very easy to get loads of pigs. We sell them one or two direct, that's things like a local pub, a smokehouse who makes fantastic world-renowned charcuterie, but that's like 2 pigs or 3 pigs or whatever. And the majority of ours have got to go to market. And that is the most depressing, heart-wrenching thing you can do when you've got a premium product, free range, used as part of our system of regenerative farming, and you take your lovely Oxford Sandy and Black Cross Tamworth pigs to the market, and people look at them like, where has these things come from? All they want is what we call Beltex or Belgian blue pigs. And it's just that marketplace, and even the auctioneers have no empathy or or thought for the future about the taste, the flavour, etc., etc. It's so easy to rear, not eating as much product as what you've got to buy in. But that is a big stumbling block because not everybody can be niche sale, but we've still got a premium product. And how is that going to be addressed in the future? Do you think there is a future for rare breeds, etc., that are fantastic quality through the open markets?
I certainly think there is. I think it's going to take time, but I think people are only more and more increasingly interested in what they're eating and where it's come from. So it's part of such a bigger systemic change. But Martin would probably be better at answering this than me, because I know you do lots of work in how we transition regenerative into the mainstream.
Do you want to say?
I think there's a lot of science going on around the world. I don't know if there's any of it going on in the UK about linking food nutrient density to systems of production. And they can't link it to min-till, cover crops, on their own. What they can link it to is life in the soil. And in order to get that life in the soil, we need to be doing min-till, we need to be doing cover crops, we need to be have livestock there, we need to be doing all these different things in order to get that life in the soil. So it's the whole gambit that counts. And that is beginning to show us that food is medicine as much as it is. It's not just fuel, it's so much more. And that this food with high phytochemicals and micronutrients and trace elements and all these things that we want in it, because that's what our own health relies on. All this research is emerging big time from 2 or 3 different outfits that have been working independently. And that's going to come. And when that hits the market, I think a huge number of people are changing their minds. They are beginning to proactively choose this stuff. But it's going to become a tidal wave, and it's going to have a big change in the next few years. I truly hope. I do believe, but I hope it does.
Hopefully one day on labels, instead of seeing fat contents, we'll see nutrient density information on there instead.
Well, you're going to have an app on your phone, and you can ping it at a carrot, and it's going to tell you how good it is. It's coming. If you've Dan Kittredge and John Kemp, it's just phenomenal.
Biggest challenge we've got is demonstrating method of production. We have a food system that wants uniformity, standardisation that fits in a bag, not caring where it comes from or what the landscape it comes from. There are a lot of campaigns around better labelling or identification of method of production. Unfortunately, many of the major supply chains or industry, livestock people and production systems are fighting against it because it will stop the bad practice being hidden. If we need better labelling system of method of production and honesty on how our food is produced. And I do know many of the major supply chains and the corporate bodies are looking at regenerative systems because of the carbon benefits, the nature benefits, and the resilience in our soil that produces food for the future. Many are considerably concerned around where their ingredients commercially will come from in a changing climate. So it's about getting that balance right. But we just got to keep pushing at it and lead it from farming and make sure our products that are diverse, that nature doesn't do uniformity. It likes diversity in grasses, in crops, in nature, in species. We've tried to contain it into individual things for commercial or for others' benefit. We need to come back and step back and make that work. And the clock's against us. I know we've got a hand poking up. If you can come to a question.
Just a quick comment.
Yeah.
So we're right.
Hang on, just have a mic quickly there.
I thought I was finishing. Sorry, I walked.
You told me we could carry on.
I've bullied my way in. I'm sorry about that. The nutrients won't lie. So everything you say about honesty in terms of labelling and all the rest of it, yeah, that would be great. However, we know that there are so many links in the chain for that to happen, and often one breaks. But if people can genuinely see the nutrient content of their food, then the only way for that food to be of nutrient dense value is for it to have come from good systems. Yeah. So actually, that's what we really need.
Yeah. And it's coming. They're trying to get the tech, so you can use your phone or your photo to see the density of the product, and that would be game changing. But there's many people on the other side that do not want that to happen because their system that they make lots of money out of won't get the
One
market.
last thing, the best bit of tech for working out that nutrient density is this.
Yeah.
Once it's tuned in, it's your taste buds.
But you've got to give people off sugar.
Yeah.
Words.
Well, that's true, Andy. Yeah.
We've got a wider thing, but anyway, thank you to you both. You've really sort of explained how your systems are changing and approach, and it has picked out for me that valuing nature in a system, that diversity of cropping, diversity of biology. We think nature's that fluffy, woolly thing, but it actually underpins our systems and our approaches. And when we start to retune to it, we actually get more resilient soils, resilient crops, resilient outputs. So it's just trying to work out how we can tune ourselves back in to our soils and our landscape, and actually get health from ourselves from that. So I know time's against us, so thank you very much. They're here for questions during the break, and it's great to hear you both and your presentations, and it's good luck for the future.
Thank you.
My name's Marian Boswell. I'm a landscape architect and an agroecology coach and co-founder of Chalk to Coast Nature Recovery, which I'd love to talk to any of you about. But today I'm here as a student of the wonderful Jules from the Create course, and there are many of us around. Jules is one of the most experienced agroecological coaches and regen ag educators that there are. She's a sheep breeder, a cattle rancher, a market gardener, and a pastoral farmer. And she was co-creator of the Create programme, which Liz and I met on, and Emily, and which Silas has also been on. She was also the driving force and co-creator of Mangrove Farms, which I know she's going to talk to you a bit about. She is passionate about bringing forth a new paradigm for how we as humans relate to and interact with our environment, with each other. On the Create course, we all had to understand what makes us tick and what we bring to a team. And Jules is a star. What does that mean? It means that in a group, she just shines. She is resilient, as we'll hear a little bit about her story. And more importantly, she embodies that quality which Patrick Holden said that this sort of meeting embodies yesterday, which is that she is unstoppable. Following on from yesterday's bit on family constellations, which some of you attended, the successional piece is something which Jules really understands. She always wanted to be a farmer, but she grew up in the 60s and 70s when girls were supposed to be farmers' wives, secretaries, or nurses. As a youth, she actually wanted to be a dog. And she spent her time being her dad's #1 sheepdog, always with him and always noticing everything. She had a really good eye, and he used to say, "You see everything." And that's something she brings to coaching. Her dad would butcher animals at home and throw the guts out the wool shack, and she'd run round and dissect them with her pocket knife to find out how animals worked. And she was also exposed to all sorts of issues like hypothermic lambs and lambs that didn't have an anus. And it would always be a case of, let's see how we can fix it. And she would always fix it. And she wanted actually to be a vet, but in that crazy way we can take on different mindsets, she thought she was too dumb. So she worked as a herd tester, and she made quite a lot of money working with the sheep farm. And she went back to her father with all this money and said, "Right, Dad, I'm ready. Can I lease the farm?" And her father laughed at her and said, "No, the farm's for your brother." So Jules got to travel instead, and she got to grow and she got to learn in other ways. And she actually came to England when she was 22, so this is not her first rodeo over here. She spent time in Kent on a dairy farm, time lambing, she worked in pubs, she went back to Greece, and then she came back to London, and then eventually she went to America. She lived in Sheehan, Wyoming. They loved her foreign accent, but within a couple of weeks there was a huge tornado. And so with that resilience, she did what she says anyone would do, and started a roofing and painting company, as you do. Then she moved to Colorado and worked on a 2,000-acre organic produce farm, and grew organic veg, baby veg, paddy pans, and a huge amount of veg that went to Denver. She then spent 12 years on Lopez Island with a market garden and farming beef. An important thing to know about Jules is that she's never owned land and she's never owned a home. As a born and bred Kiwi, the whole indigenous way of being, with humans as belonging to the land and not the other way around, has always resonated with her. And I hope that she will share the karakia with us as she did on the Create course. She is an incredible coach, as I can attest, having been coached by her. She's worked on places that have 3,000 sheep or 50,000 sheep. She's trimmed the feet, she's done the nights, she's trained the dogs, moreover, trained the humans to train the dogs. And she's got this ability to see and synthesize and empathize with all that human stuff, which is so important. And from her life, she's learnt to turn what looks into a problem into an opportunity. After Lopez Island, she went back to New Zealand because she thought that the New Zealand farmers were the best in the world, and now she had something to share with them. But having been at the forefront of the grass-fed farm and finishing in the US, she's surprised that actually in New Zealand they were doing it, but they weren't talking about it. All around the world, other people were understanding the difference between grain-fed and grass-fed, but even though she was working for one of the leading livestock companies, they poo-pooed her. So she realized that when you live in a bubble and you don't look outside, where are you getting that curiosity from? And so that, I think, she's going to tell us about as part of the most important things about coaching. But Jules is very good at being vulnerable, and she shared with me what changed. She said she was managing a place down in the south for a guy who had several farms, and one day the guy came to her and said, "Look, Jules, you are absolutely amazing, but you're going through life not knowing who you are, and other people don't get who you are," and told her about this landmark forum training. And that's what Jules went and did. And being Jules, after a couple of courses, they turned around and offered her a job training there. So she began to train for them, and that was the pivot of her life when she also met Nicole Masters, who wrote the book Integrity Soils, and with whom she created the Create course, Integrity Soils Create course. So she also took a couple of years to look after her mother as her mother was dying, which I think is one of those amazing things that people who are happy to bounce through life can do. And then went to work on mangaroo farms, which she'll tell us a bit about. So Jules is interested in how we do this dance well with nature. And you can't buy this whole new regenerative system. Money isn't going to do it for us. You have to rethink the way you see the world. And I know that that's what Jules is going to tell us all about. And so I'll hand over to her to dance with us.
Thank you, Marian. Maybe I should quit while I'm ahead. Anyway. Tēnā koutou, tēnā koutou, tēnā koutou katoa. Ko Taranaki, te monga, te Waitara, te awa. Te Broughton, te waka. Ko Scottish, ko French, ko English, ko New Zealand, te iwi. No Paikokariki, aho, ko Jules Matthews, tako ingoa. Ngā mihi nui, tēnā koutou, katoa. Hello and thank you, and mostly thank you to Liz and Nick for the invitation to be here. This is actually my third visit to the UK, and I was back 2 years ago, as Marian said, for the Integrity Soils Create course, which was run out of Althorpe and was quite a highlight for me. Mainly made a highlight by the people who participated in that program, of which 3 are here today, and Silas has done the more recent one. So that's been a real privilege and very much force in my life, I think. Learning how to be the best human being I can be, which is still, I must say, a work in progress. Anyway, I'll figure out how to work this clicker, which I think is like that. So this is pretty much how my days start. I live in this little town called Paikokariki, which is just a wee bit north of Wellington. And there's a group of women that was formed by a friend of mine, and we're called the Mermaids. So we swim every day, and there's maybe 3 or 4 days in the year that we really can't swim because it is too rough. But that was last week. It's a bit wintry and a bit cold. On a cold day, it'll be about 8 degrees, but usually it sits around 12. And one of the things that I've noticed being part of a community of women that swim early in the morning is how much a physical activity can get us out of our own way, and how much being part of nature is really fundamental for us expressing ourselves well in the world. And this is where I live. I live on 1,000 acres that is destined to be developed, so all those hills behind my fine-looking Huntaway there will be covered in houses in the near future. And it's not easy country. It's quite steep, as you can see, and it runs down towards we're looking south towards that's Porirua and Whitby, so little sort of satellite cities that are outside of Wellington, which most of you probably realise is our capital. Not a huge population, there's only 500,000 people that live in the area. But the photo on the left there is summertime, and the photo on the right is a couple of weeks ago, so greens up nicely during this time of year. But like you, we have the challenge of what's happening with our land and what's our land use and how are we managing that into the future. And I think often I see a lot of short-term thinking, which is somewhat problematic. Just to back up a little bit and go, how did I get here? Why is any of this important to me? I grew up firstly on a dairy farm and then a sheep and beef farm. And one of my earliest memories is it was a summer day and my dad had been doing some spraying and he had one of those backpack sprayers out on the driveway. And he'd been stirring this particular chemical and our water source was water catchment off the roof. And there was a big tank that had a veranda on top of it and a little hole in the end where you could sort of pop your head and pop a stick in and measure it. And as a 10 or 11-year-old, I thought it would be a really good idea to find out how much water we had for the summer because it was getting dry. So I took the stick off the driveway and I popped it in and I managed to drop it. And of course, I was always worried about being in trouble. I was the youngest and usually was in trouble. So I didn't say anything about the stick. And my dad came in that night and he ran a glass of water. And I was sitting at the table and I saw him stop. And he smelt the glass of water. And I went, oh, holy shit. Oops. So, short story. He figured out that Jules had dropped the stick, and it was the stick that he'd been stirring the paraquat. And he drained the water tank and bought a tanker load of water. And we were not well off, and that was a little bit of trouble I got in there. But it was really impactful to know that one stick in a big swimming pool size tank could cause my father to take that sort of action. And I think it really was a fundamental pivoting point for me to go, yeah, chemicals are not so good. And that was in the 60s, and we were starting to utilize a lot of chemicals. And DDT was sprayed out of helicopters, and we would stand under the helicopters as they sprayed, because, you know, all these things we were told were safe. And I've got 3 siblings, and all of them have autoimmune allergies. I'm the only one who doesn't have something oh, I wouldn't say fundamentally wrong, but there's probably lots fundamentally wrong with me. Anyway, I don't have any health issues, put it that way. And yeah, so I think it's always in those moments where our life takes a turn. And that was one of the ones for me. Recently, so right at the end of COVID, I moved to what is now known as Mangaroa Farms. Mangaroa Farms was set up by two young American guys who had moved to New Zealand, made hundreds and hundreds of thousands of dollars in the tech industry. Anyone who goes to ancestor.com to figure out where you come from, that technology was all developed by them. And anyway, they ended up buying this farm. They didn't really mean to buy a farm. They just wanted to stop housing going up on the hills where they looked out from their houses. And after a few years of it being run badly, they thought, well, we'll find someone who can turn it into a food hub. So when I came to Mangaroa Farms, my brief was just turn it into a food hub, a local food hub that we can do education and look at regenerative practices. So that's what we've done. It was about 2,000 acres, and we keep growing it. It's now about 2,500 acres. And it's considered, or the way we talk about it, is it's a living laboratory for transitioning dairy and pine. New Zealand's got a lot of pine forest into regen ag and back to native forests. And the question is, how do we create a food system drawing from our indigenous wisdom, which we're fortunate to have, close to our hands and hearts in New Zealand through our Māori collaborations, and with, also collaborating with our communities to bring forth a new reality, because I think what we know is, and what's been said for multiple decades, is we can't solve today's problems with the same thinking that created them. So the idea is we create this resilient food hub where we can bring people and allow people to learn alongside of us. And we are uniquely located right next to our capital, so we have a fair chunk of people close at hand. We are a non-profit, and we're owned by the Biome Trust. So the Biome Trust was set up as a charitable trust to fund long-term kaitiaki, or care of the land, focus groups in New Zealand. So that's been a real privilege. I was the manager of Mangaroa Farms. I'm now just a director and an advisor, because I live down the road on another 1,000 acres, and I'm always looking for a good project. One of the questions we tried to answer, or we continue to look at, is how do we develop a context-specific living system in our region? Because everywhere is different and has different wants and needs and calls for something different to be created. So that's a picture of, that's the first year I was there, and I said, let's do a market garden, and 12 months later we had that. And one of the advantages that I had at Mangaroa Farms was a lot of resource. So the ability to throw a lot and do a lot very quickly, because there was the capital to do it. And I will say this, it's one of the biggest disadvantages I've ever worked with. It really limits people's thinking when they think they can buy their way out of it. So for me, tapping into your creativity and not running to the wallet to buy the next fix is probably one of the greatest sort of be warned things I might say. But anyway, we created this pretty fabulous market garden, built a shop. My dream for the shop was always it was going to be a self-serve thing, because I wanted people to come and create a place of connection and trust, based on trust. And my experience in that had been living on Lopez Island in the US for 12 years. And there I started my own little butchery, and I used to sell meat on an honesty basis. So there was just a freezer and fridge of meat, and you helped yourself and left some money with a note. I went back there on my way to come here 2 years ago, And that one roadside stand, which was mine, had turned into 37 people doing exactly the same thing. And a community on a little island that's 15 miles long, you could drive around and buy bread and wine and beer and meat and vegetables and fruit and pretty much anything else you wanted. So I think don't underestimate the seed you sow and water it. And then other people will pick up on it and grow their own version of your crop or their crop. So Mangaroa Farms, I figure the business we're in is the business of light energy. Photosynthesis, the conversion of photosynthesis into a healthy ecosystem, healthy nutrient-dense food, and therefore a healthy population. And New Zealand, like the rest of the world, is struggling with health as one of our biggest concerns and underlying issues on a national level. So kai, that is the Maori word for food, and we believe kai is love made visible. And that was a phrase that was taken from one of our staff members, and I loved it. It's such a gift from one's heart when you feed others. And it's been done, again, thanks to Nick and Liz, it's been done beautifully here, so really hats off to those that have created, grown, and prepared the food we are enjoying over these few days. Our consumers, we see them as collaborators, and what we want to do is enable people to have some power and some agency that's currently not available, knowing that the choices they make and the actions they take are actually having a bottom line influence, not just on their health and well-being, but on a local level in their neighbourhood. So Mangaroa Farms, we've planted something like, I think it must be pushing 80,000 trees. A lot of that is in gullies and along creating hedgerows. You know, New Zealand was cleared and devoid of forest by those of us and our forebears that went there, so we're busy trying to reinstate a lot of that and create a bit of an English landscape, which I find I really resonate with. So that's been a lot of fun. This is another te reo Māori phrase, and it's he aha te me nui, he tangata, he tangata, he tangata. And the translation is, what is the most important thing? It is the people. It is the people. It is the people. And sometimes I question that, but it comes back to, without us, this world will do its thing. But with us here, if we don't focus on who we're being and how we're going about what we're doing, then we don't have a future to look forward to that we can stand strong and tall and share with our following generations. So it really does come down to us and who we're being and how we're viewing and seeing what we're up to. What do we face? I don't think it varies a whole lot. We don't have an inheritance tax. We have a Green Party that is hell-bent on introducing an inheritance tax after seeing what the English have done. So, you know, we're watching you guys closely. We don't have cuts to support schemes. We don't have support schemes. And I will say this, New Zealand support schemes went and were thrown out the window in the early 80s. And what happened was we had a huge demise in our rural communities. Those businesses that employed people folded, and unemployment became rife in New Zealand. And now we're, 4 and 5 generations into people who have been gainfully unemployed and made dependent by a system that was never designed to do that, but failed to look far enough out and go, what are the negative implications? What are the downside to the choices we're making today? And I think it's one of the most fundamentally important questions we ask is, what is it I'm not seeing that may be a downside to what I'm doing today in tomorrow's world? Our biodiversity, water quality, you know, the usual things of sedimentation and erosion, it's running rife with us the same as it is with you. Our regulation is, again, not thought out long term. It seems to be a little bit ad hoc and thrown at us. And we too have the usual cycle of droughts and floods. And, you know, we like to make fun of the Aussies a lot. And it's pretty much, you're only an inch from a drought, mate. And with the New Zealand grazing system being what it is, we try and keep things very tidy as a general rule. So we like our pastures really short and looking like the lawn. And we really are only an inch from a drought. Many of our farms you can go to and throw a spade in the ground and you'll dig up root systems that are maybe an inch or two deep. And the minute you don't get rain, you're in trouble. And I can see, you know, you're probably dealing with some of the similar stuff here. You've got a climate that is used to having a regular rainfall. And with climatic changes being what they are, the minute that doesn't happen, you're susceptible to some issues that you haven't had to face in the past. Farmer wellbeing. Put your hand up if you know someone who's committed suicide. Yeah. That's most of us. And again, how do we support the people that are the existence of our life? Because without food, we don't exist. So, and part of that farmer wellbeing is the things like, you know, our rising costs and market pressures, a return on investment. There's a lot of volatility right now. Your grain prices are really low, your stock prices are high. You know, New Zealand's getting paid gold for our livestock. But, you know, we're still price takers. We're not price setters. So, you know, we're our commodity market. And again, I mean, who's your labour force here? We now have a lot of people from overseas who come seasonally to New Zealand. And that's only been in the last 30 years. And many of them are not treated as well as we would like to be treated. And it's sad to see that we perpetuate, as a colony, we perpetuate the very thing that our forebears left this country to get away from. So a little bit to be answerable to. Anyway, I'll get to a happy note at some point here. And in all of that, we live with a lot of uncertainty and ambiguity, and I think more than any other time in the world. So how do we pass it on? How do we plan for succession when we're looking toward a future that is so uncertain? We better work our truth. So what's the purpose of ag? Why are you guys farming? Anyone like to shout out why you're farming? No reason? Just because you want it?
It's the only thing truly worth doing, that's why.
Good on you. Why else do we farm?
Produce food.
Yeah. Yeah, that's it. To produce food, why?
It's the old we eat.
Yeah. We say we are what we eat, but do we really get that? You know, when you look at the food that human beings mostly live on and mostly produce now, it doesn't reflect any connection to an understanding of we are what we eat. We eat processed, manufactured food, devoid of nutrient and life. So, how do we know that? They've been measuring it for a long time, and the only thing that seems to be going up is the phosphate in our food. So if you look at what phosphorus does in cell division and cell replication, And then you look at the growth of cancers. New Zealand has the highest, if not one of the highest rates of cancer in the world. And when you go to where our produce is grown, our land is toxic. We have used so much superphosphate, it is literally a toxic waste dump. And that's what we eat. And the rest of our minerals pretty much depleted. So 1 carrot, you now have to eat the whole sack, and good luck. Anyway, if you are what you eat, and you're more microbes than you are you, which we are, it is your gut that determines the way you think, the way you feel, and the way your body works. And if you are feeding it the wrong foods, or foods that don't promote healthy microbiome, then there's not an easy road ahead for any of us. And we do have a say. So if you are your microbiome and you're not taking care of it, you're only half of yourself for a start. And then you disappear altogether into the world of sickness and ill health. So that microbial bridge is what we require, and it breaks down our food, it has us grow, it regulates all our health, it provides all our vitamins and enzymes, and it helps our whole body function. And more than anything, it determines our mood. So once again, how many of you either suffer depression, are on some sort of mood-altering drugs, or know someone who is? Yeah. I'm surprised not all of you. You go to New Zealand, everyone's hand goes up. Everyone is either on an antidepressant, knows someone who's on an antidepressant, or is really clearly connected to someone who's suffering from some kind of depression. So that microbial bridge is fundamental to our well-being. And we've blown it. Like, as a race, we've blown it. It no longer functions, and it no longer functions in the very thing that we as farmers are managing, which is our soils. So we're doing the same to our body as we're doing to our farms. And they either have indigestion, constipation, or diarrhea. I lived in America for 20-some years, and you walk into the pharmacy or the supermarket, doesn't matter which, and you walk down and there'll be a whole aisle for diarrhea, and then there'll be a whole aisle for constipation. And then you're like, which shall I choose? Because, you know, obviously. Oh, and there's another aisle for indigestion as well. So whatever we've done to ourselves, I like to say out there is a reflection of in here. So when I look at a landscape and a person, you will find they will mirror one another. And this is what New Zealand looks like often. We get big rainfalls and our land falls into the ocean and into the rivers. And we lose 192 million tonnes of soil, which is 400,000 dump trucks a week. And I looked up some statistics. In the UK, they say you lost $1.2 billion to soil degradation. And I think you've got something like 100,000, 108,000 farmers. And that calculates out to about 11,000 quid each. And I don't know a farmer in this room that wouldn't love to have 11,000 quid in their bank account. So, however, whatever we're doing to manage our land, the retention of our soil, which is only, you know, for the most part 6 inches, needs hanging on to and needs some serious consideration if we're going to win at the game we're playing here. So the question is, are you building or are you losing soil? So who thinks they're building soil? Yeah? So there's a few of you out there like, yes, I feel really confident I'm building soil. Who feels like, no, even though you're doing some changes or maybe not doing some changes, you feel like you're still losing soil? And how many of you drive down the road when it's raining and see the rivers running brown? I would expect all your hands to go up for that one. Because that is your soil. And it doesn't matter if it comes off your place or the neighbour's place. It's your soil. This is your country. This is your home that has been washed out to sea. And I just don't think we're tensioning against that in a way that we're going, holy crap, we need to do something here. This is not sort of a one-day, someday event. It is every day we drive down the road and it is raining, you can see your land leaving your country. Anyway, why soil carbon? Because it is the battery that stores sunlight energy. And if we're sunlight farmers, we've got to have a place to put that sunlight. It's how we increase our nutrient availability. It's what holds water. It's what buffers and creates immunity in the system. The same as in your system. If you've got a good gut microbiome, you'll have a good immune system. And it's how we hold water. So looking at resilience, the need to buffer against droughts and floods, it is our ability, or our land's ability, to absorb that water, hold that water, and release it slowly over time. So a 1% increase in organic matter in your soil is the equivalent of, some say 144, some say 160,000 litres. There's various numbers out there. We don't need to split the hairs. My understanding is in the UK, you've lost 40 to 60% of your organic matter. So multiply that by 144,000 litres and then start looking at how many floods and how many droughts are you now experiencing? And what can we do about that? So what we can do about it is restore that soil carbon and restore that soil function, because we don't get it without the function. So the bank and the hospital are what we're after. And at the end of the day, it all comes back to soil. So whether it's climate regulation, whether it's water quality, whether it's your fishery beds, food quality, our human health and our planetary health, it comes back to soil. It is the one thing that we actually have some real say over in how we do it and how we deal with it. So restoring that bridge in a regenerative approach is, if we can restore that microbial bridge, we have a bit of a shot at resolving some of the issues we're facing. And what I want to do now is just take a little 5 minutes and play a bit of a game with you all, because I think playing games is way more interesting than me. Boys, you go. Is it on? Hello. Ooh, look at that. So I'm going to ask for a few volunteers here, and I need myself a tree or a plant. Come on, Emily. Come on up here. So Emily's going to be a plant because she knows the game and she'll not make me look bad, but I'm going to have a few more of you come and play as well. So we're going to start with Emily, and Emily is going to be a plant. And what does a plant do? Has leaves, right? Emily's got a broken back, so we won't make her to be too plant-like, you know? So your plant hangs out there and it's got a little bit of leaf area, and it collects some, what? What else? Sunlight, water, CO2, and it does what? It grows, right? It grows, and it comes down, and what's attached to your plant? Roots. Can I have some roots, please? Come on. Julia's going to be my roots. You don't want to play this game with an Aussie. They get rude really quickly. Dirty buggers they are. Anyway, we've got our plant, and she's busy collecting a little sunshine and water and CO2, and she pushes what out of her roots? Oh, there's a sticky. A little bit of sugar, right? A little bit of liquid carbon, and it comes really sticky. Anyway, and then what happens?
feed on it.
Who feeds on it? Microbes. So we need a couple of bacteria. Can we have a couple of bacteria up here, please? So here come our little bacteria. The thing you want to know about the bacteria, these guys, party animals. You know when you have a party and you want everyone to leave, it's past time, everyone goes home, and there's always one or two people who want to go out and get another six-pack, maybe order in some pizza, and they're not going anywhere. That's these guys. No matter what we do, they are not going anywhere, but they love to eat sugar. So here comes a little bit more sticky sugar, and it comes down, and they are going to eat that sugar and party hard. So who else is in this? Who else do we have here? We've got... There we go. Come on up. We've got a protozoa here. There's actually 3 kinds of protozoa. You've got your amoeba, and you've got your ciliates, and you've got your flagellates. So these guys eat these guys. And then all the sugar is coming along. So there's a whole lot of sugar that's coming along here. It's coming along. And she gets to eat, and she eats the sugar. And as she consumes the sugar and the nutrients, where have all the nutrients gone? We had a lot of nutrients around here somewhere. There's one, I can see it right there. A little bit of sulfur, a little bit of nitrogen. Everything's starting to flow, right? And so our lovely protozoa, they come back around, and after eating a whole lot of the bacteria, they do things like come over to the roots, and they do things like poop. Could you give us a poop? Oh, nice. And they do things like poop, and then these nutrients come back up. And what does this girl get to do? She gets to grow, right? So now we've got our plant doing a little bit of growing, and who else do we got in here? Oh, look. Oh, come on. Somebody's going to pick it up. So we've got a nematode. Oh, we got a good nematode and a bad nematode. I think the red one must be the bad nematode. I'm so sorry. So nematodes. So we're going up the food chain. Now the nematodes are going to eat the bacteria, and the nematodes are going to eat the protist. And as they do the eating, some more sugar comes down the line. Help yourself. And that gets passed down the line, and some more nutrients from out here get circled back around. We've got a little bit of P over there. We've got some zinc. We've got some nitrogen. We've got a lot going on. Oh, we've even got some potassium over there. So these nutrients are starting to flow to the plant, and the plant is going to continue to grow and push more sugar down, and this whole cycle's starting to work. And meanwhile, the little bad nematode over there cannot get to the roots because good nematode is really good at kung fu. There is no need to kill the bad nematode. That spray you use, you don't need it. You just need the good guy to do a bit of kung fu and keep bad nematode over there. So we got that going on, and then we've got... Oh, look, you ducked. What was that? Come on. Come on. So we got this guy. And so this guy is our mycorrhizal fungi. Who's not heard of mycorrhizal fungi? Everyone has, right? So mycorrhizal fungi are connected. Come over here. Are connected to the roots. You're going to wind yourself out. Mm-hmm. You can bugger off over there somewhere. Okie dokie. So now we've got our mycorrhizal fungi hooked up here, and everything is starting to work. So all that sugar, we got the big bag, is going to shoot off down, and instead of our plant having access to 2% of the soil around it, it's going to now have access to maybe as much as 20%. So the soil, the water, and the nutrients are all starting to flow in this system. This is nature when it's working. So, what else have we got? Oh, we may as well have a ciliate. What a lovely ciliate. Come on up. I bet your wife's never told you that. I'd be surprised. We'll talk later. So ciliate actually is part of your protozoa. If you have too many ciliates, it's your indication that you've got anaerobic soils, so it's not breathing. So when these guys are all working, we have a flow of nutrient from the plant to the microbes, and a flow of nutrient and moisture from the microbes to the plant. And we have a healthy system that's functioning as nature designed. Now, we're farmers. What are the things we do to break this cycle? Ha-ha! The man with the nitrogen. There you are. So what's the first thing to go? How many kgs of N did you just put on? Well, you tell me how many you might have put on. You're a Kiwi, you've probably put on 300. They are the most excessive nitrogen users in the world. 70 kgs of nitrogen in a dressing. Goodbye. So now you've gone from you don't. It's really sad you don't know where you come from. So now you've gone from your plant having access to 20% of the soil around it back to 2%. So what's going to happen to our wee plant here? And then the farmer's going to do what? Oh, another dressing of nitrogen. Boom. And that next dressing of nitrogen is going to get rid of whom? Who's further up the food chain? Yeah, your nematode is going to have a hard time. So could our good nematode please take a seat? Thank you very much. Great, thanks, Mel. So now what is the plant exposed to? Aha! Where is our bad nematode? It's going to come and have a little nibble on the roots here. So now our root system is being depleted. And what's going to happen for the plant? She's starting to get a bit sad, this girl. I mean, broken back. Shit, that was the least of her worries. So what's another activity we do as farmers? A little bit of synthetic herbicides, pesticides, fungicides, ploughing, all sorts of disturbances, right? So pretty soon, our produce population can also go take a rest. Where are we? That's you. Yeah. Thank you. You've been a lovely protest. And I mean, sorry, I didn't have toilet paper. And Mr. Ciliate, you can sit down too because you're one of the protists, but I'll take you back. So now we're left and we've got a depleted root system because it's been eaten. We've got a whole lot of nutrient that's been applied, and who's hanging on to the nutrient and not letting it go? So the more nutrient we put on, what is the bacteria taking out of the soil to balance itself every time you apply some N or P or whatever else you're putting on? Carbon. So for these guys to balance themselves, they have to draw carbon. So you put on some N, you've got a carbon to nitrogen ratio of 5:1. Your protists, 20:1, your nematodes, 30:1. So as they consume, they take those excess nutrients and feed the plant. Now we've got all our excess nutrients locked up and not available to the plant. So what's the farmer going to do now? A little bit more N, maybe? A little bit more P? A little bit more water? So now we've got what most farmers are dealing with, which is a broken system. And we're going to try and buy our way out of it with a lot of products that are only going to further deteriorate the system. What we've done to our soils is exactly the same as what we've done to our own stomach microbiome. If you think about the soil is the plant's stomach. And things like Roundup, lovely, right? Doesn't impact us because we don't have a shikimate pathway. But who has a shikimate pathway? All these microbes. All the ones in your stomach have that same shikimate pathway as a plant. So now you, as well as your soil, cannot absorb the nutrients. Even if you are eating some good nutrients, your chances of absorbing them are lessened bit by bit. So a little bit depressing, but what can we do to reinstate this?
Bring in some livestock.
Possibly, yeah. How about we just stop doing the things that are doing harm first? And one of the things that Integrity Soils has always talked about is let's get on the methadone program rather than the cold turkey one, because that's quite painful. And as farmers, we're often tempted to want to try something, and I don't know about you, but I like to go the full Monty. But one of the best things we can do is do a trial area on our farms and learn on farm rather than just trusting someone like me stood up and said, oh, you can go do this and do that. So bring it in and bring it home and make it your own. But this system is the basis of our life and the basis of how nutrition flows and how we feed ourselves. And if we can get our heads around this, then our decision making can open the door to us doing it newly and differently. So anyway, I just want to thank you all for your participation. Give them a round. Thank you. Has your back. I think those lollies are past their use-by date too, Liz. I think we need new lollies.
Well, you're not going to eat them, are you?
Well, there you go. Right, any questions on that? Any buts? That pretty self-explanatory? Great. Yes?
Well, I'm wondering.
Can we come back to that at the end? Yeah.
Hello, just a quick back. We're looking at the health of the plant there, but the one thing, and the plant will grow, but you didn't say to what degree that plant will grow. When we're all conditioned as commercial farmers, we need that output. So how does that output compare to that output?
Well, if you're going to use your synthetics, you are going to continue to buy the growth. If you instill the functionality of the soil system, your opportunity is to allow nature to grow food for you rather than a bag. You can grow anything out of a bag, but you pay for it. So the question is, how much and for how long do you want to continue to pay? And is there an alternative? Yes, let nature do the work. But it's not an overnight fix. Just want to change gears just a little bit and go, what are the ingredients for living well? I had when I moved to America, I grew up in New Zealand, lived in the UK, went to America and suddenly realized there was no health system. If I got sick, I was in trouble. And everyone said, you need insurance. And I do tend to do things a little bit outside the square. And I went, I don't want to pay all that money, so I will develop a wellness program for me. So my wellness program was chiropractors and checkups and massages, and it was quite good. I quite enjoyed it. But what I got over time was connection is the number one determinant of our health. You can drink somewhat poor quality water and still have good health. You can even eat somewhat poor quality food and still have reasonably good health. If you do not have good connection, it is exactly the same as that exercise we just did with the microbes. You will not have good soil, you will not have good function in your rumen, and you will not. So that connection, that matters. We think it's all out there. It begins in here. So first and foremost, go to work on what is it you're feeding yourself, and what is the quality of that connection, and what is the connection you have with the people around you. And I think, again, thanks to Liz and Nick, one of the most important things we do at this time is to create opportunities for people like us to come together and connect and we're not alone, and we are working this out together, and nobody actually has the answer. So bringing awareness is really vital. And I like to say, address all the sisters. There's the mental one, probably me. The emotional one, yeah, hand up for that. Physical, yeah, I like to go there sometimes. And what about our spiritual and energetic well-being? Because we are energetic beings. It's been interesting for me to be back in Aotearoa, New Zealand, and look at our Indigenous Maori worldview, which is one of belonging to. And the Western view of ownership, that something is mine and I can do what I want with it, is dominant in New Zealand. And yet we have these beautiful people who have been there for hundreds of years that we've not been listening to. And I think the thing for me that's really happened is to go home and to sit in the resonance of others who felt like they belong to Mother Earth, or Papatūānuku as we call her, rather than she is mine. It's kind of like your wife, you know, yeah, I've got myself a woman, huh? She's mine. It's like, no, we're partners in this. And I think that shift in our thinking is really fundamental. If we want to go beyond the greenwashing of a shift in how we do this dance as human beings in relationship to our planet. And the question I often like to ask is, how do we create a new Indigenous together? Because although my ancestry comes from here, I'm born in New Zealand, I resonate with that landscape. That is the place I feel at home. And I'm sure all of you have places that you feel you really resonate. And some of you, it may be the fell, some of it may be the hill country or the moors, but there will be a landscape that brings you forward in your connection within yourself and with others. This is Mount Taranaki, so it's Maimonga. That is the mountain I grew up and was born under. And I really invite you on leaving here to just explore what's the landscape that your essence is tied to. And if you want to know what your essence is, go home to your mother or your father or your sisters or your lover and ask them, what is the essence in me that you see? Because we often don't see our own essence, but we all carry it. And if you want to know how well you resonate with it, then just have a look around you and have a look at what's functioning well. How's your water cycle, your mineral cycle? How are things working? And how are they not working? And there will be a reflection. Your landscape reflects you. My landscape reflects me. And it puts me in a position of real privilege and also real responsibility to take those actions that have it be well, as if I too were the mother of this earth. This tree, I took this photo with Liz the other day, and the base of this tree was several meters, and its middle was missing. And it was such a beautiful thing, and I thought it really, for me, it held two sides of what does right relationship look like? And particularly living in a country where our Indigenous people are quite strongly represented now, and then we have the Western worldview. So how do we balance that in creating what we need to? And I think one of the things that was recently said that I took note of was that our Western context has us failing to recognise that we've alienated not only ourselves, but others from where they belong. And I think belonging is what we're all seeking, that deep-seated sense of where am I from and who am I in this world. So it is context specific, what happens in New Zealand is contextually different than maybe what happens here. And it's how do we become holistic living system thinkers rather than analytical people? How do we do collective and relational work together rather than being individuals and wanting everything to be autonomous? How do we create our values and our consensus rather than having that hierarchical majority rule, which we heard a little bit about yesterday? It's easy for us to be ignored. And how do we bring guardianship to the forefront rather than ownership? Because there's reciprocity that needs to be addressed in this rather than our rights. We've lived with our rights and it's only got us so far. So I thought a little bit about what are some of the principles that I think are important to consider when we're looking to change. And one of them is just learn fast. Do what you need to. Take the time to come to these events. Be a sponge. Observe, question, measure a few things. In the last session, people who wish they'd measured before they started. Measure early so you know what progress you're making. And when you adapt intentionally. Don't do the random, the new thing is, you're going to do a 30-way cover crop, and stop all this random looking for a quick fix. Utilize those feedback loops and remain really flexible, because what works this year may not work next year. Next year you get rain, this year didn't get rain. And anchor yourself to those core purposes. It's the things we value determine our actions and our results. But don't lock yourself in, because you're on a journey that you will have to progress through stages that may not look the way you think they should. So having a little bit of, having your values be that compass rather than locking you into a cage. And you're going to have to pivot, so do it thoughtfully. Take the time to respond rather than react in your management. And I really like this phrase of metabolize your difficulty into development. And again, for those of you the few of you who were in the room with Liz last night, that willingness to have the courage to look at ourselves and get that if I want to affect a change out here, I've got to do the work in here. And it doesn't mean you all have to rush off to therapy. You can if you want to. But if we do not address who we are in this, and we keep looking outside ourselves, there isn't we're not going to get very far. We're just going to grind it out. And speaking of grinding it out, you can't deliver those results you want if you are burnt out and broke. So we do need to be responsible for our well-being, and we do need to make sure that we're being profitable in all that we do, which in this climate can be pretty bloody tricky. So this pyramidal orchid. We found these the other day, driving around, in this beautiful little spot. And what was fascinating was to look at what had happened. So it was in the gateway, it had been compacted by animals, the rabbits had been eating all the grass, there were thistles growing, it was obviously compacted, there was all these things that you could see were going on, but it had created this beautiful environment for this fabulous species to pop up and flourish. So when you're inviting change on your farm, understand that those patterns that you're trapped in, whether it's your management pattern or your thinking pattern, it's just one possible view. So change your view and you'll change your world. And how do we get to something new? How do we see it new? It's like, think of a child and the curiosity they have, the questions they ask, the delight they have poking around, looking and discovering. So how could you see it differently? What would nature do? If you walk away, what will nature do? What does that land ask to be? And how might I be wrong? I think I did the holistic management training when I was in the States, and one of the best learnings I took from that was assume you are wrong. And we don't do that. We make a decision and we assume we're right. But if you assume you're wrong, you will be looking for what's not working the way you thought it was going to work. So it's not to be a negative Nelly, it's just to assume you're wrong and keep your eye on the ball. And when you're dealing with people, and I think we saw this yesterday, a question is, how are they the hero in their story? When you think someone else is being a dick, which happens a lot in my world, and I'm like, wow, how do they see themselves? Because I'm not seeing them like that. And in their world, they're right. So what are those limiting factors, whether it be personal or whether it be outside? And what's happened here in the past? New Zealand wants to be bush. The minute we walk away, all those plants we imported from here, you know, the broom and the gorse, and they come first, and then our native species come. So what does your land want to do without you? And understand that your job as a farmer is to arrest a piece of land successionally where you want it to be. So then the question is, how do you arrest it successionally and keep it healthy? It's kind of like, how do you keep your teenager a teenager and keep it healthy? You don't want to, I get that, but yeah. And what's the long-term implication of whatever you're doing? Because there will be, and we don't think long-term. And to be regenerative, we have to think long-term. And I'm not talking 2 years, 5 years, I'm talking 50 years, 100 years, 300 years. And I think, again, if we look to some of our Indigenous people around the world, that's what they bring to the table that we as Western thinkers have probably been a bit remiss at. So New Zealand, just briefly, we've got a government that's pushing for the introduction of GMO crops. They're really, switched on down under. They think that the answer is to follow way behind the rest of the world and jump on the bandwagon because we've missed out. Bloody great. And we voted them in too. Oh, I didn't, but some people did. We're going to increase our allowable Roundup residue from 0.1 parts per million to 10. Great. While the rest of the world is being sued for, cancer and God knows what else. We're spending millions on technological fixes, and I'm not against technological fixes, but I think we face biological problems, and most of the answers we will find that work are going to be biological answers to biological problems. And, while we're spending millions on that, Quorum Sense, which is a farmer-led farmer education consortium of people. That funding's been cancelled. And, conversion of our good farmland. I think, you're dealing with some of the same stuff here, that you're losing farmland, but we've lost, over 250,000 hectares in the last 7 years. 36% of that is sold to overseas investors, some of them English. And a lot of them are planting pine trees, never to be harvested. So we're basically building a second California as we end up having drier and drier summers. New Zealand's just going to be another place that forest fires are the thing of the future. And meanwhile, we've lost the one thing we do well, which is grow sheep and cattle, but we've lost 2.7 million stock units in the last few years. And as I said before, we've got a Green Party. Now, the Green Party should be the Farmers' Party, wouldn't you think? Can we work together and have a little bit of a dance and a wee romance here? But no, they're going to do the inheritance tax. So, not much more fun for us than it is for you. But we must always look at the upside, and we do have Quorum Sense, and similar to some of what I've heard today, you've got a few farmer-led groups. Do whatever you can to keep those alive and well, and participate, because that's all we've got is our participation. There's a lot of good research coming out of New Zealand on bale grazing during the winter as opposed to feeding crops. How many people plant winter crops for their stock here? No. We do, and then we turn it into a mud hole. It's nothing to see cows up to their bellies in mud all winter long. We've got a program called Catch the Rain, which is farmers measuring runoff with different grazing practices and regimes to see how well they can impact infiltration of rainfall. Integrity Soils Create program has been really instrumental, I think, in us looking at how do we create and develop people who can support farmers in this transition and support them objectively and support them from all of those different points of view, the scientific point of view, the human point of view, and the practical on-farm point of view, because it takes all of it, and not be someone who's just coming down your driveway to sell you another product, because there's plenty of that out there. We now have an underground festival. Fran Bailey, who some of you will probably know, she had quite a bit to do with Groundswell, but she's come back to New Zealand and started underground, which we had the first one of this year. Pretty cool. We've got Whenua Hamu, which is a 7-year regen ag project that's run from Massey University. Again, it's a university project, so it's got a lot of constraints and limitations, and I do think that most of our really good information coming out of this regenerative farming scene is coming from on-farm, and yet it still needs to be validated and quantified. So having some university involvement has been really good. And Dr. Gwen Grelet, who some of you may have heard of, she's French but lives in New Zealand, and she's written a really good white paper that again has been a bit pushed under the carpet, but is a resource that we can go to. The Savoury EOV, Environmental Outcome Verification, which you also have here, has been used, and it's used as a marketing tool. I think the thing that I see with that is it's often overlaid onto farmers, and they're made to do it, to sell their product, rather than them having a full understanding of the implications of how to change their management and their thinking to get the results. So it's another way to get there, but however we get there, that we must do. And then Ngaitahu is a big iwi down the South Island, and they too have been receiving a lot of government funding. So a few of those sorts of things going on. This was Nicole, and we worked on this. A lot of people use Gabe Brown's principles for regenerative ag, and they are context specific. You know, there's no point saying to New Zealanders or even to you guys, add livestock. A lot of you already have livestock in your systems, or year-round cover. If you're grass farmers, you've already got it. So we develop these just as a bit of a broader spectrum, and the context is always decisive. So first and foremost, your context is what matters, and if you don't have a collaborative mindset, you're going to be struggling out there on your own. So be sure to take others with you as you go. If you're maximizing photosynthesis, you're going to have something growing all year round. So just think about, how do I maximize photosynthesis? That's going to be diversity, maybe it's silviculture in your pastures, who knows what it is. And if you're doing that, you're probably keeping your soil covered. I do find in the market garden the use of mulches and things like that are vital if you're going to do that. And disturbance isn't good or bad, but if you're going to do it, how do you optimize it? So one of the things I think we do a lot of as human beings is we get really positional, and then we get really oppositional, and then pretty soon we're at odds with one another. So whatever you're doing, ask yourself, how do I optimize that? A couple of years ago, we had a huge problem across most of New Zealand with grass scrub and pirina in the winter. And instead of running out and spraying, I waited till spring, and I thought I was just going to put a bunch of seed out. And I got diversity where diversity didn't exist before. And that was nature creating an opportunity, and me seeing it as an opportunity rather than a problem. So it's that kind of thinking, and it's simple, and it's those little ideas that you get, and then you share them with somebody else, and it becomes a new way for someone else to think. So don't be shy in coming forward. Anyway, just to wrap us up a little bit, why healthy soils? Because they do all these things. They hold on to and release nutrients, and they hold on to and release water. They give us structure. They are the building blocks. Healthy soils are the building blocks of our lives. They're full of life. They protect against pests and diseases. They grow few weeds. It's how we can optimize our production. And they're the source of our life. So, why would you damage the very thing that is the source of your life? Probably not so smart. So I don't think life is much of a dress rehearsal. Challenge yourself. And I would say all of you are doing that, otherwise you wouldn't be here. Take your health back. It's yours. It is yours to take back. So if you've got health problems, address them and don't stop until you get them resolved. At 51, I could barely turn over in bed. I'm 65 and I share sheep again. So your body cannot heal unless you have the right building blocks, and the right building blocks are nutrition, a good mindset, and bloody move. Do those three things, you can do anything. Live free range. I was a free range child, and I'm pretty much a free range adult, and eat whole foods. Stay away from that processed stuff. Just stay with your whole foods, and you can't go too wrong. I don't care if you're a vegan or a vegetarian or pescatarian, it doesn't matter. Just eat whole foods. And go outside, move yourself around. Be a learner. Every time I think I know something, I see I'm constrained. So be a learner in life. Don't be one of those people who knows the answers. And who said it yesterday? Was it Tim? Who's our brewer? No one else is coming. You're it. There is nobody else coming here. You are it. And if you don't think you're it, ask your person sitting next to you, who's coming? They'll tell you, no one's coming, you're it. And find some good company. Because, life doesn't have to be a drag. Yeah, we look at a future that for many of us doesn't seem too bright, but it is your energetic vibration that will determine the future we create together.
And if you're a doom and gloomer, go somewhere else. Bugger off, is all I got to say about that. Yeah, you've got to give yourself permission to be happy and to be well. So, ngā mihi nui. Thank you. Thank you, Liz. Right. Oh. You guys are so polite.
Jules, you are amazing. What an energetic vibration that she has. Thank you for that. Absolutely incredible. Bring it in, bring it home, and make it your own. That was one thing I took from that. And take others with you as you go. Incredible. Thank you so much. So I've got 2 questions before we open it out onto the floor. I've got lots of questions, but I'm not going to be too selfish. And one of the things which Jules is amazing at and has taught me and lots of people about is the art of listening. So that ability to see people, see the land. And I remember on the Create course, you telling me 2 things. One was that you would listen to the birds and that you would know what was happening on the farm. And the other was to worm on a full moon. Could you tell us all a little bit about both of those, please?
Is it? Oh, it is working. On a full moon, things are passing through us. So if you want to use natural wormers, it is, I'll mix a variety of wormwoods and garlics, and I'm a little bit of a witchy poo too. I like that stuff. And what I've found is if you're treating those animals on that full moon, you seem to get a better response during that time. And then I think the bird thing is, as a young girl, my dad turned our farm into a wildlife refuge for birds. And the presence of that life, I think I just got to resonate with it from a very young age. And now it's just one of the things I'm always very aware of as an indicator. Yeah.
Thank you. And I think that one of the questions which we would all have on the succession piece is, you are so resilient. The way you bounce back from everything and are such an amazing vibration. How did you sort out your relationship with your father after you bounced up to him and said, "Hey, I've got all the money, I can lease the land," and he said no?
Yeah, it wasn't a pleasant moment at 21. And my brother wasn't interested in farming. And I, like I say, had spent my life being the dog. Later grew up to be a bitch, so that was all right. Anyway, it was my mum and dad. I lived overseas for 25 years, and my mum and dad would come and visit, and my dad would always sort of make fun of my farming because it was small scale, and I wanted his approval. And it wasn't until my 40s when Quentin told me I was great but going through life being a bitch, is what he said, that I did some of my own personal work. And it was in that time that I got to resolve that with my dad. And I also got to really appreciate that although I had wanted the farm, the fact that I didn't get it meant I'd had the life I'd had and become who I'd become. And I got to thank him for that. So that whole thing of how do you turn something that appears as an obstacle or a trouble in your life into an opportunity. And sometimes we don't see that until it's a reflection
but really appreciating that I am who I am, not just because my father bred me, but because he sent me away in the way that he did. So
it's fantastic, thank you. And what would you say to anybody here who's got family succession? What sort of bit of advice would you give to anyone who is dealing with those sorts of family issues?
I think that's most of us, isn't it? I think the first thing we need to do is to understand ourselves. And coming from New Zealand, going to America, one of the things that stood out was that Americans were all doing therapy, and I was like, what the hell's wrong with these people? Until one day I called up a counsellor and I said, how do you know you're depressed, and burst into tears and sobbed for the next week. But anyway, I think be that you're not broken, but we all need somebody to help us reflect on who we are and how we're living our lives. And don't be afraid, that is the work that we are here to do. And I think it is the most important work. And if you do it for yourself, then you become the space and the opportunity for your family to do it. And be the leader. Don't wait. Once again, no one's coming. It's up to you.
Brilliant. Thank you very much. We'll talk up to you. I'll open any questions from the floor. Gentleman in the third row. Liz, just here.
We've got about 5 minutes for questions.
Okay.
Sorry, like that. No, just all right.
Thanks. From an environmental perspective, what was the impact in New Zealand of getting rid of farm subsidies?
Horrendous. Because then there was just a huge push to maximise stocking rates, get big, get out, and chase production. So if you look at the degradation in New Zealand, environmental, water quality, soil loss, human health, all of that, there's a direct correlation. And yeah, it breaks my heart. And I often question whether the production of food should actually be a money-making enterprise or a social good. Our hospitals are subsidised.
Another question?
Oh, that was easy.
Lady behind
you. You mentioned about shifting mindsets, and there's obviously individual work individuals can do, but what do you feel are the most, or in your sort of experience, have been the most powerful changes for social change in terms of changing wider paradigms? Because sort of Donella Meadow mentions that's the biggest lever to pull, is the paradigm that underpins people's cultural, sort of the culture piece and changing mindsets more widely. We're talking about system change. I'm interested to hear your thoughts.
I think it's such a tricky one because it does start at an individual level, and we can't just wave a wand and change culturally how we are. And I see that in New Zealand a lot because we've got the western side of our social structure, and then we've got the Maori side over here, and they think and feel very differently. And yeah, and are we trying to change, or are we just trying to find what's useful now? I don't have the answer to that, but I think it starts with you've got to do your personal work and stop trying to change others. Be the change you want to see and live it and demonstrate it, and stop trying to think that somebody else has to do anything other than what they're doing, because they're doing the best they can.
One more, or should we wrap up? Yeah. If there's one more.
Yes. You talk very effectively about the need for us all to have connections with place, but I'm just conscious of the fact that the majority of people now live in urban situations, many of which, to my mind at least, don't offer much capacity for establishing positive connections in that regard. What's your answer to that kind of conundrum?
I think as people who are the stewards of land, we have a role to play in making access available. It's kind of cool being here, and I've been out with Liz doing stuff over the farm, and there's people walking down footpaths everywhere. So as a country, you actually do have better access to land and the outdoors in different ways, in some more readily accessible ways. But I think one of the things, and I mentioned it yesterday, we have a Open Farm Day, which is a national Open Farm Day in New Zealand, where farmers open the gate and urban people can get out to the country and go pet a lamb or see a cow milked or shear a sheep or pick a carrot or whatever. And I think we do have a social responsibility, because it's a privilege to be somebody who caretakes the land, as well as being a burden. It is a privilege. And so however we can facilitate access for school children and for hell, what about the elderly people on a bus ride? Come to the farm and, buy an ice cream and pet the lambs. So, yeah, I think we do need to do more of that. And it's a burden because you're already too busy, I get that.
Okay, I think we're really pushed up against time, and that was just absolutely fantastic. Thank you so much. We're going to ask Alex from Borderline Challenge just to come up and say a few quick words before lunch. But before that, please can we all say a big thank you to Jules.
As I said, I'm Marian Ochota. I'm a broadcaster, an author, and also president of CPRE, the Countryside Charity. This next session is Land, Food, Medicine. Of course, we're here because we understand there's a strong and multi-stranded connection between food and land, a connection between food and food as medicine. There's also that connection to place, which is so integral, as Jules was saying this morning, to our emotional health, our mental health, our physical health, our social health. So who is it that we should be producing food for? What does the food we make do for us? And how can farmers champion the value, in that holistic sense, the value of what it is that you create for the rest of us? Well, to share in answering that question and bring diverse perspectives to land, food and medicine, we've got two absolute powerhouse speakers. Dr. David Unwin is a GP. He's based in Southport. For more than a decade, he's been helping his patients improve their health through the food they eat. And he spends much of his time now talking to medical professionals about food. So we're delighted that he's here now to talk to farmers about the food, aka the medicine, that you grow and raise. Andy Swinscoe runs the Courtyard Dairy near Settle in North Yorkshire. The Courtyard Dairy has been rated the UK's best cheese shop by The Times, and Andy himself is, I feel like there should be a drum roll, the Cheesemonger of the Year 2024. That's right, he's a winner at the Global Cheese Awards. I feel like the Global Cheese Awards is a t-shirt that rivals even the Worms Carbon Calling t-shirts. He's going to tell us about the power of cheese and working with dairy farmers to produce some of the world's best cheese from their own milk. So please welcome, and then we'll have questions. So please, if you've got questions for David, hold them in your mind, make a note, and then we'll have a Q&A session after we've heard from both David and Andy. Thank you. Over to you, David.
Hello. So I'm a GP from Southport. I've looked after the same population of
10,000 people since I was a young man in 1986. During the first 20 years of that time, I noticed the health of my population was getting worse and worse and worse, despite all the drugs I was prescribing. Very similar to your land, really. Worse and worse despite all those inputs. Nothing was improving, everything was getting worse. And then I became interested in what were the real problems, what were the true causes of ill health. And I can tell you now, just thinking about death for a moment, this room, 2/3 of us will die of cancer or heart disease, strokes, blood pressure, that kind of thing. And I know now for certain that what you eat has an immense effect on what you will die of and when. And even more important than that, what will old age be like for you? Again, when I started in medicine, people with sticks and obesity scooters were unheard of. Unheard of. People with obesity in the practice, very, very rare. We now have 3 shops in Southport selling obesity scooters for my patients that are too heavy to walk. This is all new. We've had a 10-fold increase in the number of people with type 2 diabetes. 10-fold. This is all new. And it's what we eat, and that's what this talk is about. Oh, with some hope. Some hope. Sorry about all the death. There is hope. We're all going to die, but not yet. And you look quite healthy, so not for a long time. So let's begin with one of my patients. This is Josh, aged 25 years. This is him last March. He weighed somewhere above 25 stone. Please think about what life is like for that young man. It's difficult. Everything is an effort. And actually, he's got a problem because he's got type 2 diabetes and he's only 25. This is a new disease. Type 2 diabetes in young people, completely new and due to the environment. It's not genetic. None of this is genetic. It's a genetic vulnerability that the environment, the food environment, has created. Somebody with poorly controlled diabetes, like Josh, is losing 1/3 of his life expectancy, at least. And one of the things that may surprise you is what kills people with type 2 diabetes? Well, certainly it is heart disease and strokes, but increasingly it's cancer. And this is because diet impacts on cardiovascular disease, strokes, but definitely cancer. And so type 2 diabetes, insulin, your diet impacts on 8 forms of cancer. We talk endlessly about cancer treatments. We should be talking about prevention. We should be talking about prevention, and I believe that what we eat affects the dietary choices you make every day become health choices. I face this in every clinic I do. I'm seeing sick people who wish they could have done something differently earlier. Every day you choose what to eat, you choose what to buy. I believe you're choosing your future with every meal that you eat. And this is what I see day after day after day, year after year. So things look a bit tough there for young Josh. That was him last March. And as I say, we've faced a 10-fold increase in people like Josh with type 2 diabetes while I've been there. This is very, very serious because it's starting to affect children now. Completely new disease. Children with type 2 diabetes. That's his weight, and I told you there's going to be hope. Wait for it. There's a drum roll, please. Drum roll. Yes. Look. That is That is Josh. You see him March on one side, and you see him December. Diet did that for Josh. Diet. It wasn't Ozempic, it wasn't the weight jab, and he's training now for a half marathon. That young man has his life back. If he'd gone down the conventional route, that would be bariatric surgery or the fat jabs. Did you know 82 people have died in the UK so far of the fat jabs? 82 deaths of people like Josh. It's a scandal. It's a scandal. And he learnt to eat differently, and in particular, he stopped eating sugar and the foods that turn into sugar and changed his life round. Eats a lot more meat and full-fat dairy and green veg. Look at his skin. He's a healthy animal. Farmers, you're used to looking at healthy animals. There is a healthy animal. On the other side is an unhealthy animal. What's the different nutrition? Farmers know that. But look at your family. Look at your relatives. What's their skin like? Are their eyes bright? It's just the same. That's my job. Are you healthy animals or are you not? And the point is, I've done that for 151 people where I've reversed their diabetes so they don't need drugs. I've got people off insulin. I'm using so much fewer drugs, fewer inputs, because I now understand the true causes of many chronic diseases. And I'm telling you, it's like being a magician. It's the most wonderful medicine. It's what I became a doctor to do. And I had to wait till I'm in my 60s to do it. Some of you have had to wait to make a change on the land. When you get it right, you just know. And I will bore anybody to death with this because I feel it so strongly. So, let's talk about blood sugar for a minute. So I have type 2 diabetes, so on my arm I'm wearing a continuous glucose monitor. And one of the questions is, why are people hungry? They eat because they're hungry. So what's going on? So there I'm going to have a healthy whole grain breakfast. Look at that. Fruit and fibre with a bit of banana and milk. That's what I was advising my patients to have for 20 years. Healthy whole grains. No sugar, of course, because I knew that was bad. My blood sugar doubled on that. But you're clever, aren't you? You're farmers, so you know that starch is sugar. You know that cereal is sugar. So you're not surprised. But it does double my blood sugar, and it's not a good idea to keep doing that. What happens after that? The hormone insulin comes in, and in my case, my insulin doesn't work too well, so it comes in late and gets rid of all that sugar, and I end up with a low blood sugar. What am I now? I'm hungry. And round I go for decades, eating the biscuits, eating the cereals. The blood sugar went up, the blood sugar came down, I got fatter. I ended up with high blood pressure and type 2 diabetes. I ate my way into my diabetes. The good news is now, I have put my own diabetes into remission. I don't need drugs. I just don't eat stuff that puts my blood sugar up because I'm not an idiot. And actually, neither are my patients. Only nobody tells you plainly. Nobody tells you plainly about nutrition. Sugar is empty calories. I used to keep pigs. I produce most of my own meat now. And, you know, you need carbs to fatten pigs. They won't fatten on just protein, and they won't fatten on just fat. Now, get some carbs in there and you can fatten those pigs. Well, those pigs are your children and your mother and your father. We're fattening everybody now, and it's going really well if that's what you want to do. Okay, so what about, this is me again. So I'm going to eat 2 eggs, and that's, my son is a butcher at roast mutton. That's his home-produced bacon. Have it thickly sliced. What happens to my blood sugar? Absolutely nothing. So I've eaten nutrient-dense food. I have diabetes, so I can eat healthy food. Nothing happens to my blood sugar. That kind of makes sense, doesn't it? Only why did I not think about that till I was 55 years old as a doctor? It's shocking. What I'd missed was the action of insulin. Bit of physiology now for all of you. So nature knows that a high blood sugar is damaging. A high blood sugar damages the lining of your arteries within 6 hours. So it's really important to get blood sugar down and fast. So insulin is there to do exactly that job. What does insulin do with the sugar? It pushes it inside cells where it can do less damage, out of the bloodstream and inside cells. So it pushes it inside muscle cells for energy so I can run around. But what if I eat more breakfast cereal and bread and potatoes and rice and Doritos and buns? Then I need to run around. The extra sugar is turned into fat, largely in the liver, but also in my belly. And that fat is triglyceride, which is linked to heart disease and cancer. So this is me. There's my liver, and I'm eating the cornflakes and the muesli and the raisins and the bananas and the Jaffa cakes. I used to like those. My liver is filling with fat. That's fatty liver. Again, farmers, you know, if you feed too much grain to cattle, they will get a fatty liver. If you put a funnel in a goose's throat and fill it with corn, you can produce fatty liver. Well, I've got news for you. 1/3 of everybody in the developed world now has fatty liver. That's what we're doing. Great result. 1/3 of all my patients have fatty liver now. And fatty liver interferes with the good work of insulin. So a lot of people's insulin is not working properly because of the carb loading we're all accidentally doing. Then the other thing that happens is the pancreas gland produces insulin. That's its job. The only way for me to compensate for my poorly working insulin is to produce more insulin. I've got to crank up the supply of insulin. But unfortunately, my pancreas gland also filled with fat from the Jaffa cakes. And one day, you can't regulate glucose anymore and you have type 2 diabetes. But there is a 10-year silent scream from your liver before that, only I didn't listen. All my patients, at least 1/3 of them, have abnormal liver function, and nobody's talking about fatty liver. And it's upstream of the problem, and cutting carbs is magic. I've published 25 peer-reviewed papers on this, because when I got the data, I could not believe it was true. The thing I'd missed as a doctor, and that a patient pointed out, was that starch is sugar. Starch, bread, rice, potatoes, it's a polymer of glucose, and digestion breaks it all down into glucose. I never said to a single patient about starch and where it led. It never occurred to me, because I just used the drugs, so it didn't matter. But the drugs don't work very well. There you are, farmers. That's how you make fatty liver in France. But the bad news is that's how we're doing it here with human beings. 38%, these are international figures, 38% of everybody you know has fatty liver. Particularly if they've got a big belly, they're very likely to have fatty liver. This sounds, what does it sound? It's worrying, but if I don't tell the truth, if you don't have information, you have a right to know the truth, and that's why I've come to tell you the truth. And it's better to have the truth and hope and do something about it than it is end up in my clinic needing something more. So I had a problem. How am I going to help people understand the consequences of dietary choices? So I worked on the glycemic load, and I calculated the number of teaspoons of sugar that are equivalent to these portions of food. And I published this in 2014. So a bowl of rice, 150 grams of boiled rice, is the same as 10 teaspoons of sugar. A large baked potato is 9 teaspoons of sugar. Portion of cornflakes, 8, etc., etc. But the good news is there's loads of nutrient-dense food, like cheese. I've got to keep mentioning, like cheese, like meat, like green veg, the food that I eat that doesn't put my blood sugar up at all. And this is the diet that my patients are on. There's the diet sheet. So very largely I'm saying turn the white stuff green. Have your steak, but don't have the chips. Have loads of green veg. Have your curry, but don't bother with the rice. Put some green veg in there. And this was regarded as odd in 2012 when I started, and I had a lot of medical enemies who said my patients are all going to die. So they're all going to die because, of course, my patients are eating loads of eggs, loads and loads of eggs, meat, milk, cream, cheese. I said cheese. And there, I put some cheese on there for you to see. All right. So I was told, I was booed and hissed at medical meetings by people who said, what you're doing, Dr. Unwin, is irresponsible. They will all die of cardiovascular disease. What's interesting is, like, we're now 13 years later, I'm wondering, when will I die? When is this going to happen? And why aren't my patients dying? But what's very interesting is, because I was so scared, I collected data, baseline data and latest follow-up from all my patients from the very first day. And I was in for some surprises. So in the British Health Service, we measure cardiovascular risk. So we're measuring weight, hemoglobin A1C, which is the sugariness of your blood, the triglyceride levels, blood pressure, cholesterol, and cholesterol HDL ratio. And on this diet, every single marker of cardiovascular risk over all of these years has improved. So something isn't right because they're on the diet I told you and their health is improving. 20% of them come off their blood pressure medication because their blood pressure is so much better. I've published on that too. The triglyceride levels improved by 35%. Some of these things are amazing. The papers I've published, if you want to read any of my papers, the one on blood pressure I did with Professor Brady, and he's a professor of cardiology at Glasgow University, so if you Google Brady, Unwin, and blood pressure, you'll get that paper. This particular paper was with Professor Roy Taylor, who's very famous at Newcastle University, and if you Google Unwin and Taylor, and maybe sugar, that'll get you to that paper. So I have data. Data is power. Data is power because I can answer, I know what happens to my patients. If you continually offer people an alternative between lifelong medication, on one hand, with the pros and cons, and lifestyle medicine with the other, and given that sensible people, I say to people, do you want to start drugs for the rest of your life today? Or are you up for improving your diet? Which do you want to do? Not one patient has turned me down since 2012. And if you do that, and if your nurses do that, and if the other 8 doctors in our practice do that, you save a load of money. So this is national figures. We've saved £373,000 on the diabetes drug budget alone. Because we're spending fortunes on inputs like you farmers. We're wasting fortunes, and I've found another way to do it, and the patients love it. What you eat really matters. So this is a study on 22,000 people looking at junk food. So individuals reporting the highest intake of junk food as opposed to the lowest had a 58% increased risk of cardiovascular disease and a 26% increase in all-cause mortality. Ladies and gentlemen, I don't actually care whether I die of heart disease or cancer. I'd rather not die of either. We should be thinking of all-cause mortality. This is really serious. Junk food It's not worth dying for. You know, oh, I can't live without bread, I can't live without whatever. Well, you maybe can't live with it. Think about that. Interestingly, they looked at what was it about the junk food that was dangerous. Particularly, of course, I haven't got time today, saturated fat, is it a good thing or a bad thing? But they actually, a lot of the mortality was to do with sugar. Sugar is bad stuff. This is an interesting thing. We were talking earlier about the cost of food. When you think about the cost of food, it isn't the cost now, is it? It's how much might that junk food cost you or your family in 10 years' time? Who hasn't had somebody that's ill in their family, really ill? Who isn't touched by what that means, what it's like to live with somebody who's very sick? It's really serious. The government this year looked at the costs of junk food. And the costs are not just health. What about all the lost productivity? What about those human costs of people not paying tax, not working? And actually, every one of you is paying an extra £7,000 per year of tax because of the junk food that the nation is eating. So actually what's happening is we have a system that privatizes the profits from junk food and leaves individuals and the taxpayer to pick up the costs. So when we debate the cost of food, this has to be factored in. The cost of ill health, the cost of lost productivity. And some of that needs to go back to the land quite clearly, because somebody has to produce the food that I'm telling my patients to eat, because you've got the skills to produce that food. So, the World Health Organization are very concerned. They say we are overfed. We're eating too much food, but we're undernourished because that food is not nourishing. My patients eat about a third less food than the normal population, but that food is nutrient dense. There's loads of fat in it, there's loads of protein, loads of vitamins. They don't need as much food. So the answer to being overfed and undernourished is eat less, but greater nutritional density. And that's what interests me. In farming terms, how are you going to do that for us? And can it be sustainable? And for me, that's what healthy food looks like, healthy whole foods. One of the key things is that food and pasture is less nourishing than it was. So this is, they've been monitoring these, there's the reference, that they've been monitoring things like magnesium, iron and calcium in green stuff. And it's gone down by 80 to 90%. So the food now that is being grown has lost about 80% of the nutrition that would have been there at the turn of the last century. We have a position now where I cannot get food for my patients that's got enough magnesium in it. They have to have magnesium supplements. You cannot eat, if you're an older person, and get sufficient magnesium, no matter where I buy that food. We seem to have missed the magnesium boat. People ate enough food that produced magnesium 100 years ago, and now you can't. I'm worried about other boats we're missing. The skills required to produce nutrient-dense food is absolutely key. Nutrient density, this is a great paper from Professor Beale in New York. And he was looking at the vitamins needed by a woman between the ages of 15 and 49 in terms of vitamin A, folate, and B12. This is a third of that woman's requirement. So we're looking at what dose of which food would you need to eat to produce a third of a woman's requirement for these nutrients. And you've got a choice. If it was refined grains, you'd have to eat 4 kilograms of refined grains 3 times daily. Okay, you're going to end up pretty fat if you do that. Or you could have 2 teaspoons of liver. All right? So nutrient density is really, really important to everybody, understanding this. And in fact, they concluded that the optimal sources of priority micronutrients, iron, zinc, calcium, folate, and vitamin A, are animal source foods and dark green leafy vegetables, which is what my patients are on. Or the reason, why did they have to add vitamins to cornflakes? Because there aren't any in there. There aren't. So, my mother used to think, oh, look at all these vitamins. We've been conned. If you have to add vitamins to your food, it's not proper food, really. Quickly, is meat certain death? Is meat? No, it's sugar that's certain death, not meat. But you need a study. So this is, I know the professor that did this study. They took 100 and nearly 40,000 individuals in 21 countries. It's called the Pure Study. And they were looking at associations between unprocessed red meat and processed meat and total mortality. The thing I say is what matters. So if you look on the one on the left, that is red meat. So increasing amounts, as you go along the bottom, there. As you're going along the bottom, you're increasing the amount of red meat you're eating, but the mortality is actually coming down, not going up. Look at the one on the right. You're increasing processed meat, and the mortality is going up. The problem with processed meat is this old, is it the burger or is it the bun? Or is it the fries? Or is it the milkshake? The quality of evidence behind worrying about red meat and mortality is very poor. It's epidemiological. And if you gave me another slot, say half an hour, I could deal with that. I've got the references. Yes, processed meat by association is a worry, but red meat, there's very little to say it's actually dangerous. But moving on. Oh, I've gone too far. Oh well. So this is the same study, which was the Pure Study. This time, we're looking at whole fat dairy food. And they concluded that the present evidence suggests that whole fat dairy foods do not cause weight gain, that overall dairy consumption increases lean body mass and reduces body fat, that yogurt consumption reduces weight gain, that fermented dairy consumption, including cheese, is linked to lower cardiovascular disease risk, and that yogurt, cheese, and even dairy fat may protect against type 2 diabetes. And that's a massive study. 21 countries, 140,000 people on that. There's a lot more under this. Many, many studies that are worth going over. On to my last slide. This is Dave. That's his 60th birthday, and he's standing there with his birthday balloon. He's a very heavy guy with a big tummy, which is plain. He has really poorly controlled type 2 diabetes. And, we're thinking, insulin, what should we do? Something. 16 weeks later, there's Dave. His belly's gone, his blood pressure's sorted, he's not on any drugs, his diabetes is in remission. My point is, nutrition can make a massive difference to your health. I'm so grateful for your interest, and thank you for listening. Thank you.
I said I'd give him a 5 every time he said cheese. I didn't expect that. Right, so there we go. So thank you very much for having me. So my presentation is slightly different, but takes a similar theme of David was talking about what you put in, and for me, it's where that comes from. You have a choice not only what you put in your mouth every time you have a meal, but you also have a choice when you buy a piece of food, what type of farming system you want to support. Put your hands up if you're farmers. Yeah, thank you very much. when you go out and buy your food, you have a choice about what farming system you want to support, you know, that food you put on your table. And this is where I sit, really. So my name's Andy. I have a business called the Courtyard Dairy. And what we try and do is we try and keep alive traditional farmhouse cheese, really. And we work with everything. So we do everything from working with small farms to help them diversify, to selling their cheese, to collaborating with farms, to linking people together. And we have a little shop. We set out with just the two of us when I looked like that a long time ago. This isn't what cheese does to you. This is, you know, this is processed foods makes you look like this, not cheese. So the key thing for us is that we did a lot of research. We knew what we wanted to do. I'd worked for a long time in France and in London and in Bath, always with traditional food. And when we came back north, we wanted to set up our own little cheese shop and try and champion traditional cheese made on the farm. There was a bit more of a movement towards it at the time. We thought, look, we had a big experience of it. And we set up in Settle, which is not an affluent area. It's not a high affluent area, no. We did the market research, and it said that people wouldn't be interested in driving out to the middle of nowhere, parking on a gravel potholed car park, walking through the rain to buy what they perceived as expensive cheese, right? Coming out of their way to buy something. The market research says no. Everybody who asked in Settle was like, no, I can't bother with that. No, I'm not going to come, you know. But we decided to set up anyways because, you know, we just thought we'd have a go for it. But what we decided we would do is we really wanted to connect the people to the product of where it was being made. And we were confident in the product of our cheese, really. So what we try and do is we try and have a really amazing experience. We try and only have the best cheeses. That for me, is quite key, you know. We can talk for hours about regenerative farming. You know, I go to a lot of talks, I talk a lot of things. You know, I visit a lot of farms, and we often talk a lot about the farming. But actually, what makes the customer come back is you want them to eat a piece of your food and go, where the hell did we get that from? But get that packet out, we need to buy that again, you know. And that is coming down actually to the taste and the quality of the produce that's on the final table, you know. We can talk for hours about it, but actually the quality of what they eat, that's what makes them come back. That's what dedicates them to coming back. We work a lot with kind of link people to small independent farms. And the benefit we have there, so we did a lot of research a few years ago. We were talking about this earlier on to somebody else. We looked at what happens when you spend £1 in our shop, you know, and we thought, well, actually, let's measure it. Then we've got something we can talk to people about. And also, we can use it for promotion, but also we've got a matrix we can compare it against. And it didn't need to be complicated. We just went through every line on our expenditure, and we thought, how much is spent within 30 miles, right? And for every £1 we spent in our shop, we could now definitely say that 40p didn't leave the community. So you come into our shop and 40p spent in there, £1 is spent in there, 40p stays in that area. And that's something we can talk about, but also you can try and convince people to actually invest in your local community, really. And it's a matrix we can compare. Every year we can go back and look at it and go, how do we improve that? How do we spend more money in our community? How do we kind of keep that community more vibrant? You know, we spend an awful lot of time on staff training. You know, if you want to sell a quality product, for me, it's about getting people enthusiastic about it. And too often I go into retail shops, and the person who knows about the product is having to pack away the boxes, or kind of, you know, they're having to deal with the bookkeeping or deal with the delivery driver, and they've got a young student they've just chucked out front who've never trained, who doesn't know anything about the product. And that's kind of the impression that people get of these amazing foods, and they have no connection to where your food is from. We do a little bit of maturation. That is really to help small farms, but we'll cover that in a minute. But one of the key things for me is really that role of storytelling. You know, anybody can put a picture of a cow on a label. Anybody can put regenerative on a label, pretty much, can't they? They can put artists on a label. They can, you know, they can have a nice picture of a cow in a field, and they can sell this as a regenerative product. So how do you get across your product is regenerative, really? And that, for me, is the power of trying to connect people to here, okay? Because if we're not careful, we just all talk to each other. And that's where we sit, is we try and be a really good retailer. And for me, what I'm really proud of is that we get all walks of life in our shop, and we try and chuck cheese in their face, really, because that breaks the barrier. You know, rather than trying to go, oh, look, tell them a story and lecture them about it, just get them eating something, and then you can tell them a little bit of story. Because you'd be surprised at how many people love food. you know. I always remember I looked out the window because my house is right next to our cheese shop, and this white van pulled in. It was about 9 o'clock at night, and this guy got out of this battered white van, and he was a man mountain, completely bald, covered in tattoos. My wife was like, "You're going to have to go out there and see what he wants." You know, he was wandering around the place. I was like, "I'm not going out there. He's going to kill me." And he was like, you know, walked out there, and I went, I was like, "Can I help you?" And he was like, "Yeah, I just need some strong cheddar." Right? And I was like, "Oh, this." And so I was like, "Oh," and, you know, I opened up shop and sold him about 50 quid, you know. But it just shows, you know, I totally judged that person, you know. And actually he was interested in where his food was coming from, you know, and he'd been to the shop before, just by chance, and he'd come in. We have an awful lot of, you know, United Utilities, Network Rail, those people passing us who come in, and they love coming into our shop. This is what we look for. This is what a good retailer looks for. So as I've said before, taste is really important for me, because there's no point doing it. I always use this adage as like the farmer's wife any of you doesn't like us using the term the farmer's wife anymore, but I disagree with that, because the farmer's wife 100 years ago, she was the cornerstone of the farm. You know, the farmer was out there, but all the produce, the money that was made from that farm, in this area, in the Eden Valley and down throughout the Ochota Dales, would have mainly been either wool product, or it would have been cheese, okay, because we couldn't transport milk. This is a big cheese producing area, as is down at the Ochota Dales and kind of North Yorkshire. And the farmer's wife basically took the milk and made it into cheese or butter, and she took the wool and made it into something which could be sold. And still the same exists, really, in that the product that comes off your farm, you know, there is no point doing everything amazing if you don't concentrate on the next step. And that quite often happens, I think, is that we do this amazing thick work on a farm, but actually then we just make a naff cheese, make an average cheese, or we just don't look after the meat properly once it's left the farm, or it just gets sold into the mass market. You know, and then you kind of lose that identity, you lose that connection. And, you know, I'm a big fan of, down Wales we have a lot of traditional hay meadows, and we have a lot of traditional diverse pasture and diverse sward, and it's something we talk about, and quite often a lot of them exist because of subsidies. They wouldn't exist if it wasn't subsidies. And the great thing about cheese is actually it improves flavour, you know, and I think that we should be tying those dots together, really, because we should be giving the farms a reason for those hay meadows to survive without being reliant on a subsidy. You know, they should be reliant on the fact they produce a better quality product. And that's down to what you do on the farm, but also the next step as well. So we grade a cheese when we stock it by all of this. We will look at taste, and that is the most important thing. We want that person to taste it and go, "I've got to have that again," within its style. You know, so some of you will prefer a strong cheese, some will prefer a soft cheese. David here will have any cheese. The on-farm production, that's something we really champion. So one of the most proud things I have is that when we set up around us, there was no farmhouse cheesemaker within 30 miles, all right? There's now 4, you right? And that's what one shop can do. We set up as a husband and wife team. We now provide 25 full-time equivalent jobs. We've had a bakery set up which has another 2. We have a restaurant associated with us which has another 10. And we have a wine shop which has another 5. You know, that is all on the back of a tiny little shop selling good cheese. So it just shows you that collaboration. And then from that, of those 4 farms, we take between 40 and 60% of their production. They wouldn't be there without us. We know that for a fact. And the great thing about the cheese industry, it is quite a nice industry and it's quite friendly. So we link some of those farms up with Neal's Yard Dairy. We work as a collaboration, like a consolidation point for them. And they'll take another 30%. Right? And I reckon there's at least 7 farms that we work with that are fully reliant on our cheese shop. Okay? And if you've been in our cheese shop, it's not massive. You know, this is not a huge enterprise. You know, it's a tiny little shop, but we can keep 7 farms reliant on the produce that comes off their farm. Graham Kirkham, you may have heard of Kirkham's Lancashire, you know, reasonable sized farm, 100 cows, you know, it's well established. He reckons he needs 8 more shops like me, and he can pretty much stop supplying anybody else in the world. Right? That's all it requires, 9 good food shops to keep that farm completely self-reliant. Stop supplying Waitrose, stop supplying, not that he wants, you know, but it's that's all he needs. So we really champion on-farm production, and we work with those farmers. We'll talk about 3 at the end, from everything. And for us, if you are interested in making cheese, it's really a lot easier for us if you come to us before you make any cheese. What quite often happens is people think they want to make cheese, they do everything, and they've been gone down the wrong route, and they come to you with a finished product which doesn't have that first point, that taste. You know, whereas we can help somebody a lot earlier on when they come to you with a gem of an idea and help guide the equipment, the setup, because the traditional cheese making techniques is really important to us. Again, I always compare this to bread. You know, you can buy Hovis bread or you can buy sourdough bread. You know, and they're different products. They're made differently. One of them is a lot more variable. You get flat ones and sour ones and ones that are just full of air holes, but it is a lot more satisfying. You know, and that's where we sit, but it's a lot harder to make. We do look at raw milk. We try and work with raw milk cheeses. It's something that we heavily believe in. Really, it's an ethos more than anything. I can talk more about that if you wanted to. Not for any other health and nutrition, but I think if you're farming in the right way, it's a real great thing to try and keep alive and try and keep on the right route. You know, in 1970, the average farm size in the UK, dairy farm, was 31 cows. That's 1970. That's the average from 1970 to 31 cows. So farming has changed a whole lot. So raw milk is an incredibly challenging thing to make. It's something we try and work with. Our customers are interested in regenerative agriculture. They are interested in where their product comes from. And as are our staff, you know, they're interested in it. But the other three come first for us, and that's the other four come first for us, even though we can't count this time of day. But the great thing about regenerative agriculture, we'll cover it on the next slide, is it makes a difference to the flavour. As does native breeds. That's something we are interested in, is traditional breeds and how that will make a difference. And then local. Local for me is important, but actually everything else comes first, because that is where you make a unique special product. And the problem is with retailers like me nowadays is we are a pain in the neck to get to. We are inconvenient. We live in an area of convenience. So what we have to do has to be special, right? The product has to be special, so you have to supply the product special. And then the experience when they come in, we have to tell your story in a really nice way. So farm cheese, one of the great things about farm cheese is that it just goes clicks in with everything that you can do to improve a farm, really. So why diversify? So it gives the farm a purpose. The amount of dairy farms that I work with who are just another dairy farm, the amount of cheesemakers that I work with, they create a product that is completely unique to them, that they've developed. You know, it gives them a whole kind of purpose of why to exist, and it gives their whole community an identity. And it also helps in that multiplier effect. So, for example, I work very closely with Fearn Farm down in Suffolk, who make Barrow and Bygod. I'm sure some of you have tasted that. You know, I visit there twice a year. I stay in the local B&B. I go out and eat. We go with my family. We bring money into that area. And I'd never heard of Bungay. It was just another little village in Suffolk. But that town now has a whole identity just because of one farm making a cheese. You know, it's given that whole town an identity. Adds value. Financially, it does add a fair bit of value. You know, it can add value. It gives small dairy farms a long-term financial security. They set the price to me. You know, they're not the set price to them. They're setting the price to me. You know, and really one of the interesting things, as I've talked about earlier on, is that we are looking at cheese flavour. So 90% of cheese flavour comes from the process. I always compare it to a chef. You give a chef average ingredients, you get an amazing chef, he'll make quite a good dish. Okay? You give an awful chef good ingredients, he'll wreck it. He'll murder the steak. All right? But if you get everything right, so we're looking at getting that 90% right, the chef doing his job in terms of cheese making, and then we look at the 10%, and that is milk quality. Because when you make cheese, you concentrate flavour. All right? Wensleydale Creamery down at Hawes do a fabulous job, but that milk is pasteurised, standardised, it's anonymous milk, a lot of zero grazed cows, indoor housed, fairly standard ryegrass on those cows. That milk is the same going in every single day. The bacteria they use to make that cheese is grown in a lab. Could you make that cheese anywhere in the world? Yeah. And I'd probably say it's a matter of time before it's just a recipe that goes elsewhere, and you know, it will be. But when you make cheese on the farm, you amplify the flavour of the milk. There's a reason, I've got a picture of the Alps there, but there's a reason they say that the Alpine cheeses are the best. And that's because they've never been able to industrialise their pasture. All right? So their pasture is completely unadulterated, and they have to have these breeds of cows that can cope with it. All right? So they have these old-fashioned breeds of cows that can live off the side of a hillside, that have this massive diversity in their sward. And the great thing is, that milk, when you're making cheese, comes through in the flavour of your cheese. We call it ketones or tertiary flavours. It completely transforms the depth of flavour. And also, if you feed an animal more diversity and more grass, there's more unsaturated fat in it. It produces a yellower fat, which is more soluble at room temperature. So it's not only better for you and easy to digest, but it gives you a better mouthfeel, but also it gives you better flavours. We say it's win-win, because a lot of our farmers don't farm with diversity in their sward, with 11 types of grass plus, they say, to make a good cheese for regenerative reasons. They do it because it makes the cheese taste better. So it actually ties into you not just doing it for the loveliness of it or the sustainability of it, but actually you're getting a better quality product. And a unique product. We work with 3 Wensleydales in our shop that are made 10 miles apart, 15-20 at push. Same recipe, same age. Same area of the world, really, when you think about it, 20 miles apart. 2 of them have got the same breeds of cow. You give me their cheese blindfold, I'll tell you which farm made it. That's the great thing about farmhouse cheese, is it isn't that product that's coming off a conveyor belt. You are making, those Wensleydales belong to that farm. I always compare it to, imagine if I gave you the same cake recipe, and I'd get 40 different cakes, 100 different cakes, right? But when you get farm level, they've got different pasture, different microclimates, different ways of breeding their cows, slightly different size equipment. And so you make a product completely of that place. And I think in these marginal areas, which, Eden Valley, slightly better than the Yorkshire Dales, but especially going into Cumbria, North Yorkshire Dales, we can't produce commodity food, right? We're not set up for it, all right? So we should make food that tastes of that place, okay? And that's what farm cheese does. Part of Britain's social history. Around in the Yorkshire Dales, there's 2,000 producers of farmhouse Wensleydale. In the Eden Valley, it would have been full of farmhouse cheesemakers. Malastang was a big cheese-making area. Huge cheese-making areas. And they can produce cheese that's completely unique to that place. I always compare it. Graham Kirkham, the last producer of raw milk Lancashire, we say is rarer than the white rhino. There's 2 white rhinos left in the world. There's only 1 farm producer of Lancashire, and that's Graham. When his mum made cheese, 30 years ago, there was 30. When his grandma made cheese, 60 years ago, there was 350. And so, when you buy that cheese, again, you're buying into that keeping alive part of Britain's social history of making that cheese on the farm. Your own brand. You've all heard of Kirkham's Lancashire. You've all heard of Baron Bygood. It's not some anonymous milk, It's actually, you've created something. And it opens doors. I go all over the world. I think I could probably go to any country and stay for free and be put up by a cheesemaker. And that's not because of who I am. It's because it's such a lovely community. It's a very, very helpful community. Keeps the local community vibrant and jobs. So Fearn Farm we'll talk about in a minute. I'll just show you them quickly in a minute. There was 3 of them on the farm before they made cheese. Okay? There's now 32 of them on that farm, right? They turn 80% of their milk into cheese. They don't have more land, they don't have more cows. That value that they add provides an additional 28 jobs to that community, 29 jobs to that community. Logistics are simpler than other dairy products. So I'm not here to insult all the other dairy products, but if on farm, if you produce milk, you're only really going to sell it locally unless you find a big wholesaler. You're going to have to do all pasteurising and bottling. Same with yogurt. Yogurt's voluminous and needs to be transported cold. Same with ice cream. And ice cream is an incredibly competitive market. So if you are a dairy farmer and thinking about diversity, cheese is harder to make. I'm not going to lie to you. It's a lot more difficult, a lot more challenging to set up a cheese enterprise. But the top half of that, the advantages, what you gain from that, are much greater. Yogurt, ice cream, milk, you do get slight variances in flavour, but it's not like cheese where you amplify the flavour. It's more actually down to the recipe that you use when it comes to them. So it's actually a more competitive market. It's not as unique to you. And because they all need to be kept cold, it's really hard to sell out your local area. But you had Patrick Holden come and talk yesterday. I buy cheese off him once a month because I can buy 20 cheeses once a month and he can transport 20 real easy. Because it's not fresh dairy, I don't need to be there every day, so I can buy a bulk load at once. Long-term security of the farm, that's it. A lot of my farmers are really secure for the long-term security. And it actually does improve the farm, if it's managed correctly. What you tend to find if you're making cheese is you start to learn more about your dairy. You start to learn more about your milk. You start to learn about what's actually going in your milk and how it's evolving. Because when you are making it, you're really fermenting it and you're really concentrating that flavour. So you really start to learn more about how you feed your animals. The amount of dairy farmers, I'll put you in touch with some if you're interested, who will talk to you about special cheese makers and how it can really change what you're doing. I used to go out and do a 6-hour lecture on the history of artisan cheese to the School of Gastronomy in Italy You don't want 6 hours, no, it's just, just a little bit short, yeah. This is where we will sit in terms of, this will make a difference to your flavour of your cheese, you know. I've been to seminars where we've talked for hours on the best way to wipe your cow's udder, right? And nobody can quite agree on the best way to kind of maximise good bacteria, minimise bad bacteria. But for me, freshness of milk makes a huge difference to the quality of cheese. Feed and breed are next, I would say. Feed is quite a big factor. Traditional grasses, diverse swards makes a huge difference. And we talked about it earlier on. Single farm milk just produces this unique resource. It does make cheese making challenging. You're going to have consistency issues. But you know, if you can find a good retailer, they can take all of it, and because you're concentrating it down, you know, they can deal with that, you know, and they can sell it out to their community. I'm just going to do a couple of case studies. These are really interesting because unlike a lot of people, both of these two weren't dairy farmers. So one of the difficulties with dairying is getting new people into it because the startup costs are so huge. But micro dairy, both of these now have about 20 to 30 cows. Both of them took existing land that really wasn't being dairied, you know, and because of the value added from making cheese, it enabled them to kind of get their farm going. So Roger at the bottom there, here is a little farm that his mum ran, a sheep farm, 60 acres, and he wanted to bring cows on really to start farming in a more regenerative way. Couldn't afford a milking parlour, couldn't afford tracks to move his cows, wanted to farm them outside. So the only way he worked out he could do it was he'd have to take the milking parlour to them. So he didn't even have a tractor. You know, he has a little quad, and he drags this little parlour and moves it about 3 metres every day, fresh paddock into a fresh paddock, has about 20 cows, and only milks in the spring and the summer. But that provides enough milk that he can make into cheese, and he's grown that over the last 5 years from scratch to having about 25, 30 cows he'll have by the end of this year. Stonebeck here, they took a huge out-to-ranch farm up in the top of the Yorkshire Dales, and they decided you can't get inputs up to them. Their farm tracks about 30 minutes, 20 to 30 minutes. So they're completely reliant on actually they need to produce everything on their own farm. They're forced into that situation. And so rather than do beef, they decided to do cheese. And for that, they had to get an old native short on and then just farm it traditionally on their grasses. But what it's allowed both of those farms to do is set up from scratch. No history of dairying, no infrastructure, no milking parlour, no tracks, no big combine, you know, no grass, no grassland that'll grow really fast and they can cut loads of silage of it. And both of them are running successful businesses, you know, that make a profit. But it's not just the little ones. I mean, this is what cheese does to you. Look at Johnny when he started making cheese, and look at Johnny now, right? That's what it can do to you, right? Some of you need that, okay? I'm looking out at you. Right? Some of you need this. But the classic story here, Johnny here, most of the next three are dairy farmers struggling to make money, liquid milk, decide to diversify. What do they choose? So Johnny chose cheese. He went feeding. He even changed the whole breed of his cows. You know, got rid of all his black and white, big Holsteins to Montbéliards. Changed the whole breed of his cows. Changed the whole way he farmed. Really, because his farm was on the edge. So it's a big farm at the time. You know, they milked 300. But he's completely transformed it into 70 to 80% of that milk now goes into cheese, all right? And it's completely transformed that because he's added that value on the farm. And it's been hard, but it allows him to farm how he wants. You know, he can do whatever he wants as a dairy farmer because he's completely in control, you know? He sets the price, he sends it to who he wants, he sells it to who he wants. You know, he has a lot more little things to manage, but actually it's enabled that farm to be secure when it wasn't secure. And the same in this, Spark and Hoe dairy farm about 20 years ago, they had a choice of giving up or not, and they were fairly conventional farmers. The last three I've shown you were big conventional farmers. You know, they're farming really conventionally, black and whites, you know, lots of silage, lots of brewer's grain, lots of fertilizer, lots of pesticides, you know, plough it, bounce it back, you know, same way. But all three of them, even Spark and Hoe have only changed really in the last 5 to 10 years, have slowly evolved their farm. Lincolnshire Poacher, they reckon they're the only farm in Lincolnshire that doesn't have black grass, right? Because they farm their cows and they farm them well in a rotation with their arrow, you know, and they use that to kind of get it back in. But all three of them have got long-term security, you know. All three of them have changed their method of farming over the last 5, 10 years and completely. All three of them have been slightly privileged in that their parents have been on board, And I think that's a real challenge. You know, we look at it with farms that want to change the way to do it. You know, I think that's a real challenge that probably needs to be discussed. In that all three of them would have probably lasted. They'd have been okay as dairy farms. There wouldn't have been much, but they'd been, like most dairy farms, you know, on the edge. And but now all three of them in very strong financial positions, you know, because they had the value to their milk. So I guess that's kind of it for it. But it's down to you, really. We all stand here and we all blame things, you know. We took on our little shop 15 years ago with the knowledge that everybody thought it would fail, you know, and it would have done if we hadn't put our effort into it, you know. And you know, and that's where it comes from, really. You can put up barriers all you want, but you can go out there and make cheese, and you can sell cheese. You can sell raw milk, artisan cheese that's regarded as a premium product, you know, that ends up in Michelin-starred restaurants that was actually all just going to London, you know, from the regions, maybe made by Graham Kirkham, but mainly sold in London. You know, all these fine cheeses were being drained out of their region. And we thought, no, well, when you have the best Tom de Savoie in France, you have it when you're in the Savoie region, right? Why can't we do that in our region? Why can't we have the best cheeses stay in the region and we eat them in the region? And you can do that. You can diversify your farm. You know, you can sell cheese, you can swim against the tide, and you can do it. If you're passionate about it and you truly believe in it, people will eventually come to you. And if you can tell that story that I covered earlier on at the beginning, then people will invest in that. But I'd say one thing that I said a few times, if the flavour isn't there, then they won't fully invest for time. They'll just buy it out of novelty, okay, and they'll buy it out nice. So that's it, really. If you are interested in diversifying into cheese, please do speak to me or email me. We're always really keen to help people down that route. You know, I think the more farms we can have making cheese, the better. You know, it gives us all security. It's a really nice group. There's a thing called the Specialist Cheesemakers Association, which even if you're close to it, I'd encourage you to be a member of it. It doesn't cost very much, but they do farm visits where you go and visit a different farm every year. And what you tend to find is it's a very open group of people. You know, they all allow each other to speak to each other and help each other on that journey, because making small artisan food on your farm is challenging. I appreciate that. You know, but at the same time, if you do it well, that's it, you're done. You set up, you know. Thank you very much.
Who's got questions? I've got loads of questions. Should we talk about succession quickly? And then if you bring the mic to this person here, put your hand up again. We'll come to you next. Succession. Any advice on having that conversation if you don't think the reception might be 100% warm?
Yeah, I think that a lot of us, because we're families, I think that a lot of families are family farms. They kind of ignore it. And I think that's the worst thing you can do. If you've got the next generation coming through and they want to farm, and maybe you've got 3 siblings and one wants to farm but 2 doesn't, then you need to be getting it down on paper early about how, I know I've seen it on a lot of cheese farms. Some people have valued the farm when they started working on the farm, and then any increase, say that like Johnny Crickmore's built that whole dairy, he's got 2 siblings, any increase then when they do come to split the farm out can then be mitigated, and that increase is down to him. I've seen it done in various ways, but actually I think it needs to be taken seriously, and it's quite often swept under the rug. And I think
like kicked down, too difficult to discuss.
Or we'll deal with that later. Yeah. And also, if you want to change the method of farming, I think that's always a challenge when people will disagree. One of the things I would say, if you are the generation above, is let go earlier than you think. You know, because otherwise the person won't be there to let go to, because they'll go and get their other life, you know, and then you'll want them to come back to the dairy farm, but they'll have a full-time job, you know, they'll be doing other stuff. And it'd be hard for them to come back, especially when you formed it in your ideal way, and then you're in your 50s and your 60s and your 70s, and for them to come back and take it over in your farm, they haven't had any input on it. I think let go earlier than you think, and it's a challenge, but yeah, let them make the mistakes.
Great, thank you. Yes, go for it.
Hi, my name's Daniel. We've got a small dairy farm in Herefordshire. And simple question, we're intrigued whether horns on cows makes cheese taste differently, or is that just...
Yeah, it's a question that I can't really answer. I know that there's many of our cheesemakers have, there's discussions along this. I mean, some people will say that horns will obviously regulate temperature. It depends the size of your farm, it depends your breed of cow, really. And it tends to be if they're mixed. We have some farmers who have both horned cows and non-horned cows, and they struggle to mix them, especially if they've bought them in. I would say that if it does make any difference, it will be minimal. I think for me, the real key thing is feed and freshness of the milk. That can make a huge difference to the quality of cheese. You know, the best thing about making cheese is that you use warm milk. Okay, so that's the best thing. So a lot of people refrigerate milk, and when you refrigerate milk, you actually change it. The fats firm up, and they never come back the same way. You know, they just don't come back the same way, and they're not digested in the same way. And so it's all minuscule things. But if you want to make the best cheese, I'm a Yorkshireman, so obviously it's slightly better if you don't have to chill the milk and then reheat it. Financially, it's going to help you. But environmentally, that's better as well, because there's no environmental cost. But if you can just the more you can use fresh milk on the day, it makes a huge difference. I would say they're bigger factors. What I would also say is that we work with a lot of farms. I've got the whole slide on things that make a difference to your cheese. And too many farms get bogged down on all of them, and they kill themselves. Yep. And I think that can often happen is you want to do everything perfect. There is a level of compromise. In all the farms that I've shown you, there's a level of compromise. There's this, sorry, I'll be quiet, but there's this amazing, in the Alps, there's this cheese called Reblochon. And to make farmhouse Reblochon, you make average Reblochon after 2 milkings, but to make farmhouse Reblochon, you have to make after every milking. It's a legal requirement, okay? And so these little chalet farms, you've probably seen them on the side of a hillside, they milk twice a day, only about 20 cows, but they have to make cheese twice a day, right? And it's quite a fast make, so it's not the worst thing in the world, but they're losing the youth. The youth don't want to do it. And do you know what? It does make a slightly better cheese, all right? But not enough that we still want the cheese in 20 years, you know? At this rate, that we'll lose that slightly betterness, but we won't have the cheese in 20 years. And so one of the things I would say is you do have to compromise a little bit, not necessarily, but don't kill yourself trying to get everything perfect from day one. It was what I would say.
Great, thank you.
So many questions.
Do we have more than one roving mic? No.
I'll just run.
Okay. And then once you've asked your question, if you run over there. All right, perfect, thank you.
This is a question for David. It's just regarding the weight loss jabs that are out there at the moment. Do you think essentially they're going to create this false sense of problem solving for overweight people, and in fact people aren't going to change their diet, so there's a chance that type 2 diabetes will still exist, and we're essentially just lining the pockets of these huge pharmaceutical companies, when really we should be looking at the true cause of the problem?
The short answer to that is every word you've said is true, yes. Slightly longer. This is about the fat jabs. I'm very upset by the fat jabs. So many people are bypassing doctors and just getting it online. And we've had 82 deaths in the UK already this year from the fat jabs. People do not realise that it's a crazy thing to do, to jab yourself with something you bought online and you don't know what it's doing. The key thing, I mentioned it already, is that we are overfed and undernourished. So if you eat less of the same diet, so the fat jabs, I do use them, and your hunger goes down a lot. So you're going to eat about 1/3 of what you ate last week. But if what you ate was already nutritionally deficient and you eat 1/3, you're twice as nutrient deficient. And that leads to muscle wasting. So you start breaking down, you're not getting enough protein, so you start breaking down your muscles. But you're also vitamin deficient and calcium deficient, and so there's probably bone loss. The other problem is legally you can only use the jabs for 2 years. So you could, in my practice, what I'm doing is somebody has an opportunity to learn, but they need support, nutritional support while they learn, because you've got to be wiser at the end of your 2 years, otherwise the weight will come back. So if I have to do it, I have a sense of failure. You saw what I did with Josh. I didn't need fat jabs for Josh. But there are people who are so food addicted, they are so addicted to junk food, they cannot stop. And I'm signing death certificates on people who cannot stop. We're amputating legs because people cannot give junk food. Some of them, the jabs help. And when the food noise goes down and the appetite reduces, I'm teaching them to eat nutrient-dense food, and they're learning something. It's a possible opportunity, but I see it far more as a threat than an opportunity, and a kind of tragedy that I'm watching unfold. It makes me very sad. So, yeah.
Food isn't about a kind of rational input-output exchange, though, is it? I mean, I know that Jaffa cakes are not good for me, but at the end of a long day, when it's taken 2 hours to get the kids to go to bed, and I go downstairs, there's a Jaffa cake going into my mouth, not because I've forgotten that it's bad for me, but because that's the thing that feels like a comfort, that's a thing that's familiar. I don't know. I mean, you could kind of have a whole therapy session about Marianne's relationship with Jaffa cakes, but you get the gist, don't you? Maybe Andy goes for a kind of single origin artisanal cheese, but whatever it is, it's not that I'm hungry, and it's not that I know that Jaffa cakes are, they're shocking. They shouldn't call me food, but whatever.
You make a really good point. So there is hunger and there's greed, and it's different. So I'm always
see me after class.
Yeah. I'm always hungry for the steak. I'm always hungry for the cheese. That's a healthy hunger, but increasingly we're seeing food is replacing things in our lives, and when it becomes a comfort, for many people it becomes an addiction. So we know that 14% of the UK population is currently addicted to ultra-processed food. That means that they know it's not healthy and they can't stop eating it. That's really serious.
Does that mean then, though, that the responsibility shouldn't lie at the feet, hands, mouth of the individual as much as it should the system that creates a situation where you walk into a shop and the thing that's affordable, I mean, at the cash point, if not holistically, is the thing that isn't good for you, and that in many places in the country, in both rural and urban areas, the choice is not there unless you've got a car and the means to get to a specialist food provision, unless you've got the money to spend, unless you've got the mental health to consider where you're going to go to get the different elements of your diet. I mean, some people don't have the privilege, the luxury.
You're dead clever, aren't you, Jen? This is good.
Well, it's difficult, isn't it? Because I feel like
but I've got the
for
answer.
farmers, it's easy for... It sometimes feels easy to say, well, individuals, we just need to convince individuals by marketing our products better. But actually, the system is stacked for obesogenic, depressogenic, social, fraying, rather than
the system
healthy
is
choices.
Absolutely rigged. All the subsidies, all of the big food, it's rigged. But for me, this is a discussion about freedom, and there are different freedoms. So that you can have the freedom to eat whatever you like, but that brings with it consequences. Then you can have the freedom from ill health, and that has other things. So for me, this is about information that I supply to patients. It's not medical advice, it's information. And what we find from the poorer patients, so we've got large council estates, and I ask them, like, okay, how do you manage this? In fact, we did a BBC One documentary on this, The Truth About Carbs. And what they said afterwards was, if you factor in, this is the cost question, if you factor in my patients on benefit living on the state, if you factor in what you're spending on fizzy drinks and bars and stuff in crinkly bags, if you look at your total budget that you're spending on anything that goes in your mouth, and then you go on to a whole food thing, but it might be frozen food, it's about the same. So those patients afterwards said to me, the vital thing is to be honest about what you're spending on crap, because that's your budget. And they say afterwards, now I'm glad I chose this. And yes, I'm buying frozen veg, and it's slightly more difficult, but it's not costing me more, the total budget. And again, when we're talking cost, what parents don't love their children more than, what's the most precious thing that I have? I've got 7 grandchildren. And when you think about choices and cost, health is a big cost, whether it's financial or whatever, and it's worth supplying. I've come to be honest about information, what I've learned. I fudged it for 20 years. I lied. I wasn't straight. And now, nobody can make me, I just have to be straight about what I feel you need to know. The information, the freedom that you know. Food addiction, my wife is an international expert on junk food addiction. We're running a big conference in London, a 2-day conference on what to do about food addiction because it's taking people's freedoms away. I have teenagers who cannot stop drinking energy drinks. They just can't. They've lost a lot of freedom that they, maybe we can't ever cure them. So, there you go. There you go.
Yes, thanks.
Hi, thank you very much. Another question for David. You spoke very powerfully about the links between, diet and kind of physical health and early death and stuff. Do you see links in your patients to, mental health and anxiety and chronic fatigue and all these symptoms we hear about now? Or is that more about, social media and loneliness and other things than diet?
I really, really see diet make a massive difference. That's a brilliant question. I couldn't believe it in the beginning because people were saying, I'm not sure whether I need my antidepressants anymore. Maybe I could come off them. And then other people were telling me, when I cheat, I feel so anxious. If I have sugar, I feel so anxious. And I'm going to give you a very specific example. It was a special wedding anniversary, and a chef had made me. It looked exactly like a lemon, but it was a lemon pudding. So he's a Michelin-starred chef, and he spends ages making me this thing that I can't really eat. But I was too polite, so I scoffed it. When I ate it, it was like little lights going off in my head because I hadn't had sugar for years. So, oh my God, this is good. Is there another? I loved it so much. But that followed 2 days of sort of anxiety and depression mixed. Weird. There is now an international speciality of nutritional psychiatry. Dr. Georgia Reed is huge on this and written a wonderful book. There's incredible work going on in Edinburgh University between diet and severe mental health. So yes, yes, yes. And there are RCTs going on in this in Edinburgh and all over the world.
Explain RCT.
And they're the best quality studies where they're looking at the difference that diet makes. And there's a Silicon Valley billionaire whose son was cured by going keto. He'd seen 41 psychiatrists. They were very rich, so he was drugged and drugged and drugged and spent most of his time in a mental hospital, cured by going keto. So his family have now devoted their billions to can we do better for mental health? So many young people, honestly, they're all cutting themselves. There's an epidemic of young people cutting themselves. They weren't doing that before. So thank you. That is a really insightful question. Yes, I believe diet affects mental health, and it is potentially very important to farmers. It's changed my mental health a lot. Great question, thank you.
Thank you.
Yeah, we're just going to have, one more question here, and then I think we'll have to wrap it up. But you're going to be hanging around a bit, aren't you, you two?
I'm staying, yeah.
Thanks, Nick. Just a quick question is, it's not mentioned much in this conference, but what difference does the organic certification mean to a story? And I think organic's embraced regenerative to some extent, and to what extent has regenerative embraced organic? Or to what extent is that certificate important in the story and for health? I'll ask it to Andy for the sake of it, but David would be just as good.
Yeah, thanks. Andy, go for it.
Yeah, I think it's an interesting question. We talk about organic quite a lot in our dairy about whether that is a purchasing decision that people make, and I think for us as a business, it's a factor that can definitely help with us making a decision on a cheese. For most customers who come into our shop, now probably say there's only 10% who make that decision based on organic. Personally, I mean, I do a lot of working in talks like this, and I believe that the fundamentals of it are great, and also I believe the fundamentals of that food that is organically grown will make a difference to health. And it was really interesting that David put up that slide with nutrition of different stuff. And Patrick, who you had yesterday, he did a lot of research into carrots, and they sent carrots to loads of different places, same seedling to loads of different places, and grew the carrot. And the nutritional density on those carrots was from the same seedling was huge, depending on not only where it was growing, but the difference, and organic did make a difference in that. So I do think it is making a difference. From our side of point of view, what we're trying to do is we're trying to work with farms, and we don't like to push them too hard, too fast, for the reasons that I covered earlier on. You know, and I think that it has to be the right choices to make sure that we can softly get towards those goals, if that makes sense. And it's always that question, sorry, I'll be really quick, of like, is more grass better than, so longer out of grass and using a bit of fertilizer, better than organic, or is it better to bring them indoors and feed them on organic hay? You know, and then we get into a very grey area, and if we're not careful, we're like the Labour Party, and we're all sniping at each other, when we should just be moving forward as a group and trying to do the best that we can.
Very quick point. I think it's where we might go next with labelling. I would love to know the omega-6, omega-3 ratio on what my patients are eating. I would love to know the amount of vitamin D in pork fat and things like that. And this could be something for farmers to think about, because certainly some of my patients would pay more if they knew these things. Maybe if you're doing pasture-raised eggs, what's the vitamin D in those pasture-raised eggs? I don't know, but you could find out.
Great. Please join me in thanking Dr. David Unwin and Andy Swinscoe. Thank you both.
Hello, everybody. Thank you. This is the final push, I promise. So we just have the last sort of half an hour or so to do a bit of a Q&A with two people you've heard from already and two new people. So we'll just do some introductions in a second. So the premise of this is that we all love going to conferences and we get very enthusiastic and come home with loads of new ideas. And then sometimes it just peters out and so a lot of this session is how can we transfer what we've learnt about and heard about in the last day or so and transform it into things that are happening on farm. No pressure to these four people. I'm not necessarily asking them for that answer, but I'm interested to know what examples they've got from their own farm and also farms they've been to where people are making change happen on farm. So very much focusing on the how. We're very good at the why and the what. So we're going to do quick intros. So Marianne's going to go first.
Hello, I'm Marian. I'm a broadcaster, writer, and I'm president of CPRE, the Countryside Charity. And I was the person who eats Jaffa cakes earlier.
Yeah, there was shame around Jaffa cakes we'll deal with in another day. Jules, but hopefully no introduction needed. Rich.
Yeah, I'm a beef, sheep and red deer farmer in Rothbury, Northumberland.
Yep, and Nat, beef and sheep, Lancashire, Forest of Bowland.
Okay, perfect. So I'm going to ask them a couple of questions and then we're going to go roving. And if it all looks like it's a car crash, we'll finish early. So it's all fine. So back to when we introduced this idea that the three themes that fitted today. So my question to sort of all of you in sequence is, how do you get yourself ready for change? How do you look after yourself to be in the right headspace for wanting to do some different things? Where should we go first? Who should we choose? Jaffa cakes.
Is that my nickname now? Oh my God. Oh dear. Are you paying for the therapy? Okay. How do I get ready for change? I think it was something that Jules said this morning, which was focusing on what you don't know and being in that sort of listening, curiosity space, which is really, really hard when you're on the treadmill of an impossible to-do list and numerous pressures and the feeling of everything coming at you. But I think if you can create space, and actually the way to do that, I'm not a farmer, but because I work across countryside issues and nature and sustainability, and also that kind of communications side of things, of like, how do we help members of the public who might be sort of interested in a sort of tangential, adjacent kind of way, A, start to care, and B, start to understand. So we sort of like raise the literacy and interest levels and passion levels so that changes behaviour, it changes them having conversations with decision makers and policy makers. And then MPs love being someone once said to me, an MP loves to be at the front of a parade, so you have to make the party with the parade and create a place where people want to come and stand at the front of your parade waving the flag or saying, yes, you're welcome. And I think one of the ways to do that is to find the people in the room who already feel the way you feel, and then everybody looks outward to say, okay, well, like, what voices are missing in this conversation? Which are the places what are the things that we're not thinking about? How is our thinking ending up being siloed into just our sector, or just our particular specialty, or just this particular issue with DEFRA, for example? Actually, if you're thinking about setting up a cheese-making business, are you thinking about opportunities with business and enterprise rather than just through agricultural subsidy, for example? So I think that kind of curiosity, what's missing in the conversation, is the first question you ask yourself each time, and then ask your group of peers each time.
So it's bringing support, collaboration is important. Just identifying where the gaps are, perhaps.
Yeah, like, be really honest about the gaps, but then also be kind to yourself that you can't fix it all, and sometimes you just need a kind of solid shoulder to cry on or lean on and say, crikey, it's hard, isn't it? Yes, it is. We're here together.
Same question to Jules. So how do you get yourself ready? It could be a yoga or a meditation, or you talked about swimming. So is it a self-care moment?
A good dip in a cold ocean is a great start. Or if you don't have a cold ocean, which any body of water will do pretty much. I think the thing that I feel is really important is don't go there alone, and find someone who can help you bounce your ideas around, or find someone who's a step or two ahead of you doing the sort of thing that you're looking to pursue, so that you can avoid making perhaps some of those hard, costly mistakes. I think that's really important.
And Rich, you've made quite a few changes to what you're up to. So can you just talk us through the steps that you've gone through?
Yeah, I think similar to what Jules just said, I think seeing is believing, and there's a lot of farmers out there doing good stuff, and just contact them. Generally, them people that are sort of top of the game are really keen to show you, if you contact them, are keen to show you around and what they're doing, and that helps. And then I think just get stuck in and have a go. Like the first winter we bale grazed cows was far from perfect, but the next year was a hell of a lot better, and you learn a lot from just getting stuck in and have a go. Some people talk about doing things for years, and you see them 4 years later and they've still not actually had a go.
And Nat, similar question.
Yeah, don't be scared of failure. I think just, say Rich says, go for it and be prepared to fail, but learn from it. And I'd say observe, just be observant of your stock and what you do, and I think you'll soon learn from that experience. So don't be scared of doing something new.
And back to the farmers for a second. So there's a bit that within that, the themes of today was a lot about the financial, so this sort of wanting to make money from what we're up to. So can you just talk us through how you are looking to the finances, how you're monitoring that, or what?
So we've drastically reduced inputs, really. So we're in our probably 6th year of regenerative grazing, AMP grazing. We're getting better and better each year, I think, and hopefully the soils are reflecting on that. But yeah, the bank balance is certainly a lot healthier, but I think a lot of that is to do, no fertiliser for probably 5 years now. Just really low inputs, no animal feed, no proving, no concentrates. and we just cut out all the inputs, and yeah, it's working for us.
Okay. And similar question to Rich.
Yeah, I think it is something you definitely do have to keep a track of, because it's obvious. It's obvious you're putting in lower inputs, but it's the other side of it, and sometimes it can be negative. Like, we tried it one year, and we just shoved 750 ewes and lambs in together and moved them every day, and it was a disaster. The growth rates were shocking, and there was mismothering, and you think it's the right thing to do at the time, but it's not. So I think you do have to measure it and just check, and sometimes go back a step. And another, we do HDB farm bench and things like that for monitoring financials. And I think we're definitely going in the right direction all the time. But sometimes there's things where you think, well, we'll take a step back from that.
Jules, do you want? Yeah. Competition.
I was just going to say, do a test run. Do a trial plot, do a trial paddock, do a trial something. Don't necessarily throw your whole farm at it if you can't afford to lose it. So, yeah, start small and get some confidence and understanding of what you're doing.
Can I ask you a question? This morning, Judith, who farms up in Scotland, I don't know if she's still here, mentioned that for fear of being judged by other farmers, the only plot that they mob grazed was the one that couldn't be seen from the road. How do you build that resilience? Because farmers are harsh to each other, like looking over the field boundary. How do you build the resilience that you're going to take it on the chin, not just in terms of your own business, the cost to your business, but also the cost to reputation?
I think we lost that many years ago. I think it's just having a thick skin, and there's a lot of curiosity. A lot of people are sort of curious as to what's going on, and just open. We're open to anyone coming around and having a look, and I think that's the best way, really. Go see what other people are doing, and hopefully the message. Well, it's up to everybody what they want to do, isn't it? At the end of the day, but yeah, it doesn't bother us at all.
Yeah, similar to that, we actually moved 2 years ago into a new area, and in quite a traditional farming area, but I secretly really enjoy it, to be honest. I quite like that they all think we're doing something different and outrageous, and I quite like the attention.
Okay, perfect. So if I just steal mic back, where are you going?
Well, I was going to help you. Do you want to be in control?
Obviously. Has anybody got any questions or thoughts or inputs? The how, particularly, it needs to start with a how, no pressure. How to kill a conversation. Excellent. I'll go back. So in terms of, so leading on to that, and so the attention that Rich likes, is that something that we need to build in? Is that we need to sort of massage farmers' egos? Or do we need to identify what's important to them? You love having your ego stroked, perhaps. I'm now accusing you of lots of things. And Nat quite likes you've got a support system that is your brother, isn't it? So there is a confidence there. How could we encourage that in other farmers? Do you think what things have you seen that have worked with other farms? I'm sorry, people, this is...
Yeah, I think people tick different ways, don't they? So it's probably an individual basis. But you mean how to get more people to the sort of system, or
it's the building the confidence. So you're both confident to say, I'm going to do something different, and you're willing to stand there and be brave. It's how do we develop some of that in other farmers?
Yeah. Sorry. Go on, you go.
So I think it's having like-minded people. So pasture for life events. There's various farmer groups. If you can have farmer networks, I think having been in the room with like-minded people sort of helps, and you can all learn off one another, and it gives you that sort of extra boost to go and try something different or to take that next step. And I think, just go see on farm. Like I said before, I think you can learn so much off each other, and don't be afraid of going to see.
Yeah, and you might have to travel. Like we actually live next door to them now, but we used to drive 3 hours to see what the Nellises were doing, and things like there might not be people in the area doing it to build confidence, but it's worth that drive to do it, and then maybe like Judith said, or like Jules said, starting small in a field and building it up.
Okay, thank you.
How do you answer the food security question when you're outside the regen bubble and people say we need volume? Yes, how do you answer the food security question when people say that we need to feed the UK, we need volume of food? When you do step outside this rather nice bubble, I'd love to have a model answer that I can then use.
I mean, I would strongly argue we produce less food than any of our neighbours that are beef and sheep farmers, so I don't think that's an issue at all.
So you don't produce less?
Yeah, no, I don't think we produce less than the traditional farmers next door to us at all, especially if you include a lot of the, barley, wheat, whatever they're bringing into their system is food.
Is that the question you kind of were asking? Yeah. Yeah, so we farm on like an upland farm, and I think our productivity, it's certainly not dropped off on say, but I think the land is improving from how we're farming it. So from a production point of view, it's not all about production, but from a production point of view, I think we will be more productive over time. But I think it's like a transition you have to be prepared for.
I was going to say, in New Zealand, we just tell people, you don't feed the world. Our job is to produce food and feed people, but our job is not to feed the world. And who does feed the world is actually small growers, not big corporate farms. They produce a lot of animal feed and a lot of ethanol and things like that, but they're not the buggers that feed us anyway.
He's just left, I think. Andy Swinscoe, the cheesemonger, said that I said, what do you say when you're focused on kind of artisanal, small batch production? What happens to all the people in Tesco in Kendal or Carlisle, or London or Birmingham or wherever, who are buying Cathedral City? And he said, well, if I can be sure that everybody in my community, whether rich or poor, has access to my cheese, then I'm happy. Like, I've done a good job. So it's not necessarily about, it's about sort of framing the boundaries of where your spheres of influence are, perhaps. And that actually, if the movement grows, then the people of Birmingham will also get amazing quality cheese too, just maybe not made in Settle. And I think that's fine. I guess it comes back to that idea, doesn't it? In the, it comes up in the film 6 Inches of Soil. If it's not regenerative, it's degenerative. So actually, how are we going to feed people in 20 years' time unless we change now? So.
Thank you. And Judith has a
question. Can you hear what I'm saying? Yeah.
Yeah.
I get the local bit, and I think that's really important, but also on a national world basis. There are Carbon Cowboys, Dan Kittredge, John Kemp starting to show that true nutrient-dense food, they can't positively correlate that with any one farming practice. The only thing they can positively correlate that with is life, biological life in the soil, functional life in the soil. So if we can get functional life in the soil in our food production, and we're producing more nutrient-dense food, in actual fact, as Dr. Unwin said, we can eat less. So in the end of the day, once we get there, once we get through this this transition, we will need less food per person to be healthier than we currently are. it's a case of managing that transition as a country, as a world, whatever you want to look at it, on whichever scale. It can be done, and we must find a way.
And we need to tackle food waste.
Oh, here we go. Remember, we have to begin questions with how. There you go.
How? No, I genuinely have a how question. So my brother is a conventional farmer and thinks I'm a woke Londoner. How would you approach a conversation with him to get him to start thinking about doing things differently to the farmers?
I think you need to go with a solid plan and structure of how you're going to do something, rather than just saying you need to be managing your grass differently. Like you've got to go there and almost be willing to get stuck in and do it yourself, rather than just telling him you should be doing this, you should be doing that.
I think speak to him about his financials. You know, if the farm's struggling, I think a lot of conventional farmers are struggling. You know, start again and say, you know, if you had a blank canvas, what would you do? And a good example is like if you could carry this stock but sort of reduce your inputs massively and really question every input you use. Why do you use that input? And is there a way of not having that input? Whether it's your type of stock, you know, native breeds, whatever. If you can do that and sort of build a picture of what it could look like without all those costs, suddenly your farm can transition from not making a profit to making a profit. And that, but I guess it depends on your brother, doesn't it, really?
And I would say get really curious about your brother. What's important to him, and why does he farm, and what's working for him, what's not working for him, and sort of bring it out here. You know, is it his children? What is it that matters to him, and tie that back to his farming practices, and go dig a hole. You know, get interested.
Although I was mean about your not how question, I'm now bringing you over.
I've got one more thought. I've got one more thought,
I'm
which is,
stuck.
it's very brief, sorry, Liz. Ask yourself, are you the right person to have the conversation with him? Because if you're not, then work sideways. Or pick a different target.
Hi, it wasn't a question. I was just saying that a way to get around the food security thing is that we need to tackle the levels of food waste, which goes with we need to, if our food is more nutrient dense, then we can eat less. But that's a way to get around that circle. So,
I'm being obnoxious. How can we reduce food waste? Back. Sam, I'll come to you.
How have you been managing systems for time? I hear a lot of people talk about financial gains, but not really about time and time efficiency. Could you have any comments about systems that you've enacted which have saved you a great deal of time and allowed you to be off farm or to reduce your working hours?
So we spent a good bit of time putting in water infrastructure and electric fences, so we have like a lot of laneway systems so we can alter the size of paddocks and stuff. But essentially, apart from like one-off jobs, our intention will be to maybe move an electric wire once a day or twice a day. So our labour on the farm now is massively reduced. Yeah.
What do you do with your spare time?
I have a second job.
Yeah, I think that's probably the biggest part of it for us, especially like the genetic side of it, like with the cattle and sheep and the deer. We're doing less with them all the time. Calved 2 cows this year, a few ewes, and yeah, we've dropped a full labour unit, probably a labour unit and a half. So that's a big difference, and we have a lot more time to do things like this and holidays and whatnot. So I think that's probably been the biggest advantage of it, actually.
Alex, does your brother like holidays? Yeah. It's one angle. Sorry, Jules.
I was just going to say, once you get functionality in the system flowing and restored, a lot of those activities that take time just disappear off your list of things to do. You just no longer have to deal with things like animal health problems. So, yeah, it takes care of itself.
Any other how questions? Ooh.
Rich, this doesn't really relate to you, so no. How would you bring people along with you? Say your dad, or say you and Rog didn't have the same opinion on where you wanted to go. How would you bring everyone else along with you in your changes that you do?
It's tricky, isn't it? Fortunately, me and my brother sort of follow the same path, so it kind of helps. I don't know. I think probably take them to an event like this, take them to other farms and just try and sort of broaden their horizons a little bit. But, you know, it's each to their own, isn't it, really? But whatever works. Our father isn't probably that keen on regen, but he's of an age now where he doesn't get out on his farm as much, so he kind of thinks we're silly buggers, but it works. So, yeah, it's tough. And don't get me wrong, like, he'd happily go out with a knapsack every year, spray the same thistles and nettles, and go back the following year and spray them again. And then he's not doing that anymore, and amazingly, because of management, the thistles and nettles seem to have gone a lot less. But it's that mindset change. But yeah, you can't teach an old dog new tricks, so to speak. You have to take them on the journey. Maybe show them a little bit. If you have a small area, a small plot, and say, look, you know, look at this, or even just show them the soil, dig a hole. And if, I guess, there's no one right answer, I don't think.
Probably data, like how much more you can get out of grass, how much savings you can make. If you have them, those physicals can be quite hard to argue with if you can get some of them together, or someone else's. And you know, if you can get someone else's of a similar size farm or something like that, they can be quite hard to argue with. And it does apply to me, because Jen showed Beltexes when I met her, so look how far she's come.
Everybody familiar with what a Beltex is? Okay. Jules, anything to add to that in terms?
No, I think they're pretty covered. I think people spend time with people. I mean, I like to move fast, and I often leave people behind, and that's where the trouble starts. So I think take time to really understand who they are and what's important to them, and speak into their concerns rather than pushing your own barrow, which I can be pretty good at.
I think I'd second that. Try and find the common ground, and start from that point where... So I've got a friend who's a palliative care consultant, so she spends a lot of time sort of dealing with complex drugs and complex situations for people at the end of their lives, but the vast majority of her time is actually spending time with people in their families and helping the family, work through what's happening to their loved one. And she said, you know, like every now and then there's those stories that hit the news about a family taking the doctors to court, and it gets so horrible, of people arguing over what should happen to this loved one who can't make decisions for themselves anymore. And one of the things she said is that obviously at that point things have gone catastrophically wrong, because way before that you have to find common ground, you have to come alongside. And literally what she does, if she feels like, if she's been brought in to deal with a situation which is at a potential crisis point, emotions are running high, people are grieving, all these huge emotions. Anger is secondary. All the stuff that comes before that is the fear, the hurt, the guilt, the love, all the rest of it. And that happens a lot in farms, doesn't it? Because it's legacy, it's the responsibility, the loyalty, the love, all the stuff. And also love of the land, the place where people are farming. And so she literally sits next to, she was like, I would never have a meeting face to face If we're in a situation where we're in a space face to face, it's confrontational by design. And so people are on the back foot, they feel defensive, and they will defend their principles, they'll defend their approach, they'll defend historical decisions, they'll all the rest of it. Whereas if you go alongside and you're both literally looking out over the same gate at the landscape, you can find something which is common ground, which is, this is a beautiful landscape, or, oh, look at that. And you can point to something that you can both agree is a fact. And from that starting point where you've got common ground, just psychologically, people are more open to going into the areas of a conversation that are more, put them in a more vulnerable position, because you've already established an essence of truth and trust.
Thank you. Any other questions? So,
thanks. How can farmers create livelihood opportunities for others on their land?
I think the likes of Joel Salatin, Stack Enterprises, and there's a lot within the regen movement. I think there's a lot of stuff you can do to do that. It's just whether you can do it at a large enough scale to bring in that extra labour unit. I guess do your maths first, do your costings, and make sure it can be doable. But yeah, like ourselves, we're looking at what else we can do with, like, locally grown food on our farm for the local village, and that's what we're keen to do. So yeah, we'll be looking at stacking enterprises going forward.
Sorry, the question to stack enterprises or?
Create livelihood opportunities.
Okay.
So is there a sort of opportunity to bring other people in so it could be that you might have an egg enterprise, or that you're not necessarily labouring it, but someone else might do?
And I think if you can have it be their enterprise, don't burden yourself with a whole nother enterprise that you now have to manage, and you have to pay that employee to do it. It can be a bit of a can of worms, is what I've seen. So if you're going to do that, see if you can't work it, that somebody can start their own enterprise, and whether it's a lease or a long-term arrangement, whatever it is, give people some autonomy and some ownership in it.
I wonder whether there's an essence of, like, sit down with a massive blank piece of paper and brainstorm the wackiest ideas and get other people's ideas, like the kind of, what would you do if you started from scratch with the blank slate? What could we do here? And then it sort of prevents people getting into that place where they're like, oh no, that wouldn't work, or no, that's silly. Because then you already end up on a kind of narrow, quite conventional set of decision making. So actually, if you kind of go, well, what could you do if you knew you couldn't fail? And you start with that massive list, some of which will be absolutely bonkers and you're not going to do, but at least it kind of gives you permission to kind of spark a whole bunch of ideas and be really creative and imaginative. And then you can sort of work out, like, can you stack them? Who could do it? What benefit would that bring for local community? How are we thinking beyond, conventional agriculture? Because there's going to be, like, really cool stuff that maybe you didn't think of, but it'll seed an idea and maybe have that conversation with other people who'll go, I would love to open a butterfly safari. Can I do that in your field margins? And you go, I never thought of that, but sure, let's try. You can have that one for free.
I like the idea of butter. So just the last question for me in terms of for everybody on the panel before we hand over to the artist in residence. So I'm interested in the one thing you've taken from today that is either really insightful or something that you're going to use or tell. What's the thing? In the older days we'd tweet about it, but what's the one thing you've taken from today? I'll start with Jules. It's the hard one.
Well, given how much I love cheese, I think, when I started Mongaroa Farms, one of the first things I did when I walked onto that property is I went, this is a great sheep dairy, perfect for a sheep dairy, and then we can make great cheese. So I was really inspired by the thought of, the opportunity to create localized food that holds the essence of place and nurtures those people in that place. And yeah, there's something really special about that, and the opportunity to participate in encouraging that in something I do.
So when I speak to you in 12 months' time, you'll be making cheese, potentially.
Some bugger will be making cheese.
She would have found someone to run that enterprise. We got that from the previous one. Thank you. Nat?
I think Dr. Unwin with the ultra-processed food and sort of nutrient-dense food and how we can relate that to a regen system, and it kind of all adds up when you think about it. What we're feeding the cattle, essentially the same for humans, it's that whole thing of we are what we eat. And I think that really is a key take-home, and it helps sort of drive us forward into, this is the right path, and I think it'll be a growing path for both, humans and, soil in general, everything.
Thank you. Rich?
Yeah, exactly the same as Nat, to be fair. Probably, on a personal level as well, diet and I enjoyed that presentation a lot. And also, not a take-home, but I'd never heard of biochar before, so that was quite interesting at lunchtime.
Are you buying your own kiln on the way home?
Probably not.
Thank you, Marian.
I think it was something that Martin Lyne said at the start of the day, which was that it's not getting ready for change. The change is already here. And I think from me, from the outside of the agricultural sector, a plea to be way more confident and not be afraid to show your passion for what you're producing, because people are interested. They might not have the language or the jargon to fully understand, which is where you need to kind of bridge the gap for them. And to push back sometimes, I'd say, against what feel like the mainstream media narratives about farming at the moment, because there's so much more confidence and passion and energy and innovation and creativity than you would otherwise think if you just looked at the press and thought that there's a bunch of old farmers who are kind of moaning on. I mean, there are people there, but that I don't think represents the farming sector that I know and want to connect with. As a person in sort of talking to policymakers, or as a person who eats food and, drinks water and breathes air and walks through the countryside. So thank you for everything you do.
On that note, excellent, thank you. So thank you very much to the panel for the Q&A.
We're the sphincter squeezing part of the show. To end the day on that note. It's lovely to be asked here as the artist in residence. It feels very a position of responsibility. But I think it's a really great thing that Liz and Nick have opened it up and given an opportunity to do this kind of thing and experiment, because I think it's a really interesting way of working within lots of different contexts. That creative productions, such as Kathy, are not just a nice endpoint that give us something good to look at and talk about, but that their whole processes of discovering, of talking, of listening, of meeting different people, of starting all kinds of conversations you didn't expect to start. And it's really good to have the chance to experiment with those things and see what works and, just give things a go. So it was lovely to meet lots of the people who contributed to words at the table and lots of lovely conversations around that. And thank you, Marianne, for getting everyone to do it in here. And I went through all of your words and sort of honed them down, whittled them down into a poem. But you have to forgive me because I have written it quite quickly. And I wanted to give a sense of that carbon calling always brings out both the discussional, but also the very personal and thoughtful elements of farming and the landscape. So this is the poem that came out. My farm is a pirate ship, a life raft, a livelihood and a gift, where history and possibility hold fast in terra firma, unfolding in miniature. For here, beneath my feet, is my world, another world, the world. We make love in the fields, converting light to uncommon ground, and a cartography of grazed rhythms ruminates seasons in a palette of grass and sward. I want my land to buzz, to be a raucous thrum of miraculous multitudes, with the crack, clack of jackdaw and the fruity, fluty blackcap, and the scream of swifts, an urgent reminder that the land gives hope, gives life, gives space, that the land gives, and the future is up to us. So that's the poem. So. Thank you. Have we got another, or is that one working? Oh, yeah.
Hello.
That one? There you go. Are we both on? I'm not on.
I'm on.
What do you do? Hello. Now it's working. So, to continue the conversation, I thought I would invite Matthew Trevelyan, the Nidderdale National Landscapes FIPL officer, a serious man.
Yes, thank you for the invitation to Curlew Calling. It's wonderful to be here. A lot of people have been mistaken. They believe that I am this curlew. It's not the case. I'm a curlew wrangler, really, and
a curlew seducer.
A curlew seducer. What I've done, the curlew has imprinted on me. Rather, we can all attract curlew if we want to our farms. The one I attracted to Nidderdale National Landscape was one of the rarest. It's the Numenius arquata giganticus.
Giganticus.
It's very rare indeed. There's one other. This is Cathy. Of course, there is Heathcliff flying around, still guarding the chicks in Nidderdale.
He's been left in charge, responsible.
Yeah, he's been left.
Male,
the male curlew is really the one that really stays with the chicks.
I'm glad that Nidderdale is protected.
Yes, and yeah. I mean, it's been great to accompany Cathy to various events, and she never fails to raise a smile. I've just been at a storytelling festival, chasing 7-year-olds around a field. Well, not me, obviously not me, but Cathy has been. That sounds very
squeezing.
weird, doesn't it? I've laid a lot of eggs. I mean, she's laid a lot of eggs, and I've stood on, she has guarded events, standing on wall ends, and the number of serious conversations Cathy's had with quite serious people who don't bat an eyelid talking to a giant curlew. And in all seriousness, I don't want to break the illusion because people are... Anyway, Cathy was made for World Curlew Day, which is April the 21st, and there's lots of other people in this room who are curlew lovers, Pete and Rona and Dusty and other people. There's lots of you that are fantastic curlew lovers. Lee, sorry, yeah.
Yeah.
Right. The point is, if you want to get people enthusing about nature, use curlews as your representation of nature. They're so popular, they're so charismatic. People love curlew. Curlew are an umbrella species, so the things we do for curlew benefit so much more than just curlew. And yeah, I'm gonna start Cathy up for you. Just
yes,
what I'd like you to do is just to everybody close their eyes.
Yeah.
And because what you need is a little nap.
I think that maybe everyone should close their eyes and then gently persuade Cathy to come out with some curlew whooping. Whoop, whoop. Well, welcome, Kathy. It's lovely to have you here at Curlew Calling. Now, how are you feeling after your showbiz adventure this year?
Well, I wasn't expecting anyone to really pay much attention, really. But I think thanks to Matthew Trevelyan's brilliant work, he's really put Curlew on the agenda, so we can really thank Matthew. But it's been fantastic going on CNN Arabic, and Have I Got News for You? That was...
Angela Rippon was very, very complimentary about your legs, I hear.
Yeah, the legs in particular, probably the best part of my physique. People go on about the bill, but it's the legs, really. What else can I say? We've just been, look out for me in the papers coming up this next couple of weeks, because I've been on Siegfried Farnan's surgery table, and have I got, no.
On All Creatures Great and Small.
Great and Small, yeah. So it's been ridiculous, the celebrity status of the Curlew. And it's been good fun, but I am getting a bit fed up of it now. So stop asking me about what it's like to be a Curlew. I am actually a FIPL officer, and I am a very serious person.
Now, Kathy, what I've particularly loved about seeing you out in the landscape and walking with you when you walked 53 miles of the Nidderdale Way in 2 days, ask Kathy, watching you navigate Kissing Gates and Woodland, and was the range of responses. So small children flocked to you, people in convertibles looked at you with astoundment, and a few farmers just generally ignored your entire presence altogether. How did you find it, walking the Nidderdale Way? And what was it in aid of?
Yes, so we walked the Nidderdale Way really just to raise awareness of the plight of the Curlew. Lots of farmers don't realise I am a red-listed species, and possibly the most important species, just in general. But I think just raising that awareness was the number one. And we did raise a bit of money, I believe, but we didn't try hard. I genuinely didn't think anyone would notice. The best thing about the walk was the interactions with kids. The kids we could just lie to. And there is a big red button in this Curlew, I said to the kids, and my wings extend and I'm going to glide down from the tops of the hills. And, they believed us. And, well, I think they believed us. And the Curlew, the myth of the giant Curlew spread around the dale until the Curlew was 50 foot tall. And so adults were a pain in the arse, aren't they, really? Kids was great. And, I don't know what else to say, really.
Well, I'm interested as well that this is, obviously, Kathy, you are the original. What else does Matthew Trevelyan have planned in terms of building similar, such creative endeavours?
Well, I think what Matt really got onto. Obviously, I'm a real Curlew, but what he's done is the power of a stupid idea, a simple, stupid idea. You don't want to think too much. Thinking too much is a disaster, really. So, creativity is a space for total anarchy, and do something beautiful and big is better. It turns out, small is beautiful, but big is even better. So, I think that we've make an irresistible image, and you can it gets a lot of attention. This is what we've realised.
Well, Kathy, thank you ever so much for gracing our skies and our posts with your presence. And we'll leave you to flap off back to...
One last thing. One of the final things I want to say is that I think there's an opportunity for regenerative farming. One of the biggest problems of Curlew is silage making, as a lot of you will be aware. I was talking to James Herriot about it yesterday, actually, and in the 30s, 40s, 50s, it was all horse work and small tractors, and they didn't really make much silage. And now on these multi-cut systems, it's a right bugger for nesting and for chick raising. So I just want to say, those of you who are moving towards farming systems less reliant on silage, that's bloody brilliant, so round of applause to yourselves. But what we need to do is monitor outcomes for chicks. It's the kids that matter, as I said, and it's all very well getting through the egg stage and having adult Curlew coming into your farm in the spring, but what do the chicks make it to fledging? And I'm not seeing many short beaks at the end of the summer. That's what we want, short bills at the end of the summer. And Lee's got them on her farm, and Pete's got them on his farm. And, so you're doing well. Dusty's got some. They're all winning. If you're very good, you may get nominated for a Curlew Award. And some of those people have received those awards, and it's a very good award. You will get a voucher for £20 for Curlew Action. And, you might get a pair of socks if you're lucky. But you will also, it's a massive status to have that award, and you can put it on your CV.
And there would be many more Kathys to come. Yeah, there will be. Both real and literal and imagined. I'm confusing even myself now. Well, thank you very much, Kathy. I think a round of applause for Kathy, please.
Oh, thank you, everyone, for going with the flow. I have got 3 points. Liz will rabbit on a bit more, but I've just got 3 points to say. Well, firstly, thank you. Huge thank you. So food tonight is served at 6:30 in there. It's £15 cash, if you can. We have got cars. For those who are coming tomorrow, I'm going to put our address up on that whiteboard.
Do not come here. We are not here.
Yeah, do not come here. We're half an hour away. We're starting at 10:30. So if you're here, aim to leave about 9:30 because you'll probably get lost. And tonight, I'm going to embarrass a few people now. So today we've talked quite a lot about mental health. Every Wednesday, Reno has a frantic afternoon because he has to finish work for volleyball. And in the summer, it's volleyball. In the winter, it's squash. And it is run by a man over there in a blue... he is the volleyball king. And Granty has got an exceptional skill of getting a group of... They are men, generally, together, abusing them. And so every Wednesday night at 6:00, they meet and play volleyball. Tonight, they're on tour, and they're playing volleyball here. So they're going to be playing in the field next to the cows at, what time, Granty? 6:30. Rich has already been, recruited, I can't say it. So if anyone wants to join in, watch, they are actually quite good. There's Cumbrian rules. Yep. And
if anybody's familiar with Top Gun, it's very similar to that scene out of Top Gun.
And they all wear Speedos. And that's a joke. Anyway, I'm going to just thank you all very much, and I'm going to hand over to Liz.
I've got one.
Oh, sorry.
Again, thank you to everybody for coming. And the various sponsors that you've seen scrolling around. We cannot do any of this hilarity without any of them. So thank you very much for all of that. The one thing I keep forgetting, and I even wrote it on my hand about 5 hours ago, was T-shirts are for sale if anybody wants a T-shirt. So come and find us if you do. And thank you for the artist in resident was a really important thing we were doing this year because we're trying to bring creativity into some of these spaces because that's how we get to develop and do things differently. And importantly, we don't have just one sphincter in a body, we have about 12, but I forgot to Google it. Anyway, moving on. So, there were some tears, that's also related to sphincters. I keep talking about sphincters. Anyway, so the next step for Carbon Calling is through the Esme Fairburn Foundation, we have funding to do some creative events. So if anybody's got any ideas or seen people that are doing really interesting stuff, I'm really keen to learn what to do, as I appear to be making up as I go along. But fundamentally, thank you for coming. If you're coming tomorrow or want to come tomorrow, please come and see me, and it will be a good day. Very different from today, practical sort of farm walk and some sessions, really focusing on next steps for Nick and Reno's farm and data. So yeah, thanks. Oh yeah, thank you to Marian for pointing out. Jules and Tom are doing a farm walk, which actually is we're going to go and look at a field and see how we can dig holes and do some monitoring and measuring, and that starts at 6. It is in slight conflict with volleyball and food time, but we'll try. Yeah, food is rolling. So if people want to come and have a chat about some soil meters just by the toilets is always the place to meet around about 6. We'll go into the field just where the cows are, try not to dig up the volleyball pitch. Thanks. And the bar is open. We really hope that we plan this, but we never do this end bit, so for that I apologise. But that's why you love us.